Those of you that may not know me, my name is Scott Wiener. I have the privilege of serving as the Deputy for Markets Innovation at the Department of Public Service. I'm going to start this morning with just a couple housekeeping items. First, on behalf of the commissioners and my colleagues at the DPS, I want to thank everybody for coming, particularly the panelists who are participating this morning and this afternoon session, as well as all of those you who have come out today or who are participating through today's webcast. This workshop is the first of a series of workshops that we've designed to explore aspects and issues related to the development, design, and implementation of the Clean Energy Standard Program. The format that we've chosen for today for this workshop is intended to be a roundtable discussion between the chair, DPS staff, and various stakeholders who have been invited to join us literally around the table. This format is designed to delve into the technical issues and aspects of the CES that were either presented in or arise out of the topics that were discussed in the staff white paper. These workshops are also intended to explore how best to implement a clean energy standard, not whether or not we should have a clean energy standard. And I say that with full respect for the process that's proceeding that will lead to commission action in the spring. But what we want to do today is look at issues for implementation. There'll be other venues, comment periods, public statement hearings, when anyone who would like to discuss the overall efficacy of a clean energy standard will have the opportunity to do that, put it on the record for the Commission's consideration. For today, we would like to use the now almost standard protocol of asking anybody around the table, if you'd like to be recognized, please turn up your tent card. And we will do that. We're going to try and keep the conversation both flowing and interactive. For those of you who have looked at the agenda, you may see that there's no break listed. This is not like a concert without an intermission. We just want to leave a little flexibility for a quick break based upon the flow of the conversation, but we'll anticipate a break somewhere about halfway in each session. We are also providing a process so that those of you who are in person in the audience can present questions to those of us around the table. Peter, where are you? There's Peter. You'll see that he has cards in his hands. If you don't already have a card and you'd like a card, raise your hand. Peter and his colleagues will be available to both distribute cards and then pick them up also. We've asked Peter and his team to review questions for relevancy for the discussion, and we'll be able to then present them. For those of you who are participating through the webcast, if you'd like to present a question for the panel, you can do so by sending an email to ces@dps.newyork.gov. Again, that's ces.dps.newyork.gov. And I think you'll understand that staff will use its discretion in inserting the questions into the relevant portions of the conversation. I also want to acknowledge the addition of John Rhodes as a panelist. John was able to join us today. Thank you, John. We appreciate your participation. And I want to extend the regrets of two individuals who were scheduled to join us this morning. One, my colleague, Michael Corso, who is attending to other business, as many of you might anticipate, particularly in anticipation of another major session on a different topic for Monday. And John Holtz from NRG Green Mountain, who had a last-minute conflict. I do know that John, in this first panel, was going to talk about his thoughts about Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania's compliance program, and what he saw as the benefits of that is a best practice. Those of you who might be familiar with Pennsylvania, if you hadn't otherwise thought of referring to it, you might want to channel John and take a few moments to insert your views about Pennsylvania. That's it for the preliminaries. It's now my privilege to turn the microphone over to our chair, Audrey Zibelman, who will start this morning with some introductory remarks.
Thank you, Scott, and thanks everyone for being here. We, as you know, we've started a couple years ago of looking at technical conferences as a good way to implement REV. We've had numerous technical conferences. We had working groups. We've had sessions. I think we've just done about everything we can. And we've thought that actually that the best thing to do is to really move forward in more of a working group format. So rather than having a technical conference where you have 4 or 5 panelists just talking about a particular issue, we really want to see this as a conversation. With the Clean Energy Standard, as you know, the Commission just we announced the expansion of the large-scale renewable program in January. Staff issued the white paper. We are really looking to implement in June, which in regulatory speak is lightning fast. And so we want to use every opportunity we can to engage with stakeholders, not just to get your advocacy comments, but also to really help us and really understand where you think from this perspective of what staff has identified as a path forward, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, what can be improved based on your experiences. So we really think of this as a workshop. You could think of yourselves as the agency elves, helping us make those great gifts that we're going to deliver in June. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on introductions. I do want to extend my appreciation, though, for colleagues that we have here from New Jersey and Massachusetts. I think that's, where else? Connecticut. You know, one of the things that we did talk about when we set out the Clean Energy Standard is we're looking for deep liquidity in the markets. We don't see any reason to reinvent the wheel. We think that having common approaches towards acquiring clean energy across the region could actually expand the markets, make it more efficient. And so we did copy as much as we could, and it's great to have people from other states to give us their experiences and say what works, what doesn't. And let's think about, really when you think about the Northeast region, that's a huge region. And we can do an awful lot if we do it in a way that it's seamless for people to go back and forth and develop products. So I'm very much appreciative of our colleagues from other states to join us today, and appreciate Peter Olmsted, a particular shout out. Peter really did a great job, I think, in putting together a group of people representing a wide diversity of resources both this morning and this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Scott, but before I do that, John, did you want to add anything or put you on the spot here?
Well, it's not on the spot. I just want to thank everybody for joining, and for those in the audience as well. I think this is obviously a really meaningful initiative that we're embarked on here. It's going to be really good for the state and for the state's energy agenda about making it cleaner and making it more affordable, and making it more renewable. And every bit of advice we can get is going to improve the outcome that we get to in June, and then the outcome that we actually get built over the period of the Clean Energy Standard. So I'm here mainly to listen and kind of absorb that advice, because as NYSERDA, we're obviously deeply engaged in the work, and we're going to welcome and harvest every good idea we can get. So thank you.
Thank you, John. I'd like to suggest we do a quick introduction around the table for the benefit of those who are either watching on TV or who are in the audience. I want to apologize on behalf of everybody in the panel. For those of you in the audience, that the backs of some of the panelists are facing you rather than their face. It was just physical logistics. We tried to figure out how to do a U, and if we had done a U, some of you wouldn't have been sitting in the room because it would have taken up the space, so we made that trade-off. So let me start with Tina, and just ask that you mention your name and affiliation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tina Palmero. I'm the Acting Director of the Office of Clean Energy with the Department of Public Service.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clint Plummer. I'm Vice President of Development with Deepwater Wind.
Hi, I'm Ann Reynolds with the Alliance for Clean Energy of New York.
I'm Jeff Bishop, Senior Director of Government Affairs for Brookfield Renewable.
I'm Stephanie Brand. I'm the consumer advocate for the state of New Jersey.
Mike Judge, I'm the Director of Renewable and Alternative Energy Generation at the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources.
Ian Springsteel from National Grid.
Frank Murray with the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Eric Annis with Connecticut Deep, the Bureau of Energy Technology Policy.
Andrew Kinross, Director with Navigant Consulting.
I'm Ed Holt with Ed Holt & Associates, an independent renewable energy consulting company.
Warren Leon, Executive Director of the Clean Energy States Alliance.
Eric Miller with Invenergy.
John Rhodes, President, NYSERDA.
Raj Adapalli, Managing Director at the Department of Public Service for Utility Rates and Service.
And everybody knows what. So I'm going to throw out, I'm going to stall for 10 seconds to throw out a cue, because I would like to start this morning's discussion with an invitation for the people around the table to share your thoughts about first principles and best practices as we think about implementing a clean energy standard based upon the experience that you all have had as market participants, as state officials, and the like. I appreciate hearing your thoughts about the starting point and, frankly, where you think we may have gotten it right and where you think we may have gotten it wrong in the staff white paper. Go ahead, Ann. Oh, and also, please use the microphones. This is both for the benefit of people in the room and watching on the web. Today's session is being recorded and will be accessible through the PSC website. Ann.
Sure, I'll start, thanks. So for this workshop, I was happy to see that transparency, stability, and certainty were listed in the workshop title, and I would say that's, if not all, certainly some priority principles for the program. So from the point of view of renewable energy developers, what you're going to need to have a successful program is a really robust pipeline of projects. And you need to attract developers from the other places where they could develop projects to New York State and compare the total development landscape in New York State to other places. So I did want to, as a side note, mention that just since November, since the governor talked about the 50% clean energy standard, there have been 964 megawatts of renewable energy added to the NYSO queue. And, you know, we know from experience that not all those projects will come to fruition, but I think it's a really nice sign that the signal that has been sent just in the last few months is paying off. And then whether those projects get to fruition depends on if the program has that certainty. So from ACE's point of view, what we're looking for is a program that has a long timeline of targets, not just to 2020, but all the way to 2030, that has enforceability, and that has the opportunity for long-term contracts. So those are the big three for us, and especially bundled power purchase agreements. We were, of course, really happy to see that included in the white paper, which was silent on what portion of the obligation would be bundled PPAs, but I'm sure we'll talk about that more. We're hoping that it's really the core of the program. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bishop with Brookfield Renewables.
Is that better? Okay.
As a company that has 75 hydro facilities throughout New York that comprise over 700 megawatts, for us, the valuation and giving some value and some compensation towards existing renewables is crucial to ensure that they stay online and stay in New York and don't get exported out for other states' goals. Like Ann Reynolds of Alliance for Clean Energy New York, we also agree that specific long-term goals are imperative in order to ensure that there's a long-term market, tradable rec market that's very liquid, lots of buyers and sellers, long-term contracting opportunities for bundled power, both power and renewable energy credits, which we think are beneficial both for the ratepayers as well as for the operators, and allowing in imports to come in from anywhere, provided that it has been fully certified through the New York Generation Attribute Tracking System.
Jeff, just a quick follow-up. The staff recommended separate tiers for new and existing, and you or anyone else, that's one of the questions I have in terms of driving liquidity. Is that a good thing? Not a good thing? Should we be looking at that?
Yeah, I'll finish that question and then let other folks get at it. But we view it very much like the capacity markets, where with time, everything will be valued the same. So a clean energy attribute will be the same, whether it comes from a hydro facility or a new solar facility over time. Any steps to get there in the intermediate time frame, we think is a positive. And so I understand the public policy goal to have a specific tier 1 to incent new renewable energy getting online. But to get hit 50% by 2030, you're going to be needing both renewables and existing. Later on, I'll talk whenever we get to the tier section that we think tiers 2A and tier 2B should be merged together and just have a tier 2. But we understand from the public policy perspective why you have separated out the tier 1 and the tier 2.
This is a quiet group. Ian.
Sure, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ian and then Clint.
You want to go first? No? Okay, great. Yeah, I'd just like to start off by saying National Grid sees this as a really exciting transformation for New York within its renewable energy portfolio standard and its development of all of these new pathways forward. And the white paper is a great start on laying out the groundwork as to how that's going to work. It's going to create a lot of synergies with the rest of the region, both to the north or the west and the east. In terms of first principles, we would say this program really needs to focus on cost effectiveness and low cost resources and not creating unnecessary costs through constructs like ACPs and so forth when they're not needed. And some may be needed, some may not be needed. We can get into that further. We also would want to make sure that there's clear and complete cost recovery laid out as part of this. It's not entirely crystal clear how that's going to happen. And so, a little closer?
Yes.
Is that better?
Excellent.
Okay,
A lot
great.
closer. You need to speak right into the mic.
Right up there, okay, great. So clear and complete cost recovery as commodity costs, as commitments of all customers to these longer-term procurements or to the rec market itself, what have you. Those outcomes will create those elements are going to create outcomes that are good for customers and good for the environment and progress the goals that the governor and you all are trying to execute on. I think one of the themes today that I'll be trying to talk to is that the New England, primarily the New England RPS structures were sort of RPS 1.0 when they were first created. They were created to incentivize renewables in a market structure without contracts. We didn't have contracting standards when the RPS were first launched. Didn't work so well, I should say. So the states went back and said, let's do RPS 2.0. It's not really part of the RPS, but the standards were layered on top to help create an additional incentive or an additional mechanism for getting there to reaching the goals. What I see in the white paper is adding 1.0 and 2.0 together to create 3.0. But I think New York could go further to evolve the RPS to create a structure that's going to be lower cost but still achieve all the goals. So we'll talk about that.
Look forward to it. Clint? Then Frank, Warren, and Ed.
Great. Thank you. My name is Clint Plummer. I'm with Deepwater Wind, and I want to also start off by just commending the Commission and the Governor's Office on what we think is a potentially transformative plan. We're very supportive of the overall goals of the white paper. We think it's a great first step. Better?
You got to be really close.
They're having a hard time hearing you. Sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, good. Let's start over. We think it's a great start. We think that this is something that has a lot of potential to be transformative. From a first principles perspective, I join with Ann in commending you on focusing on certainty. I want to just bifurcate that, though, and say that there's two different types of certainty. One is overall market certainty, and Ann's absolutely right that developers need to know that there's going to be a market there that is multi-year, that's durable, that will exist so that developers can invest in projects and know that there will be multiple opportunities to receive offtakes. The second type of certainty, though, is individual price certainty for specific projects. So I'd like to just suggest that from a principles perspective, we should keep those two things separate. I'd also like to say that we should consider the magnitude of this program, and I agree with Ian that we should be focusing on cost effectiveness, but that we should have a long view on cost effectiveness, and we should be thinking about the possibilities of a program of this scale to transform technologies and markets to advance towards long-term cost effectiveness. And as a bridging point and something that I think is very related to that, I think we should be thinking about equity across the entire state. So at this point, the vast majority of renewables in New York State have been developed upstate. New York City and Long Island collectively have something in the order of magnitude of 3% renewable penetration, whereas upstate has something approaching 20 or 30%. So I think the program of this magnitude has the ability to focus on some of those geographies where it has historically been more difficult and expensive to deliver renewables, and that with the right market design and focus on advancing technologies, that we can be bringing technologies to the places where otherwise we couldn't get them.
Thank you. Frank?
There you go. Thanks, Scott. I was around when the RPS began, as was Raj and Tina. In those days, I was working for a wind developer, and I guess your view of what the Commission is proposing depends a lot upon where you stand. In those days, we were out arguing aggressively for the Commission to adopt PPAs and contracts for differences, and all the ideas we put forward were largely rejected by the Commission for a very different, innovative sort of approach. Then I found myself, much like John Rhodes, having to run the program that the Commission adopted at NYSERDA. And now I find myself in a slightly different perspective as, in effect, an advocate with the environmental community looking at it, if not exclusively, of course, but certainly through an environmental lens. But those different experiences all lead me to recognize the tremendous task that you have before you. And I think you're off to a very good start. As I look back on what did or did not work with the previous RPS program, I think we have to acknowledge in some ways it was successful. It did produce 1,800 megawatts of large-scale renewables, and it did produce economic benefits, particularly in upstate New York. And we were able, through the mechanism that the Commission adopted, which was basically an annual budget approach, to kind of control costs from the ratepayer's perspective, which is indeed one of the real challenges with a different approach. And I know it's a concern that the Commission has, not just with respect to this particular program, but the other elements of REV as well. But there were a couple of aspects of the existing or previous program that did work well. One of which I do see reflected in what the Commission is proposing right now, which was the delivery requirement. I think from a strategic or a tactical point of view, you have to be particularly sensitive to the reaction of ratepayers in New York State paying tens of millions of dollars to build large-scale renewables in other states. It's a balancing act, but you do need, I think, to demonstrate wherever these projects are built that there is indeed a tangible benefit to New York State ratepayers. And I think the approach that you've suggested in the white paper is a good start. Another one of the problems with the existing or previous RPS program, something that used to drive us crazy at NYSERDA, but I know drove the developers even crazier, was the lack of predictability. The auction process that we went through used to kind of go on and off and on and off, and it wasn't ever entirely through the control of NYSERDA or even through the Public Service Commission. There were lots of voices engaged in that decision-making process. So from the perspective not just the environmental community but the development community as well, I think it's critically important that whatever structure you put in place, that there be a predictability that allows developers to make informed judgments about investing here in New York State. I would be remiss, however, as an environmental advocate, not to mention one thing that I see missing in the proposal, which is the lack of a strong annual energy saving standards with respect to energy efficiency. We at NRDC and many of our colleagues in the environmental community, in many filings with the Commission as part of the REV process, has made the case for an annual energy savings target. It's kind of implicit in the analysis that underlines the clean energy standard. If you go back into the appendices and you do some rough calculations, I think we calculated that the assumption there translates into about a 1.3% annual energy savings target. Energy efficiency to us is the most cost-effective way of meeting many of the goals outlined in the REV. But with respect to the clean energy standard, to the degree to which you can invest more cost-effectively in energy efficiency, in effect, to bring down the load curve so that the target against which you're measuring your 50% is a smaller number, you're going to end up saving ratepayers money. So again, going back to one of the themes that I talked about at the very beginning, which is cost, an aggressive, clear energy saving standard would be very helpful in helping to control the cost of the overall clean energy standard program.
Yeah, I was going to say, in order to promote conversation, I have a feeling what topic John wants to talk about. And in deference to my colleague, I'm going to recognize John.
So thank you, Frank. And I'm going to bow to no person, even someone who had my job and even someone who's now at NRDC, where I once was, in my appreciation for energy efficiency. It is obviously a very cost-effective, very powerful, very compelling resource that is really delivers on a lot of counts, environmental and energy system and affordability. And I will just note that that energy efficiency plays a huge role in the state's energy agenda. The genesis of the Clean Energy Standard was the State Energy Plan, which came out in June, about whatever that is, 8 months ago. It called for 50% of electricity by renewables, which is now enshrined in the Clean Energy Standard. It also called for 23% improvement in energy efficiency across the state, which is a notch higher than the 1.3% that you calculate. And I note the governor's and the proposal and the Commission's order last month of the Clean Energy Fund, which commits significant monies to energy efficiency in through NYSERDA, as well as the associated preservation of energy efficiency utility programs at very significant levels, as well as really a real modernization of approach that the Clean Energy Fund order allowed. I fully expect energy efficiency to become an even more prominent part of the energy picture. I just note that the Clean Energy Standard can't solve every part of the energy agenda, and this is really focused on the renewables and also some other generation assets. Energy efficiency is deeply embedded in what we're trying to get done, and we know that the more energy efficiency we achieve, I don't want to sound like we're being sneaky about it, but we're bringing the goal lines closer every time we do that. This is a much more achievable clean energy standard, the more energy efficiency we deliver.
If I just let me ditto to everything John said, and in the Clean Energy Fund order, the Commission did ask the Clean Energy Advisory Council, I
Yes.
can't remember what we called it.
CEAC.
To really look at a better procurement program for energy efficiency. So one of the things, and I think it's something that I'd like folks to comment on or think about today, is as in, everything we do, we don't expect that the structure of the clean energy standard that we adopt in June will be the permanent structure. And so one of the contemplated thoughts that we made a clear decision on in our discussions was that in the beginning, we would continue to pursue energy efficiency through the Clean Energy Fund and various programs and different procurements with an eye towards, at some point, maybe it makes sense to have a carve-in. We were concerned if we included energy efficiency from the get-go, we would just confuse and cloud the market and make it difficult for renewables. And so this wasn't a neglect of not thinking about energy efficiency. It was actually to recognize we needed to procure both simultaneously, but combining them in a single vehicle seemed to us not to be very sensible, at least at the initiation of the standard. So, if folks have different thoughts on that, that's great, but I would assume throughout that we're going to be as aggressive as we can be on energy efficiency, because we wholeheartedly agree that that is the best way to reduce a very good way to reduce carbon.
By way of dialogue, may I just quickly react? John and Audrey are both absolutely right in terms of the overall commitment of the administration and ICERTA and the Commission to energy efficiency. And John, I didn't mean to overlook the state energy plan, because in fact you're absolutely right. The annual savings target, if you played around with the state energy plan target for efficiency savings in buildings, in fact, is higher than the savings in the appendix on the Clean Energy Standard. My point is, it doesn't have to be part of the Clean Energy Standard. It's clearly relevant to the Clean Energy Standard, but whether the Commission decides to do it in the context of the Clean Energy Standard or in some other aspect of the REV proceeding, I think our perspective is there needs to be a clear signal, less so than ICERTA, because you can pick up the phone and call John. More importantly, to the utility community as they develop their ETIPs and their future efficiency programs, that there's a specific target that the Commission wants the utilities over time to drive towards. And that's what we don't see right now, either in the Clean Energy Standard or in the other aspects of the REV.
Thank you. I want to say the white paper that the staff produced is an impressive piece of work. You've clearly learned from what the experience has been with RPSs elsewhere. You've come up with some creative solutions to some specific challenges you have here in New York. And so I think the overall approach you're taking is very good. I think there are some specific ways in which what you're proposing can be improved. And I have a number of suggestions, but I want to just mention two, which I think are especially important. One is something that has nothing to do with what you've done, but has to do with what other states have done. And that is that the RPS, as you presented it, is more expensive for ratepayers than it needs to be. And the reason for that is that the ACP rates in some states, especially Connecticut, but even more in Massachusetts, are higher than they should be. The reason for that is if you think about the concept of an ACP and the concept of a RPS, the cost of the RECs is paying for what we think is the extra cost of a relatively new technology compared to conventional technology. We should be assuming that over time, as these technologies develop, the gap in the price between these new technologies and conventional technologies shrinks. But unfortunately, what Massachusetts has done, they've set up a system where they've tied the ACP in Massachusetts to the cost of living, and the ACP rate keeps going up. So they're, in effect, the signal they're sending is that they think over time, clean energy is becoming more expensive compared to conventional energy. I would encourage you to negotiate with Massachusetts and Connecticut to encourage them to reduce the ACP payments there, because that will reduce the cost of your RPS. That's my first specific suggestion. The second one is, I understand that you don't want to propose a special carve-out for offshore wind. I could see why you want offshore wind to compete with everything else. But there's one way in which this RPS, this clean energy standard, will not serve offshore wind well. And that is that offshore wind is lumpy. What I mean by that is you have an RPS where if a lot of small projects are coming online each year, they're competing against each other, they're competing for RECs, that's good. Offshore wind projects are likely to be much bigger than the typical renewable energy project elsewhere in the state. There is the risk that in the year a new offshore wind project comes on, it will take up the vast majority of the additional incremental RECs in that year, which means there won't be enough RECs for that offshore wind project, means it won't be able to get as much money as a typical project. There are simple ways around that, which would have to do with adjusting the target in any year in which a project over a certain number of megawatts comes online, so that you're guaranteeing in a year when you have a very big offshore wind project coming into the region, there's going to be sufficient RECs for it to be able to play in the RPS game. I have some other suggestions, but those are just two.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Yep. So, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. I can wait or not, but.
Mike, wait 1 second.
Okay, yep.
Just have a follow-up on your first point. We did notice in the white paper when we were doing the research that the ACP numbers are pretty high in the Northeast and relatively very low when you go to PJM markets, New Jersey, Maryland. As you speak to this, why do we have ACP of $50 in Massachusetts and only $15 or $20 in Maryland? And what's going on? If you guys can expound on that as you talk, that'll be helpful.
Well, I think you hit on it in the paper that there are two reasons. First of all, some of the targets in some of the New England states have been more aggressive than in some of the PJM states. Secondly, it has to do with how much renewables were coming online and what the costs were. So, you know, there are differences in the market. I think that if you went with the levels in a place like Maryland, that could be really chilling to renewable energy development here in New York. But you ideally would like to have a ACP level that's somewhat lower than currently exists in Massachusetts and Connecticut, because if the ACP level is too high, what you end up with the risk of plants getting more money than they really need from ratepayers to be successful and profitable, and you end up with the risk of windfall profits that are unnecessary for anybody.
Just, and then we'll go, is the converse is if it's too low, then we're
Yeah, if it's too low, then if you set it really low, then the problem is you don't get any development. You obviously need to have it high enough that it gives an appropriate incentive for projects to be built.
It's a Goldilocks theory.
May I just weigh in on this, since offshore wind was something that was brought up?
What I'd like to do.
We're polite.
I'd like to call upon Mike and use this as a segue to begin to focus on ACPs, the issues around ACPs, particularly the experience from both the state perspective as well as a market participant perspective. And embedded in here are questions of how often and by what criteria can ACP be set. Keep in mind that staff has recommended a triennial review of the commission. Take a look at the program as a whole. If that's sufficient, if we need to do something else, is it too frequent? How does an ACP work in a tier 1 such as we've recommended, where there are different technologies competing against one another that complicates the calculus of decision making? So let's use as a segue. Certainly want to hear first principles, but let's also think about in the context of the ACP and Mike in Massachusetts, and I promise we'll get to you.
Okay. So what Warren says, I mean, I don't dispute it at all. So Massachusetts set its ACP rates back in probably about almost 15 years ago now, and they've increased over time with the consumer price index. So that's what they're tied to. And Class 1 is tied to that, Class 2, and our alternative portfolio standard is tied to that. But interestingly, the solar carve-out program, which is within the Class 1, actually decreases over time. So we have kind of a odd conflict there where we have one set of principles where they're increasing with the consumer price index and then another where they're declining as solar costs are coming down. So, we are in the process of an overhaul of all regulations in Massachusetts. So there's this big regulatory reform process. This is absolutely something that we could potentially look at in there. But one principle of kind of ACPs and how they work regionally is that whatever state has the highest ACP rate ends up getting the RECs, because the generator or the sellers and the suppliers of those RECs are going to gravitate towards that state. So we actually get the attributes. In Connecticut, where they have a lower ACP rate, they end up receiving more alternative compliance payments, potentially as a percentage of their overall compliance than we do in Massachusetts. But we end up maybe paying more than we should too, because our prices are still higher than that. So until you have regional supply that actually meets the demand in all states in New England, then you don't actually see prices drop below the Connecticut ACP rate. So it's this kind of interesting dynamic.
So that would sort of beg that something that maybe the regional states can do is see if we can get some uniformity in the ACP.
I think that would be ideal, yeah. And one thing
Sounds like a good MacRock NEPUC.
Yeah. No, I think that would be great. And the one challenge there might be how the states have set that. In Massachusetts, it's set through regulation. I don't know if in Connecticut, I don't know if it's set through statute. So there's potentially different layers of involvement that you need to get into in whatever state you're in.
Yeah. Let's hear from the states. Eric and then.
Yeah, sorry, am I speaking loud enough? I just want to make sure. I tend not to, so I think quickly and not clear.
If you could keep the mic really close.
Is this, sorry, is that close enough? Is it working? All right, so first, Connecticut really does appreciate being invited here and participating in this. In Connecticut, we are statutorily required to do a comprehensive energy strategy this year. And amongst the things we're looking at is a CES within our CES, I guess, would be what we're looking at. So an energy standard, an incremental energy standard dealing with nuclear and other issues that you guys are contemplating here. And when we're reading the white paper, it looks like you did a good job of looking at what we've been doing in New England, in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and our procurement also was cited in the white paper. And so first principles issue, and then I'll get into the energy efficiency and ACP as well, is looking at the regional market and the larger market working together. Creating a larger market really will be helpful in creating stability and therefore predictability for developers, and having a stable rec price will help especially in the tier 1 in New York. A predictable price will allow generators to get financing, which has been the biggest problem. And why we, speaking of 1.0 and 2.0, part of the problem we have is that we hear that the unpredictability of the rec market is creating financing problems, and that's why you have to resort to the contracting. So a larger market that has consistency, and part of the consistency is eligibility consistency, which is an issue still in New England. I mean, we have biomass eligibility in Connecticut that varies. And so we do think maybe looking at a better coordination amongst the states and New York coming in. RGGI has been an example of a highly successful regional program where you get a good market, a good liquidity, good liquid market that works. So looking towards that, and we will be looking at New York as we do our CES this year, and we're in that process. And so when the nuclear discussion starts up, we will be interested in that as well, because we are a large nuclear state. On energy efficiency, a good thing, Connecticut is experimenting now with in our procurement. The 3-state procurement is big, but we also have in our statute, energy efficiency is competing against the large-scale renewables in a separate procurement that has, the draft has been out, but the final has not been out. So one thing to look at is, even though it's not a part of our RPS either, we are experimenting with them competing head to head. And it's not that easy to do. I'm lucky not to be on that, that team, but the drafting and putting that together on how to evaluate it, and Navigant over here is helping us with that process as well. So as those results come out, you guys can look at that to see how it works. On the ACP, as Mike mentioned, you know, the recs go to where the price is highest, so you do go to your ACP. And to the extent the ACP is too high, our RPS was founded with the intention of getting new renewables on, and it is statutorily set, and it has not been successful at that, in part because of what I said earlier on the stability of the markets. You're not getting financing for it, so the ACP has not been enough. So it is the difference between the energy market and what you need is supposed to be made up for that, but it has to be predictable to get financed to get built. So the ACP being too high, I'm not sure how that works because we're not getting what we want to because the price isn't stably high enough. And the big issue is what do you do with your ACP payments? You know, Reggie reinvest the proceeds we receive, and we get more than $1 back. So you invest, you get the Reggie proceeds auctioned, and you get the money back, and we get $1 back. So ACP, when you look at that, what do you do with that at the end of the day is an important issue. We return it back to ratepayers, not necessarily what I would support personally, but that is our policy, because then the highest energy users get the most energy back, feel that return the best, which is not necessarily consistent with our energy efficiency goals. But that is an issue so we are excited to look at maybe syncing up better amongst the states in the region, similar to what we see with Reggie, and we have a history of working well together as a region.
Thank you. Stephanie, then Andrew, then Ed.
All right. No one's ever accused me of not speaking loud enough, so I'm going to try to make sure that I do this time too. I'm going to start off actually by answering your question on the ACP, because at least in New Jersey, I can't really speak for Maryland, but in New Jersey, the ACP for what we call Class 1 RECs is very low, but that's because we have a carve-out for solar, and our ACP for solar is very high. And so it ends up sort of separating out the more expensive resources. And I will tell you that most of our Class 1 RECs are actually coming from Midwest wind. So we're not necessarily being successful in encouraging more than just solar. So in New Jersey, really solar has been the main thrust, the main force. Most of our money is going in there. And in some respects, it's been very successful because there's absolutely no reason on earth why New Jersey should be number 3 or 4 or whatever it is this week in installed solar, but we are. And so we've built a lot of solar, but we have almost definitely not done it in the most cost-effective way possible. So we are building it one suburban roof at a time is kind of the what we say in New Jersey, and it's been extremely expensive. It's also been very volatile, and one of the things, everyone's talking about the need for certainty and stability, and I would really, really underscore that, because that has been one of our major problems. So what we have is we have. You can't get more certain. We have our RPS is in the statute. All right, it's absolutely set in stone. Our ACPs are also in the statute, and everyone said we need that kind of certainty in order to attract investment. But what happens is within that, once there are all these incentives, and the solar industry will gobble up all of the RECs, and then as they're approaching the RECs, they start to freak out and they say, "Oh my God, the price is going to drop. I can't. This is unsustainable." And then they go to the legislature to try to get it increased again, and it happens over and over and over again. And I've been told a number of times by other solar developers that it is keeping them out of the New Jersey market, because the instability itself is a disincentive for them to invest. And so it's a very unsustainable, and I worry that our industry is not sustainable, because at some point the legislature is going to start saying no, we just can't increase it anymore. And you have to start learning how to, because some of these incentives, we had RECs selling at $700 at one point, and it was ridiculous. And as prices have fallen, the REC prices have fallen, but now they're creeping up again. So there are definitely periods of time where people have been making way too much, and if it were smoothed out and the prices were dropping as the cost of solar were dropping, then I think we could call it a success. But we really haven't seen that, and the volatility itself has really been a problem. Getting back to the ACP, our solar ACPs at this point were literally set because when the last time the solar industry came in for increases in the RPS, I drew the line and I said, we're not going to sign off on this unless you lower the ACP, because that represents the ceiling for ratepayer exposure. And in order for them to get the statute passed, they cut the ACPs in half. But they're still pretty high, and we're still paying more than I think we should when you look at how the price of solar has dropped. And I can once in a while get solar developers to tell me what they really need in order to make money, and it's a lot less than what we're selling it for. So I would urge.
Stephanie, just while you're talking, what is the price of RECs? And
right now in New Jersey,
yeah, and
it's about upper 200s.
And
And it's risen significantly in the last 6 months.
And what about the ACP?
The ACP is probably in the 300s at this point. Now, for a long time, we were trading just below the ACP, and then we had a sharp drop, and now we're creeping up again, and we're pretty close to the ACP at this point. But if you look at charts of New Jersey REC prices, it's scary. And so I would urge you to think about, it's really easy to say we need stability, but to figure out what that actually means.
So following up on that, my recollection of the early days of the New Jersey solar rec market is that one of the challenges was that there was no long-term off-taker for the recs, so that developers were selling to short-term markets and had an inventory. They were very long on recs. That was addressed early on by putting the obligation on EDCs.
Right.
That did not help? Or
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think those are our best programs. There are now programs where there are programs where basically the EDCs were forced to enter into long-term contracts to purchase RECs, and they're not necessarily using them for their own requirements. They're then selling them in another market. But there's a competitive process for solar developers to get into that program. And I like it because it's actually worked really well in terms of the cost. It's not very costly for either the utilities get paid their administrative costs, and ratepayers pay very little. We really only pay the utilities administrative costs. The problem we're seeing now, though, Scott, is that people aren't showing up for those competitive processes. So because SRECs are trading at 255, 285, they get more money on the spot market. And so they're not, the last few solicitations we've had in that program, very few bidders showed up.
So, which will then increase instability.
Yes.
And for full disclosure, for those who don't know, Stephanie and I worked together on some of these issues in the past, and I was not a proponent of the EDC program. I would have preferred to see, for those of you familiar with the New Jersey market, a vehicle created within the BGS auction process that would have both required and allowed LSEs to address a renewable tranche and be able to buy into long-term. But that's for this afternoon. Thank you. Andrew, you've been very patient.
Yes, thank you. So we're talking about the ACP, and we've gotten into solar. So, certainly one of the problems with the ACP is the risk of overpayment. And certainly with the SREC markets, New Jersey and Massachusetts have really grown their solar markets aggressively, but it's come at a cost. And there are several other issues just in terms of the SREC market itself. The prices go up and down. Those are typically difficult for investors to finance when there's so much price uncertainty. And it's difficult to get long-term offtake agreements for SRECs. Generally, that's 1 to 3 years maximum. So again, there's significant risk for the investors. So in terms of solar, and I know we'll get to this later in terms of eligibility, but in the white paper, solar and wind will go head to head. At the moment, that's not a fair fight. Solar in New York is more expensive than wind in New York, and it's conceivable that, except for the short term, there may be no solar in New York if they have to go head to head. Now, one suggestion I wanted to put out there is that it's possible. So we've, by the way, when talking about best practices within the region, just in preparation for this session today, my colleagues and I looked at all of the regional markets in New England and PJM and even Canada, Ontario and Quebec. And we've found that long-term contracting has been fairly successful, especially if you want to get solar at cost. Long-term contracting might be the way to go, and you might consider to have some kind of a carve-out in the Tier 1. I wanted to bring up one example of which is actually international, and Navigant does work around the world, and we're familiar with solar markets around the world. But just one example of where a jurisdiction has had extremely ambitious goals and really is doing a lot of the best practices that have been discussed this morning is in Dubai. And Dubai, they did a 13 megawatt project. Then they had an auction for 200 megawatt project, and they lined up 20 qualified vendors for that. I think 12 of them bid on the project, and it was very transparent as to what the price of solar was. So they are getting the best price of solar for their ratepayers. And they have a very clear plan. We're going to get to 3 gigawatts over by 2030. So there are some parallels between what Dubai is doing and what New York is doing. I know it's on the other side of the world, so there's certainly cultural differences and that kind of thing. In that particular case, the local utility company took a 51% ownership stake in the project, and the developer took a 49% ownership stake in the project. So it's a sort of a joint ownership of a couple of the stakeholders.
Thank you. Ed.
Thank you. My name's Ed Holt. I'm a solo consultant practicing around the U.S. on renewable policies. And I want to address the original question about sort of first principles, but I'll jump right to the ACP discussion that Warren brought up to start. Warren started off with the idea that the ACP is intended to reflect the incremental cost of new technology, and so you would expect that to decrease. They would need less money as the cost of the technology declines. And yet, I think we see REC prices being valued based on supply and demand. It's just based on market value rather than on the incremental cost. And I'm not saying that that's good or bad or whatever, but I think that's the way it actually is working. And so I think that leads us, or should lead our thinking, to questions about, what kind of tiers do we want? What kind of technologies do we want to compete against each other? If you have very narrow tiers, for example, then you can set an ACP that reflects the cost of that particular technology. So you can have a solar tier and set a solar ACP that's different from anything else that would have to compete with it. Whereas if you have a broad tier that allows everything to compete, then yes, some technologies are going to do better than others and will achieve windfall revenue that they otherwise might not have been able to get. So there are, as in all policy making, there are trade-offs in the goals that you will have to consider. And some of those trade-offs might be, how do you establish the tiers? And that really depends on what are your larger policy goals to support certain existing renewables that have already been supported but are going off contract, to support new technologies like offshore wind, to support nuclear continuation. Really, what are the goals? That's what unique to. I haven't done this for a long time. Unique to New York. The old thing about unique New York. This is really where you have to think about what's important to you, and that may not be the same as what's important to the rest of New England. So another trade-off is, do you want to be harmonized with other New England RPSs in their policies? There was the term used was uniformity in ACPs. Well, you could get to uniformity in ACPs if you have similar goals, if you have the same tiers. But if you have very different tiers, then it's going to be more difficult for you to establish an ACP that works for, that's consistent with the rest of New England. So I would suggest that you look very carefully at particularly the Tier 2 group, Tier A and B, 2A and B rather, and see if that really is going to meet your goals, and study what the interaction is with the other New England markets. I don't have an answer. I'm not here to tell you, you should do this or that, but that's where the rub is.
That's what we're looking for, then.
Yeah, I know that's what you're looking for, but you can't pay me enough to give you the answer because I don't know it. So that's this ACP discussion really, I think, fits to my mind, in a first principle of knowing clearly what your policy goals are, having the tiers that you establish reflect those policy goals. And the narrower they are, then maybe the less liquid those markets will be. The broader they are, the more liquid, and there are other trade-offs that happen. So that was one of my first principles, was make sure that the tiers reflect your policy goals. You look like you want to jump in there, Scott.
No, I wasn't sure if you were finished. I was going to recognize
I've got a couple more points that I want to make. A second sort of first principle has already been mentioned, and we sort of went off it a little bit, and that's making sure that we have certainty and predictability, so that investment will follow that certainty and predictability. All true. I want to tie that to what I saw in the staff white paper, which was a proposal to set targets for 2017 and 2020, but we'll deal with 2020 to 2030 later. Now, my question to you rhetorically is does that provide the certainty and the predictability that investors need?
Well, I'll answer it specifically as one of the co-authors, and that was no. In fact, we also pointed out that this session, and I want to get to it soon, was intended to help us address that question. Because the way it was presented in the staff white papers provides some idea of the trajectory. Frankly, tee up the issue of a cliff and whether or not a cliff exists. What does a cliff do? But how do we, merely providing numbers that go out to 2030, all recognizing that life is going to change dramatically and the market's going to change dramatically, in and of itself may not promote that kind of stability we want either. So let me just signal that after Ed talks, I want to recognize Eric. I want to begin to see if we can't shift the discussion. If people want to talk about ACPs, it's critically important. But I do want to talk about tiers, how we've addressed tiers, the implication of tiers that we've talked about, and also the question of setting targets. And we have set up a paradigm that I'd like to tee up for your comment on annual targets over some period of time, accompanied by 3-year goals, and those goals coincide with the proposed triennial reviews by the Commission to allow the Commission to keep its policy hand on the throttle and costs.
Well, I understand that, and I continue to assert my point that I think some more certainty might be helpful. And the third basic principle, and the last point that I'll make.
Ed, just closer to the mic.
People are having a hard time hearing you.
Really? Okay. The third one is, I would say, tradability of compliance. So it's clear how an obligated entity will comply, and clearly it's being proposed to be done through tradable certificates. That's essential for transparency and verification, and the new tracking system that is described as an appendix is a good start, so I applaud you for that.
Thank you. Eric.
All right, how am I doing?
Good.
All right, thank you. A few things. I just want to hit on a couple points that have been made so far. One of them was about the lumpiness of offshore wind. I think a good solution for that might be doing the banking and borrowing that's talked about in the white paper, as opposed to adjusting the targets year to year, because this will be a theme of mine. That's, we need some stability. You've heard that from lots of people. So I would prefer a banking and borrowing provision to affect that. In preparing for this, I tried to think back to what has worked on the previous RPS and what didn't work. So the first thing I thought that worked well was long-term contracts. They were rec only, but that worked really. And the second thing that worked is there was competitive bidding for those contracts. I think that is definitely something you can hang your hat on. When you're talking about people bidding the ACP, I don't think that ever happened here. It's not because there wasn't an ACP, it's because we had a known product that we were bidding on, and there was supply. There was, at one point, when the RPS was first rolled out, and I know it got adjusted to 10,000, I think, gigawatt hours maybe, but developers saw that as a big target, and it attracted a lot of investment in the state. Now, we could talk a lot about how that has changed, but at this point, that's not where we're at. And people are on the sidelines watching to see what's going to happen. In some cases, they're not even watching that closely because they're not convinced something's going to happen here. And they've seen things change in the past. So that goes back to the point. Really think it's important that we have clear targets. And to the point that was just made, the white paper does a good job of laying that out, but it clearly doesn't go all the way. We have targets until 2020. We have really no good plan on how we're going to get to 2030. And I think that that's what the development community needs to see to really have confidence in this RPS. A plan that's fairly realistic that shows how we're going to get to the ultimate goal. Now, I support the idea of adjusting it every I take that back. 2 years is too frequent. I support the idea of adjusting things every few years to keep it on track. But you got to realize, in New York State, it takes us at least 4 years to get to the finish line. I mean, the ISO process here takes at least 4 years, and depending on how the class year goes and things. I mean, we've had 8 years to get a project to the finish line. And with the Article 10 process, that's a big unknown. So given the time scale that we're looking at, we really need to have some certainty. And when things change every few years, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In terms of that, then, would you say, is it 3 years, 5 years, and what is, and maybe this is for the next thing on the tiers and the certainty, if we can kind of get to that next level, what are we really talking about? Do you have to have it for every year, or is it okay to have, because we're talking to 2030, so you have 2020, 2025, what would be helpful to the market? And then, obviously there's always a concern of adjusting downwards, but what if for some reason we decide to accelerate it because prices are coming in low and we see an opportunity? So what works, what doesn't?
Well, I would caution against the comment you just made is one that concerns me, which is we may want to time the market because it looks good. I mean, I think I would really encourage the commission to follow the sort of dollar cost averaging principle of investment, which is set a target, give us a market, and we'll work towards that. And if it's a big year, if it's a year where something's happened federally or in the capital market so that wind is especially inexpensive or solar is especially inexpensive, there'll be more bidders, the prices will be lower, and maybe, if you've got EDCs or LSCs that are buying, they'll buy more. And using the banking and borrowing provisions to solve that problem. But that would be a much better approach than the commission stepping in and changing things. So to go back to, what worked, long-term contracts, competitive bidding, and a goal. What didn't work, the goals changed on us, and that was a problem. The other thing that was a problem is it's been viewed as a program in New York and not a market. And I think that has been an issue because it really should be about building a long-term market, saying we're going to buy X percentage of renewables long-term. Even after we're done with the clean energy standard, I mean, theoretically, the way it goes, it's 50% from there on out. But what we saw happen here was that the money was collected, it was put off to the side, and the legislators saw that, and ultimately the solar industry saw it, and now it's pretty much not there. And so we would like to see some better process for that. So I think as far as, I'd like to segue a little bit into ACPs since that was talked about.
Right before you do that.
Yes.
And I don't want to take up time now, so I want to invite for comment either as the morning progresses or in written comments to address the question of the 3 years that already started to address. Is the 3 years too short, too frequent? Should it be 3 years? Should it be 4 years? Staff proposed 3 years. And again, getting at the issue of stability, but recognizing that things change, just hypothetically, if we stayed with the 3 year for the purposes of discussion, and rather than just going to 2020 right now, the commission was to go to 2023. So there's visibility beyond the first review period, and then that becomes a rolling period. So for every year, during every review period, there's a 6-year visibility to the next review period and 3 years beyond. I don't want to take the time now, but I would invite people to think about that and comment on it, if not today, in written comments.
Yeah, and maybe the solution is that you have, you draw your line and it's a solid line for the next 6 years and it's dashed for the 6 years after that. And as we get close, every time you do a 3 year, the solid line goes 3 years further out or something. Yeah. But yeah, I liked what was in the white paper, which it said 3 to 5 years and that the adjustments should be gradual in nature.
Thank you.
I think that one of the things with the ACP, again, I guess I support the idea of having different ACPs for different tiers. Frankly, I think that's one of the reasons you have different tiers. And case in point, I mean, when you were talking about New Jersey ACPs and you mentioned that they were $300 for solar ACPs, but I want to be clear that that's not your Class 1 ACP, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
The Class 1s are better.
Okay. And that would make sense. It seems like the solution we like the idea of ACPs and having LSEs or make sure I get my acronyms right. We like the utilities to be the buyer because it takes it out of the hands of, no offense, but it's simpler when you turn it over to the private companies and let them do it and hold them accountable for it. As I can appreciate, it's got to be difficult to make decisions on when RFPs are issued, and that was one of the fundamental problems with the past process. And so that's why we support the idea of moving it towards more of a utility process. If there's some other private party that makes sense to do, I'm all ears, but that seems to be a good way to go for that reason. As far as the ACPs, though, resulting in people, we're not in this business to, we don't look at this and say we expect to come in here and get the ACP and take advantage of the market. Our goal is to compete. And every process that we've been involved in New York, we figure out the lowest possible price that we can deliver at, and that's what we bid. Seems that the key to that is having enough supply. Because if you don't have enough supply, then I guess I can envision where you get into this mode where people come in and try to bid the highest thing they can get away with. Well, this goes back, if you want more supply, then you've got to give us that long-term signal. Give us a long-term signal, you can track developers. If it's not working, maybe you have a few years where the price is coming way higher than you think, and maybe that's why you do your 3-year adjustment.
So
Just to follow up on the question of procurement, do you have a bias or favor towards central versus decentralized procurement? Since New York has done central procurement, as you know, through NYSERDA.
My preference is towards decentral procurement simply for the reason I said is that if it's not being run, there's less of a decision being made at a policy level of does the market look ripe for purchasing? And I think that there's a strong tendency to do that when it's done with central procurement. And if it's not central, no offense. If it's not central procurement, I think there's less of incentive to do that.
One thing we've done is become extremely thick-skinned, so don't worry.
Okay. I think you see.
Ill-timed fidget, sorry.
Clint.
Thanks. I know that
Then
we're
Ann.
running a bit tight on time, so I'm just going to make this really quick. I'm going to give you 4 considerations on things that impact ACPs or that you should be thinking about. The first is deliverability and the source of supply. I think we've heard from around the table that in Massachusetts and Connecticut that there's trading back and forth. And I think that the issue to consider there is ACPs are going to be driven by where the source of power can come from. And so similarly in New Jersey, ACPs can be lower because you've got lots of Midwest wind that can be delivered over the transmission system. As we think about that for here in New York, we have real constraints, both east-west to connect us to PJM and to New England, but also north-south, and that particularly plays in as we think about delivering power to the downstate load centers. The second consideration in that then is around the contracting methodology. And so ACPs are great, but ACPs on their own are not sufficient. And we've seen that both in Massachusetts and in Connecticut, where there were robust programs around ACPs for many years, but in both those places there was an acknowledgement that there needed to be something longer term to affect creating projects being developed to serve those demands. Similarly, in New Jersey, Stephanie acknowledged that as we created long-term mechanisms for the offtake around the solar projects, that we're able to see more projects coming in and prices coming down. Now, another thing Stephanie said that I think is really important to consider here is how when you split tiers apart, you can get to greater cost effectiveness. And particularly here in New York, I think that's effective as we think about, again, these load centers. And so we will save money overall if we can separate the tiers so that we're adequately providing the right market signal to the technologies that can serve different parts of the state and different classes of technology. So you were right to create a separate tier for the legacy resources. That's going to save money. Similarly, we will save money if we can create a separate ACP that will drive resources downstate versus upstate. And in that sort of a separation of the two markets, you'll be able to support lower ACPs upstate. Then the final consideration, and this ties back to Warren's original point about offshore wind and to Stephanie's point about solar in New Jersey, as we think about making this the most effective that we can, it comes from scale. So I think Stephanie would agree that we'd be seeing lower prices for solar if we were building it at a larger scale. Similarly, we'd see lower prices for other forms of renewables by encouraging it to be built at scale, and that means long-term targets. And to come back to something that Eric said about what the right cycle of review on that ought to be, I would just say that the first principle there should be considering what the cycle of development should be for an individual class of project. So for onshore wind or for onshore solar, you're going to see things that are probably in the range of 3 years. And in those cases, that's acceptable. As we think about other types of resources like offshore wind, you've got a slightly longer development cycle. And so the cycle of review should be matched up with at least one project development cycle. 90 seconds.
Great. Ann.
So at different times I was going to say different things about what you were talking about, but I'm going to skip right to timelines and targets. And I'm really interested to see what you're suggesting for RPS 4.0, because I think what I'm going to describe is 3.0. So it's learning from New England, which started with an emphasis on the short-term rec market and learned that there should be an emphasis on long-term bundled contracts. And is there a way that we can reverse that in New York by starting with a program that has almost exclusively in emphasis on long-term contracts, and then seeing if there's enough supply and that a healthy short-term rec market would develop over time. So what I'm getting at is suggesting that there should be annual targets for rec, for LSEs to procure recs, but then there also is a procurement target for the EDCs to do solicitations for long-term contracts, and that would be front-loaded with larger megawatt hour numbers, recognizing that those projects would be take several years to get sited and constructed. And that would ensure the supply for the rec market 3 or 4 years down the road. And it would also potentially maximize New York's benefit from the PTC and the ITC. So if you had one schedule for the EDCs, and would love to include LIPA and NIPA in that, to have a procurement schedule or a solicitation schedule for long-term contracts, and then a targets for recs too. I was going to say one thing about ACPs, agreeing with much of what everyone else had said, but it was interesting, I thought, that the white paper had very much sort of carefully seemed to say that paying the ACP is not a penalty, and the word penalty was never used, and that it was just as good a compliance mechanism as procuring renewables. And I think that creates a tension between having an ACP that's high enough to actually spur procurement versus having one that becomes the cost cap. And I'm not sure that you can use the ACP exactly to do both. I think you'd want a program whereas if everyone was paying the ACP, it would be viewed as a failure, not as a success. And then you would revisit the program to fix that rather than consider that to be just as good and figure out what to do with the money.
And I'd be interested in hearing this from the other states in terms of this, the question of ACPs, and we'll move on because, clearly one of the reasons we're doing this is to get renewables built in the state. So I would just concur that if it was just everyone's just paying ACPs, we're probably not hitting what we want to do.
Right. At the beginning, Frank made a passionate plea for energy efficiency standards because they're the lowest way of accomplishing resource needs, energy efficient. If that were a criteria, let's get to the lowest cost, low-hanging fruit first to meet our resource needs. Then in Tier 1, why do we need to separate and do carve-outs for different technologies? And is there a reason why we need to support higher cost technologies before exhausting the lower cost resources? Is there a specific, are there other value added stuff that you would get from the higher cost technologies that would support paying more, contrary to the cost minimization principle in resource acquisition?
Can I try to? I think while it makes sense to get the cheaper resources first, we're in a construct where you're looking for 50% renewable energy by 2030, and I'm guessing that all the modeling that you've done shows that you need everything. That you need an aggressive energy efficiency program, which we enthusiastically support and agree with NRDC that there should be an energy efficiency mandate. You also would need a blossoming of solar all over the state, almost all the land-based wind you could get, and you would need offshore wind. So I think that's an argument for not saying, okay, first we'll get the cheaper resources and then we'll invest in those apps.
Maybe let me just make it a little bit more granular in terms of sequencing and getting to 2030. Perhaps by 2030 you would need all this portfolio of resources to meet the needs. But in terms of hierarchy between 2017 and 2030, do you need to specify upfront each year, I got to get so much of this, or do you let the market dictate what gets first filled in those buckets? Perhaps by 2030 you would have others, more expensive resources too. But do you need to start up front with segregating and making sure you get every technology in of so many megawatt hours, even though they're expensive in the front-loading part?
Just to follow up briefly, I think it's a question more then of how many tiers should there be in a way. And just to reiterate, we support the proposal as it is with the addition that we think there should be a tier for offshore wind. We think offshore wind is unique for the reasons that Warren mentioned, and also just because of the fact that it's not here yet and the great potential. So whether that tier would kick in later, somewhat for the reasons you mentioned, is an interesting question, though.
Thank you. We're going to go.
I would love to comment on the ACP issues that have been going on.
Can I just respond to that point?
Sure.
So I think the issue is, why would you pay more for a resource? Because I think that why would you pay more for a resource than you would for another resource? I think the quick answer to that is because it provides a very different source of value. Energy delivered from an offshore wind farm would be plugged in directly to the major load centers downstate New York, and in the current model, we're not valuing a lot of the value that's created. So things like reduced air emissions from the dirtiest power plants in the state, things like avoiding new transmission costs and avoiding the construction of new power plants, which, by the way, the NISO says that we need something over 1,000 megawatts of new generation capacity downstate. Investing in renewables that can connect and deliver downstate like offshore wind create a very different value proposition than do other renewables that are interconnected upstate for those reasons. So that's why you pay more for them. And in terms of the timing of when you need to create that and why it needs to start now, is that these newer technologies that have this great potential also have longer development cycles. I wrote the original proposal for our Block Island project in April of 2008. We'll be operational with that project in October of this year. That's 8.5 years from concept to commissioning. Now, the next round of projects are going to take about 5 years because that first one created the pathway from a regulatory perspective. But it still takes longer to develop an offshore wind resource for downstate New York than it will take to develop any other form of resource. So we need that certainty now to start developing both the individual projects and the markets and the regulatory aspects around it.
A couple things. We've got just a little over an hour left in this session, so I'm going to exercise some discretion and say we're not going to break. Let's keep the momentum going. If anybody has to leave, feel free. We won't talk about you after you're gone until you come back. I'd also like to exercise some discretion and mix up a little bit the perspectives. So in that vein, I want to call upon Ian and then Mike.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate Warren's comments and all the comments about ACP levels, but I really wanted to bring in the customer perspective and the perspective of utility rates and how ACPs in New England and the REC market affects utility rates. REC trading and REC obligations are really short-term obligations, right? We buy our basic service or default service load in a short-term manner, and we match RECs against those. The REC markets themselves are vintage markets. Every year is different, right? So one year the price is at the ACP, the next year it's $25, the next year it's $40. I mean, it hasn't been quite that volatile, but we've seen $10 RECs in the past, not too long ago, and we've seen $60 RECs just a year or two ago. Now they're in the 40s. You know, a lot of that is because of imports, SRECs, and other components that aren't really in region supply. Those changes in those short-term values are reflected in our commodity rates and in the commodity rates of all LSEs on a short-term basis. We don't have an independent drive within the RPS to go out and procure for 5 years or 3 years, or we procure 6 to 18 months in the future for those. That drives a volatility in all commodity costs across the region, and it creates an adder in that commodity cost that's not necessarily reflecting the true cost of the renewables. The true cost is found through the long-term commitments, and I'll just say long-term. We're going to have a whole session this afternoon about how to address long-term commitments, whether that's ownership, through capacity markets, through procurements that the EDCs would run. And there's a lot of different structures out there that we're going to look to and hear more about. We would love to see within the Tier 1 a way that those true costs for projects, for those long-term commitments, or the ownership of those resources is just reflected in the commodity rates that all customers pay. And we'll try to detail that more in our comments. But to not apply an ACP to resources that are being bought at a much lower cost in many cases.
So could you, it's like a teaser, so how would you do that?
Well, one mechanism would be, let's say you're buying wind at $50 megawatt hour, and the market price for energy is 30. So the remainder is 20. So you reflect the 20 in a tariff that's charged across all customers. But you reflect it on the commodity side of the bill, whether they're buying their supply from us or buying it from a competitive supplier. That way we're not trading the RECs, we're not creating market costs, we're not selling those RECs to others, we're simply retiring them for all customers because we've procured them for all customers at the risk of all customers. So, we see that as a way to sort of shortcut and reduce the overall impact of this short-term ACP volatility. And we know volatility in rates has long been a major issue for the Commission. So, we'd like to do things that enhance those goals of limiting volatility.
So, Ian, doesn't the staff's proposal to place the compliance obligation on load-serving entities accomplish that goal of making it a cost that it appears on the commodity side of the bill?
It does, but for those resources that are already being procured at a fixed cost, that charge would be driven in the short term by the ECP and the overall demand and supply level. So, for instance, if in year 3 of the current program there's a structural imbalance, not enough has been developed to meet that short term, that year's goal, the whole market gets priced at the ACP. We may be having a real cost for those RECs of $15 or $20, but if the market is being priced at 70, everybody's going to pay 70 in their rates, in their commodity rates, and that could jump from 20 the year before. So we just like to take a piece out and say, how are we going to just reflect it at real cost, so that we're not jumping around. Just within solar, I just want to comment on Andrew's comments on solar. We absolutely see the advantages for solar, and Raj, to your point, why choose technology that may be seen as more expensive today. Within New York Sun, those programs, the overall goal is set out. It's mostly distributed. The differential between utility scale solar and distributed solar today is 2 to 3x, right? So taking a portion of that New York Sun goal and saying, hey, maybe we should procure some of this as large scale, as utility scale solar to lower the overall cost of meeting our solar goals. It's not to say that those costs aren't going to be somewhat higher, but it's going to be much lower than doing it all through distributed resources.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. So there's a lot of talk about predictability and demand for generators, but I think it's also an important thing for suppliers too. And one thing in Massachusetts, we have the Class 1 standard grows 1% annually indefinitely. So there's no end date to that program. So it's very predictable. You know what's happening. And then within that, we have the solar carve-out program, and that program has a supply responsive formula that sets the demand. I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, but if you are looking for longer term stability, there are potentially other ways than just setting a target and having it set in stone. You can have a formulaic approach that reacts to supply and the rate at which supply is coming online and provides certainty to generators, but also is predictable enough for suppliers to be able to understand where the market's going. And we do the same thing actually in our Class 2 market. That's a little less that's a newer aspect of that program. But brings me to another point. In the Class 2 market, we set the demand far too high. And so this is kind of in the Tier 2A, 2B. In looking at those existing resources, I think you really want to have a very clear understanding of exactly what is out there and exactly what you expect to come into that program, so as to not over-obligate and set a compliance obligation that's too high, because that was actually something for a couple of years. We were collecting huge amounts of alternative compliance payments for our Class 2 existing renewables portfolio. And it doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense, right? I mean, if you know what's out there, you should be able to hit the target, right? So we had to cut it more than in half, actually, and now it's more of a supply reactive formula, because we know there's still existing resources that haven't qualified, but there's not as many out there as we maybe thought originally. So just a kind of a word of caution in setting existing tiers to make sure that you really calibrate that to what is available.
Thank you. Before I call upon Jeff, I just want to acknowledge that we are getting questions, both online as well as from the audience. We're doing our best to integrate the questions that are questions into the discussion. And if we're not successful, I apologize in advance. Jeff.
Great. As other folks have talked about the ACP in general, I'll just talk about it with respect to existing projects. So the approach in the white paper section D is pretty sound as far as how the ACP should be developed. And in our respect, it's to ensure that the price is high enough to keep existing projects online. Just reading the news the past couple of weeks, biomass plants in Maine are about to shut down unless they can get long-term contracts. Some of the earliest wind farms in New York are having blade issues. That'll be rather costly to repair. And even us on the hydro side, in any year, we spend tens of millions on capital upgrades, operations, and for environmental reasons, such as certification by the Low Impact Hydro Institute, to make sure that we are doing what we can to mitigate environmental impacts. And as far as the missing money goes, paying for these needs to come from somewhere in order to ensure that everything stays online. All of these plants are useful in their own ways. At our hydro facilities, we employ over 200, and we pay annually in New York over $20 million in property taxes to North Country townships, and so it tends to be quite important. So an ACP high enough to ensure that these stay online is I would argue, a good thing. I mentioned earlier, and I just want to touch upon it now, with regards to the tiers, of the potential to collapse Tier 2A and Tier 2B into a single Tier 2. The way that it was said in the white paper on pages 23 and 24 is a competitive sub-tier and a non-competitive sub-tier. The competitive sub-tier for the Tier 2A, it's for, among other things, merchant projects that are not receiving state support and are eligible for growth tier RPS obligations. And so just from that definition, you're pinning New York policy on states and adjacent control areas, which you may or may not agree with. West Virginia, for instance, they still have in their alternative portfolio standard that RECs derived from burning tires can be considered renewable. And obviously in Appendix C, you don't have tire burning as something that New York supports as renewable. But just in general, you are at the whims of other states, you know, from Maine all the way over to Illinois to determine your policy. And I don't think that's where New York wants to go. And finally, the non-competitive, as more folks are valuing existing renewables, as carbon markets are opening up in Ontario and Quebec, as RGGI gets stronger, as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Power Plan continues to go on, we are seeing, and especially with all RGGI states having their own emission reduction goals, we are seeing states starting to really value existing clean energy. And for instance, the New England Clean Energy RFP that came out allows for an opportunity to contract for firming hydro for new Class 1 renewables, which would be all in 2B. And so whenever that happens, when Tier 2B and Tier 2A look similar, depending upon how you're looking at it that day, we think those two can just be condensed together.
Yeah, I guess on tiers was when I raised my tent. I think limiting the tiers and carve-outs is important because if you're trying to develop a market and you start getting into these subgroups, I think you get into the problem that New Jersey was discussing earlier of the solar industry becomes a very powerful lobbying force, and your jobs are dependent upon it, and it becomes very difficult to manage. So once you have that tier established, it's hard to get rid of. And we've had the same, and we've had solar carve-outs, offshore wind carve-outs. There's all kinds of carve-outs that are being requested for various reasons. I think trying to minimize that and having a competitive market, because I think after transmission costs with wind, solar at grid scale becomes pretty competitive.
May I just follow up and ask a question? Given that, is one alternative that the commission should look at if they truly want to set preference, if you think about the RFPS as a preference payment, should there be preferences within preferences? In other words, if there's an attribute associated with downstate renewable construction, could it be a different payment scheme as a sort of rather than a different tier? Is that something that people have seen? Does that work?
It depends on your part on your procurement structure and who's doing procurements. Part of doing a procurement through a state agency is if the authority is done right, you get to have policy preferences. You get to look, the clean energy RFP in Connecticut, the authorizing legislation for a big part of that came out of the winter reliability problem we had. So we are targeting our procurement to some extent, although not fully, towards resolving the winter reliability problem that we were seeing up in New England. So you have the ability, and looking at the tier 1, and then this afternoon's session, it looks like there's going to be a lot of long-term procurements, and we hear from the developers, that's what they really like. And so it becomes less of a market and more of a procurement issue. And when National Grid was speaking, they're saying, well, if the ACP, in the tier 1 procurements, if you have an ACP, it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense because it's all being long-term contracted. And if you're short, you're going to go right to your ACP, even though that has no relevance to what the market value of it is. It's just a matter of what's out there, supply and demand. We also heard that. So if you're having long-term contracts for new, a tier for new, that you're going to get by having long-term contracts, it's a very different market structure than we have with our RPS, where that was a mistake that was made in New England, in my view, is that we thought the market would be sufficient to bring on new renewables, and it just wasn't there, its ability. Hopefully, maybe with New York coming on and the Clean Power Plan coming, perhaps the demand will be big enough where you don't need the long-term contracting supports, but we haven't seen that yet. So it depends on what you're doing. The goals are now, Clean Power Plan's stayed. So I would just be careful about having all these carve-outs and tiers because they don't go away, and they're not necessarily cost-effective. And I think when you have them competing with each other, it's amazing how much more competitive and cost-effective they become when they don't get a contract absent a very low price.
Just a couple of quick points, Scott. One, as Ann was pointing out, I just wanted to reemphasize that investment in energy efficiency and investment in renewable energy are not in competition. She is absolutely right. To achieve the goals the Commission has articulated in REV, we're going to need, so to speak, all of the above. On the tiers issue, as I recall, when the Commission first put the RPS in place, the Commission basically decided what it didn't want as opposed to what it did want. I don't think it had a good sense as to what would come through the doorway when we began the RPS. I think we've had a number of years of experience now to have a better handle on what is more likely than not to work here in New York State. And as I listened to the discussion, particularly about the alternative compliance penalties, there were some good points that were made there that I thought argued in favor of doing a tiered sort of approach for some of these technologies to deal with the cost issue. So I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, so to speak, because Ed's absolutely right. The degree to which you do tiers, you lose flexibility. But there are trade-offs, one between the other. And then finally, Raj, you asked the question about lowest cost investments. Generally speaking, I'm one of those that prefers the low-cost sort of approach, but there may be compelling reasons why the low-cost approach may not be the best approach in certain circumstances. And I go to New York Sun as an example. I'm sure we overpaid what we had to pay when we began the New York Sun program. But we wanted to get an industry jump-started in New York State, and over time that has worked out very successfully to the point that now we're paying less and less and less. That's, I know the administration points to that as a model. I think it's a really good model for what we're looking for in REV. There may be governmental policies, and I'll use this as an example without necessarily advocating it, energy storage as an example. There may be a governmental policy where you want to advance a certain technology for reasons that go beyond the current cost considerations. And there you may want to consider how between what you're doing in the clean energy standard and what John and his folks are doing over there at NYSERDA, you couldn't put in place the right mechanisms to foster the development of yet another renewable related industry in New York.
I mean, as folks know, in the clean energy standard, we thought that one way to address issues where you might have attributes or technologies that couldn't get picked up would be co-incentives, and that's what you're recommending.
Yep.
I believe Stephanie has a timely comment.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole jump-starting issue, it's really interesting, actually, for me to sit here because our problem in New Jersey is more of a question of oversupply than undersupply. We're meeting our solar RPS every year. Very few people are paying the ACP. So, but what happens is that when you run up to that RPS, people say, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to make the money to keep going. And that's where we struggle because, the sweet spot is just below your RPS, because if you're getting as much solar as that, your market's working and you're getting a lot of solar. But once you hit the RPS, it actually is a problem because prices fall and people start to panic. And it was very clear in New Jersey that at the beginning that the idea was to pay a lot to jumpstart the industry. That was the goal, and it worked on a certain level. The problem is it is almost impossible to wean these people from these subsidies once they get to the point where you're close to grid parity on certain solar projects at this point. We shouldn't be paying as much as we're paying. We should be able to ease our way out of it, not in the short term, but our RPS goes out to 2028, and the theory was that in time they were going to be able to make money just building solar, and they weren't going to need this. And I will tell you that it is I think, going to be virtually impossible to achieve that sort of easing off of the compliance payments. I'm sorry, easing off of the rec payments. And I'm worried about it because if we're spending this level of dollars on this amount of electricity in the long term, then we're not going to have money to spend on other things like offshore wind or things like that. So you have to really be careful in terms of making sure that that's understood going in, that this isn't forever, that this isn't permanent. And I think that's incredibly important.
Andrew.
All right, thank you. One of the topics on the agenda today was the annual goals and interim targets, and I wanted to talk briefly on the achievability of those. So we did some back of the envelope calculations, and I think it's good just to inject this into the discussion, so from a practical standpoint, people know what we're talking about in terms of.
Andrew, could I interrupt you for one second, just for full disclosure? I understand you're here not merely as navigant, but you're here on behalf of one or more utilities.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So, in fact, my card is over there, and it said Con Ed on it. But so Con Ed and National Grid have retained Navigant just to provide some research support and support as it relates to this issue. That's right. Absolutely. I will say that Navigant works for a variety of stakeholders in the in the industry, but specifically for this topic, we're working for two IOUs.
And we're glad you're here.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So in terms of when we looked at the Tier 1 requirements for 2017 and 2020, what our thoughts were that just to hit the 2017 target, the fact that large-scale wind the development timelines are longer than that for solar, it's unlikely that we would see a lot of wind meeting those 2017 targets. Now, NYSERDA has contracted for some wind, which will be COD after 1/1/2015. It wasn't clear in the white paper whether those would count or not. So let me just assume for a moment that those don't count. To meet the 1,500 gigawatt hour target.
It's a wrong assumption.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Then I can change. I can change on the fly because I have both.
It does include what it would expect to get in the 2016 solicitation, the 2017. So those numbers are in there, and it includes behind the meter from the New York Sun as well.
Great, great. So
we were very careful to set those early targets. So I just want to make.
So they're achievable. Okay. So they're. Okay, so if the assumption was that they didn't qualify, then it would be a stretch. But the fact that they do qualify means, from our analysis, that it is achievable. So I believe it's 300 megawatts of wind would qualify. And if that were the case, then you would need about another 300 megawatts of solar to meet the target. And solar these days, rough numbers, $2 to $3 per watt. So 300 megawatts of solar would be $600 to $900 million of capex. We think that's actually quite achievable. In terms of the 2020 target, where there would be an incremental 3,900 gigawatt hours required, we would assume that would mostly be wind, because wind competing against the other technologies would win out. And that would be roughly 1,300 megawatts of wind at a capacity factor of 35%. If you assume a $2 per watt capex, that'd be about $2.6 billion. So that I thought it would be worthwhile to introduce that into the conversation in terms of what we see happening over the next 3 years.
That's extremely helpful. In preparing the white paper, some of our thinking went into that discussion of achievability. If not, you'll be setting targets which are totally unrealistic and could just lead to the highest ACP that could be cleared. So in that context, when Scott said we'll do 3-year triennial updates, between now and 2020, I think we have reasonable confidence in these numbers. They can be hit, the targets. But once you start going from 2020 to 2030, do you do a linear, or do you do based on some expected supply coming online, based on some realistic analysis? That's the comments we need to get today, or in this comment process. What's the best way to set up those quantity targets year by year, which are meaningful? You can always front load them or back load them, but you need some basis for why you're doing what you're doing. In addition to the practical achievability, we also need to look at other FIT or federal taxes or other benefits that may be here but may fall off. So we need to have a more comprehensive, holistic thinking about how to set these targets as opposed to just pick them from the air. And that's why we're hesitant to do that. Right.
Yeah.
So what criteria should we use in picking those numbers between 2020 and 2030?
So, my thinking on that is that maybe it is worthwhile to look at what the linear looks like, but that in terms of stability of the industry, it's generally better to go below the linear, and so that you don't have, someone said that, because the difficulty with the industry is that, if you reset downward, that can be, there can be a lot of disruption to the industry for that. If you reset upward, then generally most of the stakeholders are quite happy with that. So after 2020, you do have a 10-year period. I would suggest that the 20 to 23 targets be set a little bit lower than necessary. And if you need to revise upward in the 23 to 26 period, then everyone's generally happy with that.
Can I ask?
But what we would look for is criteria that we should use. I don't need it right now, but in the comments, what criteria should we use in setting those targets?
Ann's very eager.
It was just a clarifying question. So the targets that are in the white paper are based on what NYSERDA is going to procure in 2015 and 16? And then would you assume they'd sell those recs?
Yeah, so the way that the targets were set from 2017 to 2020, when the program starts, is it took into consideration the projects that have won awards in the main tier solicitation that are not already built. So I think that goes back to 2012. And so, you know, the vintage date is 1/1/15, so anything built after 1/1/15, so things that have already been contracted for, not been built. We are also including the New York Sun projections in there. And then also we have a solicitation this year. We can estimate, just looking at the queue, what we think we could get. And then we're assuming we'll have also a solicitation, some type of solicitation in 2017. So by the time all those projects get online, you know, that brings us to the 2020 time period. So we have, as Raj said, some certainty what we think we can get, and that's why those targets have been set at that rate.
Another question. But would NYSERDA retire those recs, or it would be part of the LSE obligation to buy those?
So there's some options there. The thinking is that NYSERDA could sell the recs and sell them to the obligated entities. I think that was the, you know, for the post-15, right, post-15 solicitations. So even though those recs are, you know, paid for with the RPS, it would sort of be a transfer then, right, a transfer of the funding. But that would sort of kickstart and get those recs into the market.
That was the assumptions underlying the design presented in the white paper.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to note the time. I see almost everybody's tent card is up, which is very exciting. I have taken notes generally on the sequence. You can keep them up, but I want to say that around 12:25 or so, I'm going to suggest our own little lightning round. But rather than a question, go quickly around the table and ask that you tell us very succinctly, like in a word or two, what are the things, the most important things we should be either trying to accomplish or the thing we should be trying to avoid, going back to best practices. I've been integrating them in as best as I can into the topics. And some of the questions are interesting statements, but they're not really questions. What a surprise. And we invite everybody to our public statement hearings that will take place in April all across the state. Peter, I think we have 8 or 9 locations. And in all seriousness, we really are eager to hear from stakeholders on their points of view on the program as a whole or any specific component of it. Warren, please.
Yes, I have 2 quick comments. First of all, I think you got it right with Tier 2. I think it makes sense to have that tier. I also think it makes sense to distinguish between 2A and 2B. You have different markets there. There's good justification for keeping that distinction. Second, to get to Audrey's point about is there a way to pay differential amounts for different resources without having a carve-out? Yes, you can do an adder. You could, for example, say every megawatt hour that comes from downstate or that comes from offshore wind qualifies for 1.5 racks rather than 1 rack. And so it gets a higher payment that way, and you don't have to worry about deciding is that 2% or 5%. The market figures that out. To get at Stephanie's point about if you have a differentially high incentive for something, it becomes something that's hard to get rid of. Well, you could do that in the structure too, to assume that the differentiation between upstate and downstate will decrease over time. Offshore wind will become more competitive over time. You could do something that starts off with an adder of 1.5 times between the years 2017 and 2023 3, then it's 1.25 times for the next 5 years, and then after that it competes equally. So you could get at it with that concept of adders.
Thank you. Jeff? Oh, you went down. Okay. So, Ian?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on some of the tier issues that we've been hearing about and bring the customer perspective in again. So with the tier 1 suggestion that I was making earlier, when we can simply take those RECs that we would be procuring, owning, whatever, out of the goal, that allows the PSC to just take that off out of the goal, out of tier 1. Tier 1 becomes basically like baseline, where it just comes right out. And then everything else that needs to compete, whether it's new or it's in the competitive tier 2A, could all compete together. That's one way of sort of reshaping it so that you're not creating these issues. The NYSERDA RECs, the post-14 New York Sun solar, similar. We really think, from the customer perspective, just retire it. Why should customers pay twice? Go back in, start trading, creating friction, brokerage costs, etc. NYSERDA's bought those RECs. Maybe it should just retire them. Finally, within a tier that hasn't been really talked about, hydro, right? Not old hydro, not small hydro. We're talking large hydro. Large hydro can be an effective clean energy resource. The New England states have recognized this. New York uses extensive amounts of large hydro. It counts its own large hydro within the RPS today and is going to continue to do so. So new large hydro from Canada or from other resources could be a substantial chunk, a medium-sized chunk, who knows? But it should play a role in helping to meet clean energy, low carbon goals, because this is a clean energy standard. It's not a renewable energy standard.
Would that be in tier 1?
No, it'd come out of the goal. It would have its own.
No, I meant the
tier.
Canadian hydro.
It would
incremental.
I think it could be its own tier, its own goal, where we say this is how much new hydro we should really bring in as part of our long-term 2030 goal, and just take it out of the baseline.
Wouldn't that be cross purposes of creating liquidity if we break it up? And then, the other concern I would have is market power issues associated with having a, single technology. It seems to me Canadian hydro would be competitive with other resources in tier 1, and we wouldn't necessarily need to create its own tier.
Yeah, I wouldn't be suggesting paying some sort of a REC price for Canadian hydro. Canadian hydro is oftentimes very cost effective on its own, but just including it like the nuclear assets as part of the overall clean energy goal, the low carbon goal for the future, makes sense to us. It's made sense to a lot of states in New England.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused because we're not omitting it. We're just assuming it'll participate.
Yeah, we're proposing that it be an eligible resource, Ian. So I'm not sure if you're right now. It's not large Canadian hydro, but that's the proposal in the white paper is to include it as a qualifying
included.
eligible resource.
Yeah, that was my impression.
That's
that
no new impoundments. So
right.
you could have large, without building new dams. So
yeah, I think it was that new impoundment issue. As much of the new hydro in Canada is driven by new
like
impoundment.
our rules are now.
Right.
You can have an existing impoundment. You can have incremental hydro with an existing impoundment, but it's not any new impoundment.
Yeah, I mean the remaining projects.
We take the
others
note
in
on
Canada
the need to
are all
clarify
new
that.
impoundment, so.
Before I recognize Ed, I just want to respond to one question that came up, which raised the question about the role or applicability and consideration of federal tax credits in understanding supply. And the answer is yes, we are cognizant of the recent change and will anticipate that as we try and set levels. Ed.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to Audrey's question about location-based tiers or alternative compliance payments, and whether there's any experience with that. And the direct answer is I am not aware of any experience where states have set aside or created specific tiers and associated ACPs for location-based. Locations really entered in only in terms of eligibility. But if you want to do that, and there seems to be very good rationale for trying to get more downstate resources developed, Warren suggested an adder, so what we call credit multipliers in some other states. Several years ago, and I'm going to disagree with Warren on this a little bit, and I do work for him, so I do this at some risk, but
We will inoculate you. Warren, you can't touch it.
several years ago, I co-authored a study and a report with some others at Lawrence Berkeley Lab on states' approaches to incentivizing solar in their RPSs. And we looked both at those states that use carve-outs or set-asides and those states that use credit multipliers. And we found that those states that use credit multipliers really had very little impact. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't work, but we just didn't, at that time, we did not see the evidence of the adders providing the bonus or the stimulus to getting that additional stuff to happen. But the point that I would like you to remember is that if there's something you want to accomplish, whether it's downstate resources or whether it's offshore wind or whether it's anything else, the answer is not necessarily in a different separate tier with a separate ACP. I would suggest that for downstate, for example, you target that through long-term contracts. So your long-term contracts say, well, we're going to compete to get resources that serve this particular area, and as opposed to trying to use the rec trading and multipliers or whatever to achieve a particular goal for the downstate region. So there's a trade-off between the tiers and the long-term contracting, and I just want you to keep in mind that long-term contracting can achieve your goals equally well.
And if, I mean, in that context, I mean, long-term contracting, particularly if you target a certain technology or region, is probably just an equivalent way of looking at a co-incentive and simply having putting our thumb on the scale and say a certain percentage will come from this.
Thank you. Eric. No.
Clarification. So if existing impoundments are included in the white paper, just curious, what tier would they assume to be under?
They would have to follow the same vintage eligibility. So for Tier 1, it would be post, January 1st, 2015. So
they're in Tier 1?
If there was an incremental upgrade to an existing hydro facility out of state, yes, that incremental portion of the generation could be eligible.
All right, so it wasn't in the numbers that are in there for 2A or 2B?
No, those 2A and 2B numbers were primarily in-state resources and those contracts NYSERDA contracts coming off.
Okay, thank you. I just had one simple comment, and that is, with all the discussion, I think it's really helpful to hear about how things worked in New England and other states, but I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind when hearing these is that as a guy whose job it is to develop projects in different states, New York is much different than Massachusetts, it's much different than New Jersey, and that there's a lot of places to build renewable energy in New York State. You have a much bigger supply, potential supply, than those states. And so I think that the problems, and I'm not an expert on the ACP and how the markets have played out in these states, but one thing I've got to believe is it's much harder to build projects there. And so that's probably why they might have banged into the ACP setting the market, which I could see why that would be a concern. But New York should have the ability to build a much bigger supply.
Let's do another Eric, and then Mike.
Yeah, I guess we're not sure of the lightning round yet, but I guess one thing I should have got to mention early on is that coming out of New York GATS would be very helpful in terms of avoiding double counting. That's an issue when we have different qualifications, is counting different things. That'll happen with the nuclear issue possibly, and just with existing resources as they are. And then some of the things I've issued with locational and the different, I worry about possibly the Interstate Commerce Clause and maybe the Federal Power Act being issues there. So some of those things, just buying stuff here, we're giving there, I would be concerned about that. And also the limiting eligibility into Connecticut, some of the things that we're already buying, if those eligibilities are affected by this, it would be concerning. But some of the requirements, I'm not an expert on this. My antenna went up on, and especially had the argument at the Supreme Court this week raised that issue being an issue of concern.
The bundled PPAs.
Well, the bundled PPAs weren't directly issued, but we are being sued. Connecticut is being sued currently for our bundled PPAs. We'll see where that comes. We've succeeded so far, but he continues to sue us. I think some of the suggestions that were coming up, I think were worrisome to me as possibilities. So that's all. But we do want to see the NYSERDA get New York GATS up and running. We were hearing a lot about that, and so just wanted to make sure that I expressed that.
Thank you, Mike.
So I just wanted to touch on the topic of volatility, price volatility a bit. Stephanie noted what happened in New York, not New York, New Jersey, and the same exact thing happened in Massachusetts actually with our SREC market. So very early on, we had very high prices, and we then met our target and had an oversupply, and prices crashed. And the people that hurts the most are those projects that are under short-term contracts or are trading in the spot market that have already been built, because those projects move forward under prices at a time and an assumed rate of return, and now they're getting hurt. And so new projects aren't coming into the market because the price signal is telling them don't build, but the existing projects, I think, are harmed more than others. So I think that, this gets to kind of the issue of price certainty, and there's a few ways you could do that. Long-term contracts are one. Another mechanism, and I'm not advocating or saying this is the best way to do it, and it may have some flaws, is something we'd considered in Massachusetts. In our SREC program, we have an auction mechanism that clears out oversupply in the market. So at the end of the year, we hold an auction, and if there's bidders that deposit into this, and if there's an excess amount of supply into the market, we auction it off at a fixed price. It's not a guarantee that everyone buys at that price, because DOER, as we're not the Public Utility Commission, so we can't actually tell the utilities you have to buy at this price or you have to participate in the auction. But we set up a series of carrots and sticks to kind of compel them or entice them to participate in the auction. And it's actually proven to be fairly successful at keeping prices at a fairly stable rate in Massachusetts. We've seen higher prices than I think we would like to have seen in the SREC market, for sure, but the mechanism itself, I think, has functioned fairly well. So that's one thing. And then another on adders or multipliers. We also have so moving from our original solar carve-out program to the second phase of that solar carve-out program, we added in, we recognized that different types of solar projects provide different types of value or costs different amounts. So we set up tiers within the program, and the highest tier gets 1 SREC for every megawatt hour of energy they generate, and that includes things like carports, residential projects, low-income projects, community shared solar projects, and then below that we have anything roof-mounted over a certain size, anything that's sited behind a load. Then we have brownfields and landfills, and then lastly we have greenfields development, open space, and that gets the lowest tier. So that gets 70% of its output gets SRECs. And that way we don't run into any issues at NEPOOL GIS in terms of tracking and emissions, because every megawatt hour is still getting a certificate. You're not giving multiple certificates per megawatt hour, but you're you are incentivizing one type of project over the other. And it's actually been very successful. And it may not just be on price and the way that we've set up the adders, but it also could have something to do with the fact that we limited the lowest tier, the managed growth, or what we call managed growth, which is greenfield development, and we said only a certain amount of megawatts of that can come in each year. So people have really steered development towards landfills and brownfields and rooftops and parking lots, and it's been very successful.
Thank you, Stephanie.
That's similar to what I was going to say. We don't have locational preferences, but you're right. We're a very small state. We're very densely populated. We don't have a lot of land to build these things. So the adders that we have tried to provide incentives for building on things like landfills and brownfields, and that way I think they get like a 1.5 SREX. The problem with that, though, can come in with, if you do too much, it gets very, very complicated. And the markets, they hate that. And so, and the other thing is that customers hate that, because there is a real question here about transparency and the ability of customers to understand what they're actually paying for this stuff. And the simpler the markets work, the better they can understand that.
So one of the thoughts that we had as we were designing this was the fact that, just like in any market, we need to think about this as day one, day two.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it would be appreciated maybe in the lightning round is sort of thinking about, is that a good thing to do, which is don't overcomplicate the initiation. If things don't come out as you sort of anticipate, you can always build on, not changing the volume, but certainly adding attributes that you might want to say, well, things aren't quite happening. I'd be interested in everyone's thoughts on that, if that would create uncertainty or just allow us an opportunity to see sort of the organic growth of the markets first and then figure out where government needs to intervene.
Yeah, and you might want to, because we didn't start even thinking about that until our markets had already been developed. And it's not only about the participants in the market, though. It's also about customers. I honestly don't think that ratepayers in New Jersey understand what they're paying for this stuff. And it's because, it ends up getting built into the bids for the load serving entities put into BGS. It ends up, there are all different ways in which it's incorporated into their rates, and they just don't know. They don't understand it. And to the extent you can avoid that, I think it's definitely it's a value to the process itself, because the more customers understand it, the more they'll value it.
One quick point on pricing. So these are rough numbers. I don't have the exact ones in front of me, but today the Connecticut rec spot price is around $45. But whenever they procured a couple of years ago under a bundle of long-term contracts, those
Could you speak up, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, I did not turn the microphone on. All right. I'll restart real quick. So in Connecticut, the spot prices today are around $40 to $45 a rec. But a couple years ago, whenever they bought bundled long-term contracts for both energy and recs, the public figures showed that the recs were coming in around $15 a rec. So 45 spot, but 15 under long-term contracts. So whenever I see any power purchase agreement coming out of New England State, it always comes with a press release saying that due to the long-term contract, it saves ratepayers X millions of dollars over the duration of the contract. Often this is in the tens, if not hundreds of millions. So the staff white paper on page 12, it did talk about the benefits of long-term contracts for Tier 1, but I would also like to highlight that it's good for all tiers and that there is a significant hedge value for Tier 2 as well. Thank you.
Okay. I was actually going to respond to the idea of the signals for different locations. We had a concept in our comments in the LSR proceeding that if you did solicitations for bundled PPAs, the entities reviewing those bids, whether it's the state or the utilities, could review them not just on the bid price, but on comparing that price to the projected value in the ISO markets, both capacity and energy, so that you would, and we called that an implied rec. And the idea was, rather than a credit multiplier or an adder, you would actually be retaining some of the signals of the market for location of time of use, time of day, production in that way. But I would also suggest that what Ed mentioned for having solicitations that emphasize different things, what might be complicated for the utilities to do could be possible for LIPA and NYPA to do. And we're certainly hoping that this program will have a regular solicitation schedule for bundled PPAs from LIPA and NYPA as well. And then just sort of to state the obvious, our goal is to maximize in-state development of renewables. We think that that's important for economic benefit and because New York ratepayers are paying for it. So if the program ends up being dominated or have even a big chunk of it be imports from Canada, especially if it's hydro that's been subsidized by the Canadian government, that I wouldn't see that as a successful program for New York.
I'm excited about being the last one before the lightning round. Okay, so that's great. All right, so I'm going to go just really quickly. I want to hit on a couple of things. Considerations for the tiers. One of the things that didn't come up was, as we think about costs in tiers, there's also the possibility of stimulating new technologies and driving costs down. NYSERDA's white paper on offshore wind, even though we believe that the base cost projections were very high in that, much higher than we'd actually see in the real market today, that it was absolutely right that a fixed quantity of offshore wind being committed in New York State would come down in price by 50%. And so as we design the tiers, and that's a nice sort of white paper, that's not me. We agree with that if you make a commitment that's large enough and a tier is a mechanism that can accomplish that you can see a very significant cost reduction within a very near-term period of time. Second was the issue of the Commerce Clause, which was brought up. There are a number of ways of handling that, but both New Jersey and Massachusetts, in the context of their Offshore Wind Economic Development Act and their current design of their long-term procurement program, dealt with that, and they dealt with it with a deliverability requirement rather than a project location requirement. So there's precedent on how that can be addressed. And then I just wanted to bring up the issue of the question of tiers versus alternative programs. I think a couple of considerations that should be brought into there are what are the resources that could compete, what's the visibility in that type of a marketplace, and then what's the fundamental economics of the ultimate energy system that we're trying to create. Because as we think about a downstate system, one of the things that's really unique in New York is we've got this bottleneck where everything comes in through Dunwoody and then has got to go out through the rest of downstate. And so in that, in a system like ours, where we've got a fundamental bottleneck, we really have two different energy systems, and a downstate tier or an offshore wind tier would be serving a market that is fundamentally separated from other parts of the state with real constraints.
I'm going to somewhat echo what Ann and Clint said. I think we agree this should be a New York program, and I think the deliverability requirement that's effectively built into the current program is a good idea. What that means for Canadian Hydro, I don't know, but it would have to be, at a minimum, it has to be physically delivered into the state. You could use a similar, and I think this is what Clint is getting at, but a similar model I think could make sense within the state as well. I think it makes sense that whatever contract mechanism we end up with has something that correctly values the energy at the point where it's being developed. And this means that Clint and I are going to compete because Clint has got a project that's delivering into Long Island, and I'm going to have a project that's out in, Western New York somewhere, and I'm going to have to somehow pay a huge basis in transmission to get there. And I think that's a good competition to have. And that sort of goes to your point, Raj, about should we pay for the highest cost resource, and let's make it deliverable. Perhaps maybe that helps get you there. And then another final point, and then you can do a lightning round. Going to your point about the way consumers see the cost of this, I've always felt that we should be comparing the cost of new renewables not to the existing market price in New York, But you have to start with this assumption that you need new power plants. So you should be comparing the cost of new renewables to the cost of a new power plant, whether it's a new gas plant, that would make more sense. And I understand why when we value RECs, we may look at the REC as the difference between the wholesale power price and what the bid project needs. But you really ought to think about what an alternative project would be. And that's a much different scenario. Then your REC price looks much different, and people aren't looking at this and saying, geez, we're paying this huge premium for renewable energy, when in fact it may be, right now gas prices are really low, so I don't know what an inherent REC price is. Maybe it's $10 instead of people saying it's $25. But if you were to compare it, there's been points since I've been developing wind projects in New York where we were actually cheaper than what a new gas plant would cost. And I think that ought to be looked at.
Before we go into lightning round, I should have done this at the beginning. I'm going to do my own little Miranda here. Since I wear two hats, both as the head of the Department of Public Service and a chair, I am a decision maker, so nobody should assume my questions are anything other than questions and not indication of where I'm going to vote, but thank you.
So, we've got 20 minutes. That means everybody gets about 2 minutes, but if you use less, you get a bonus rec. Clint, you're up.
Okay, very quickly. First, agree with Eric that the comparison here should be to resources that need to be purchased for the state. And I would say that particularly for offshore wind, we should be looking at the resources downstate, where we know that there is a need for new capacity in the near term and a need for new transmission. So we should look at the alternative comparison to that. Other than that, our focus is that offshore wind needs a signal to create demand, that the type of commercial arrangement that we need is the same as other resources, but that we just need longer than that. So we want to see something included for offshore wind as part of this program with a real definitive commitment by 2016, which would allow resources to start coming online in the early 2020s.
Thank you. Ann.
Is there a question for the lightning round?
This is your elevator speech.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I would just address my last remarks to your question about day one and day two. I think that there's a couple ways to tackle that. You could see if the market develops and then fix it if it doesn't. Or you could start strong with a program that has elements that we have a lot of confidence will attract developers, which is bundled PPAs with the distribution utilities as the counterparty, and then gradually transition into something else as that market develops. And as you get confident in the REC spot market or the liquidity of that market, then you could transition to that. And that has the benefit of sending a strong signal up front to attract developers and maximizing the tax credits, the federal tax credits.
Thank you. Jeff.
First, thank you for all the work that has gone into this. I always love working in New York as y'all use as many possible voices in the room. And you are also the only ones that will bring an economist into a room, which I always love. Just in general, existing renewables.
We have another one sitting. That's right.
From the Brookfield perspective, existing renewables have made and will continue to make a very valuable contribution to New York's sustainability and environmental goals, as well as providing significant jobs and property tax and economic development in the North Country. For a future clean energy standard, we look for long-term contracting opportunities, imports being allowed, specific long-term goals, and finally a tradable REC market that we can all compete in. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephanie.
Well, I can't talk enough about trying to reduce volatility in the market. That's like really the most, I think that's where New Jersey has struggled the most. Remember, these are markets, but they're administratively created markets, and so every time you tinker in one place, something else that you're not anticipating crops up somewhere else. And so it's really very difficult, and there will be, too much tinkering itself could be a problem. So the day one, day two question while yes, you certainly will have the ability to fix things as you go along, the more you tinker, sometimes that actually damages the market that you're trying to create. I would also very much stress cost effectiveness. There are 100 ways to do this, and you could do it and spend $5 billion. You can do it and spend $2 billion, and obviously the latter is the better way to go. And so you really do want to try to look at how do we do this in a way where we got to spend money, you've got to do it, but how do we do it without spending more than we need to?
Thank you.
I guess I'd start by just saying it seems like you guys are on the right track. I think you've done a really great job so far. I guess just kind of general principles that I think we've all been kind of talking about today. I mean, I think predictable targets is important for both generators and suppliers. Price certainty is important as well. Trying to mitigate volatility in the markets, and I think there are ways to do that. And I think there's maybe some best practices to learn from. And to the extent you can, any kind of consistency with neighboring markets where it makes sense. I'm not saying that we've done everything correct. There's certainly mistakes that we've probably made and things that we could change or do better. But we welcome the opportunity to participate in this conversation, and any questions you may have or any help that we can provide, we'd be happy to do that.
First, I want to thank you for the ability to participate here today, and really thank you for putting together this roundtable for an exchange of ideas, in the open, and that's accessible by so many people through the web and so forth. I would just try to hit 4 key topic areas that I spoke about today. About the structure, looking at ways to fine-tune the tiers and the cost recognition so that we're seeing things at cost, low cost, and low volatility. Those are sort of watchwords that we all try to manage the system by. Eligibility, we really do see a role for, not a dominant role, but a role for new large-scale hydro that's going to continue to be developed. It's a low-cost, low-carbon resource. If we really care about cost and carbon, let's not leave something major out like that. Commitments, commitments get it done. We've heard it from the developers. We've heard it from others here. Long-term commitments. There's going to be a lot of resources needed. We need a multi-pronged approach. I think putting all of our eggs in one basket may leave the goals at risk. We'd all like to pull together to help achieve the goals. So, we'll hear more about that this afternoon. And finally, alignment. Helping to align the utilities' interests with the goals through really clear cost recovery and through incentives that reward us for helping you meet the goals. Those are things that are going to help us all to pull together and put the resources in the right place so that we can get this done. And we welcome the opportunity.
Thank you,
Ian. I end where I began, which was with the call for the Commission to accompany the Clean Energy Standard with very aggressive energy efficiency targets, particularly for the utilities. I do think you've incorporated some of the best aspects, the lessons we've learned from the original RPS program, most importantly, the use of long-term contracts and the deliverability requirement. I would make the point that the structure is important, not only with respect to tiers, but the procurement process, which we'll talk about this afternoon. There are some significant legal issues we had to wrangle with. There are solutions, and you've got certainly talented lawyers at the Commission, but I would flag that. I would emphasize or reiterate Ann's point about finding ways of incorporating both LIPA and NYPA's efforts into this overall effort, because they're serving a very large portion of the load here in New York State, and we're not going to achieve the Commission's or the administration's objectives without their active engagement. I endorse Eric's idea that we do need to treat offshore wind. Maybe it warrants a separate tier. I mean, I think to some degree we're preaching to the choir because there's a recognition of the potential importance with respect to offshore wind. And finally, one issue I'll just put out there that we have not discussed today, I know it's an issue the environmental community has been talking about, is coming to, and this goes to the cost issue, and that's coming to a better understanding as to whether the utilities should or should not be allowed to engage in ownership of some of these resources. They've put forward some analysis that suggest that they may be able to do it more cheaply than others in the private sector. I don't know if that's right or wrong. I do think it's an issue, though, that we need a little more examination on.
That's a good teaser for this afternoon.
Good.
Again, I'd like to thank you for including us. And I'll also begin where I started, and it's I'll try to speak louder. Sorry. Is working together because Connecticut is in an opportune a moment where we are doing a very similar review. We're slightly behind. We would, Deputy Commissioner Dykes is available to speak with you, and the nuclear issue is one issue, but just in general, how you guys are doing this. And another way, I think New England, approaching New England through the NESCO process, where you can get the 6 governor appointees to participate in the conversation, I think is something that might want to explore as you get through this, because many of the states in New England, New York, and Reggie states in general have global warming solution acts, and this is a piece of it because those are economy wide, but getting the counting right is a big piece, and this, as we establish rec markets, if you're we make sure you're counting them the same in your 2 areas. Do they follow each other? And I think that's a long-term issue that we don't want to start trying to make sure we don't get too far away from our 2 different legislative requirements. But again, I think we would like to work with New York, and we're glad to see this happening. And it's and the white paper really looks like at our states in New England, our successes and our failures, and is taking the best. So that's good, and we will also try to learn in that process as we go on.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'd like to congratulate you on the white paper and bringing all the stakeholders together. It's an ambitious program, and I think you're off to a good start. So in terms of a couple points I've jotted down here, on the agenda you talked about transparency, stability, and certainty. I think those are very important principles for any kind of a program like this. So in terms of transparency, I was going to mention that Mike in Massachusetts does a really good job of very comprehensive RPS compliance report every year, monthly updates on the progress of the program. In terms of stability, what we've seen is that the programs, they do have to make tweaks as they go. So there's inevitable unintended consequences, and it's possible to remedy those problems over time. And then in terms of certainty, a lot of people have mentioned it, long-term clarity, long-term contracting, for example, helps in making these projects financeable. But I would come back to the fact that certainty is important for all the stakeholders at the table. And it is an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of the utilities, the ratepayers, the industry, the developers, and the government. And when one is disadvantaged, that can actually cause a lot of problems for the program overall. So it's important to think about the whole ecosystem.
I want to thank you also for inviting me for the conversation. I looked at the white paper. It's a great framework. You've made a good start. You have a lot of decisions yet to be made in a very short period of time. For my closing comments, I'd like to make a very narrow point and a more broad point. The narrow point is with respect to the comment earlier about ensuring that out-of-state resources are deliverable. I'd be very careful about the language you use, that if you want it to be delivered and not just deliverable. I think I saw in the white paper some language that said deliverable. It's like it's possible, but it's not really required. That's language that Ohio used in their RPS, and it was always a little bit confusing as to whether or not the energy had to be delivered into the state. So just pay close attention to that. The broad point is you have a lot of goals, a lot of public policy goals that you want to achieve with this, and you have a lot of competing stakeholder voices who want their views to be incorporated, and to try to address them means that you end up getting sometimes a fairly complicated product. So my suggestion, and I know it's vague, but keep it simple. Try to be aware that accommodating this issue, this public policy agenda, may lead to a more complicated administrative process and product. So try to keep it simple. Probably 10 years ago or so, some colleagues at Lawrence Berkeley Lab did a study of the California RPS at that time. And it stayed in my mind because the public title of the report was, "Does it have to be this hard?" So please keep it simple.
First, like many others here, I think long-term contracting is key. Second, I continue to think it's worth considering credit multipliers for offshore wind. And third, in your report, white paper, it says you are going to be doing a study on the potential cost of the RPS. I urge you, when you do that at the same time you quantify the environmental and economic benefits of the RPS, so that you don't just quantify the costs, and you can use a recent study by Lawrence Berkeley National Lab and the National Renewable Energy Lab on the benefits of RPS as a model for how to do that.
I'm encouraged by where this is headed, and I appreciate the chance to be here. I guess I'm going to agree with Ed. Let's keep it simple. Set the rules and make them clear for us. Set them as far out as you can. If there's adjustments that you think you're going to have to make, maybe spell those out. Say these are things that we think we may want to tweak in the future, but anyway, that would help as opposed to just coming up with tweaks as they go. Let's see. And then the last thing is, this is the first time it was brought up, but I really like the idea of a compliance report that comes out every year.
I brought it with me.
Keep that simple. Show the percentage that you're meeting. I think that pulls in the energy efficiency point. It should be a real simple thing to do. It could be online. In fact, it doesn't need to be a slick report. It just needs to show the numbers, and that would help people have confidence they can see where you're headed and why you might make some kind of adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to, not part of the lightning round, but using my moment. There's some questions earlier about New York GATS and where, sort of hoping for it. It's on track. Phase 1 next month, full functionality by summer. Obviously designed for the purpose of, among other things, tracking compliance here, and obviously including accuracy with respect to imports and exports. So that shouldn't be a secret where we are on that, but for those who had a question, that's where it is.
Thank you. So, well, first of all, I want to thank everybody here. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. This is great. I thought it was a great conversation. We got a lot out of it and a lot to take back. I think I appreciate everyone's attendance. We'll be reconvening at 1:45. But thank you all, and look forward to seeing you in about an hour.
Amy, we're going to find literally a seat at the table for you. As everybody can imagine, this was it's a well-attended panel. We had no shortage of people who wanted to participate. Thank you all for coming. The chair will be joining us shortly, but in light of the time, and we're nothing if not perceptive, so we know it's Friday afternoon, we know it's 1:45, and we know nobody wants to stay until 5. So we're going to do our best to try to move this along so that we can break more closer to 4:30 than to 5. And I want to thank everybody for coming and just following the start of this morning's panel. I'd like to ask that we just quickly go around the table and ask everybody to introduce themselves. For those that may be joining that didn't observe this morning's panel, my name is Scott Wiener. I'm the Deputy for Markets and Innovation at the Department of Public Service.
And I am Tina Palmero. I'm the Acting Director of the Office of Clean Energy at the Department of Public Service.
I'm Pete Fuller with Market and Regulatory Affairs for NRG Energy.
Seth Kaplan. I'm with EDP Renewables.
Hi, I'm Tanuj Diora with the Solar Electric Power Association.
Hi, Toby Shea with Moody's.
Good afternoon, Frank Hershey with Direct Energy.
Gavin Donahue, Independent Power Producers of New York.
Julie Nemoln-Smith, UBS Investment Research.
Hi, Mary Sotos with World Resources Institute.
Two mics.
Ted Rose, Gravity Renewables.
Hi, Kevin Lang for the City of New York.
Hi, Amy Grace, Head of America's Research at Bloomberg New Energy Finance.
Barry Scheingold, New Energy Opportunities.
Chris Perot with Ethical Electric.
Jim Tripp, Environmental Defense Fund.
Alan Page for Taylor Biomass Energy.
I'm Bob Kendall with Navigant Consulting, and as this morning's panel showed, we're representing National Grid and Con Ed as well. We're doing work for them.
John Williams, NYSERDA.
Raj Adipalli, Managing Director of Utility Rates and Service at DPS.
So again, following this morning's structure a little bit, I want to start by asking the panelists to think about offering some quick thoughts on best practices, lessons learned, as we look to the issue really of procurement now. This had the title of long-term contracting. This morning's discussion touched upon the relative advantages or disadvantages of long-term contracting. Certainly want to invite anybody who wants to take up the cause that long-term contracting may not be the best route to go, or what are the circumstances under which it might not be. And then begin to turn to some of the questions that lie at the heart of this. Two process points. Again, ask you to please turn up your tent card, your name card if you want to speak. I will do my best to recognize people in the order in which it's turned up, always exercising the prerogative of the chair just to mix it up for fun. And lastly, please be sure to speak into the microphone, as I'm doing now and was not doing before. Those of you that sat in the back will appreciate the need for that. But even more importantly, our court stenographer, as well as people who are observing through the web, need that. So, who would like to start with an opening comment? Peter.
Why not? Somebody's got to start.
So it's always risky to be first up, but what the heck? Somebody's got to kick this off. So want to, first of all, set the stage a little bit. You know, as folks probably know, NRG is very diverse across this space. So we are a very large independent power producer in sort of the conventional wholesale space. We have a very large presence in the retail space, so, you know, on the ESCO side of this, if that's where the obligation ends up. And we're also very interested in developing renewables of many stripes and types. So we're coming at this, I think, from a fairly unique perspective in that regard. And with that in mind, I want to do, first of all, set the stage, and I think it's important. I've heard elements of this, but never heard it quite as explicitly as I've been thinking about it. There really are two pieces, and here that we need to talk about. There's the compliance element of the Clean Energy Standard RPS, and we certainly think about that from the point of view of the retail ESCO side of our business and so forth. And we think that there's an important distinction with what we're talking about here, which is the procurement side of the business, and how do you actually make sure that investments happen. And I think we heard it this morning, and it's very consistent with our experience and viewpoint that much as we would like the spot compliance market to really drive that investment, we've never really seen that be successful. And so in our experience and looking at the basic economics and what it takes to finance projects and so forth, we think long tenor, long-term bundled PPAs is really the way to go. Through a competitive procurement, you're going to get the best pricing, you're going to get the experienced developers, you're going to get the best risk management approaches, and really drive the best overall outcome in terms of meeting the stated objectives of the 50% or whatever the number is at the time, as well as lowest cost and greatest efficiency. Once we, with that in place, and in our mind assumed, we go to, okay, how do you take that, and we're assuming it's NYSERDA or probably the utilities in that role of being on the buy side of the procurements. How do you then turn that around and build a vibrant compliance market? And again, much as we would like to see that be a real market, we have real concerns about the liquidity, the challenges of getting a liquid market with a relatively small pool of sellers. And I don't know that those are unsolvable, but we're kind of thinking hard about a mechanism that, much like one or two of the panelists this morning said, just kind of take the costs of that and flow that through to every kilowatt hour of ESCO obligation, whether it's utility default service or ESCO obligation. It just becomes the cost of that tier 1 REC. Not sure that's a perfect outcome, but we think there's a lot of benefits to that in terms of avoiding potential volatility and other things about that compliance market. So we think that's an important point. And maybe the third point I'd put on the table to start the conversation is, again, there was some discussion about it this morning, the timing of all of this. I think there is a natural tendency to want to move fast and want to begin really pushing this investment market. But we see certainly the experience over the last few years of cost declines and increasing efficiency in development and project build, and think it would be, New York would be very well advised to take that into account. We're setting up a brand new structure here. Start slow and then ramp up over time, so that the real build and the real procurements for heavy-duty new requirements start, some years down the road. So I have a lot of thoughts on a lot of other issues, but those are kind of our headline points at this point.
Hey, thank you. Seth?
Well, I'm delighted to be able to agree with 2 out of the 3 things of Pete's main point. And those who tracked New England 10 years ago remember when I was at an environmental group and Pete was representing coal plants. So back in those days, we tended to not agree quite as much. Well, I think it's actually really important to think about sort of the interaction between the topics that were discussed in the first panel and this one. And I make sort of an energy efficiency analogy in terms of, the old Amory Lovins line that, nobody pays a rate, everyone pays a bill. And the best way to control ACP expense, which is what people really care about, right, is how much you actually have to pay for ACP, is to eliminate the need to pay ACP. So even, that if you're not having to pay any of it, what the dollar amount per megawatt for ACP is actually academic. And if you manage the process, and I would, mildly disagree with Pete in terms of what is and isn't a market. All markets are defined by their regulation. I've always, when somebody says it's not a real market, I say, what the hell is a real market? It's with 2 cavemen, one with shiny rocks, one with firewood, maybe. But, if you have sufficient supply through a well-run, effective, efficient long-term contracting mechanism, then there will be sufficient supply in the system and there will not be ACP. And a lot of that discussion about the level setting for the ACP becomes academic. And then, hooked into that, I would actually, going in with the point that was made this morning about dollar cost averaging, I think we should have a certain amount of humility about, about trying to avoiding timing the markets, but we know what the long-term trend is. The long-term trend around, because of decarbonization, is going to be towards away from fossil fuels of necessity. So if we can lock in prices that get us in the right direction, that provides price stabilization and a good price hedge from zero emissions generation, then we know that to some extent that it is a good bet. The second thing I would really focus on here is thinking about this in terms of harnessing skill sets of institutions and organizations. And this comes back around to the question of utility-owned generation. What is the appropriate role for the utility? I would say perhaps as a hypothesis, if you had something, one of the examples from Connecticut that works, pretty well there is a table that includes the utilities and the state selecting projects with the state at the head of the table and having the ultimate authority there, but with the utilities deeply involved in the procurement process is pretty attractive. And just as, again, as a hypothesis, perhaps to bring it into New York, something like NYSERDA buying the RECs and the LSEs buying the power and doing it as two simultaneous contracts of the same tenor done at the same time through the same procurement and creating a de facto bundled contract is an idea that I know has been discussed. And then the last thing I'll say here is, and this is where I do disagree with Pete, is on timing. We have an external reality that the last wind projects that will get 100% production tax credit will be commercial, before December 31st, 2018. And and then it's going to start declining by 20%, as it phases out. There is an external reality, and then there's also, putting back on my old Enviro hat for a second, the fact that we have an imperative to reduce emissions as fast as we possibly can. That not to speak against the need for care and getting it right before you launch. There is a real-time imperative on the climate side, and there's a real-time imperative in terms of getting New York customers the full value of the production tax credit to doing the project sooner rather than later.
Thank you. So we can frame some issues. Gavin.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity. Best practices, lessons learned, Scott, is what you said about procurement. And I think it's important to let the crowd know and my fellow panelists that our membership takes the governor's directive very seriously. We have led the way over the last 15 years in reducing, I think, CO2 in the neighborhood of 50% of CO2 over the last 15 years. And at the same time, have constructed about 10,000 megawatts of generating capacity, about 1,700 megawatts of wind, and have closed or retired 6,000 megawatts of inefficient generation. We've been strong advocates for the RPS and strong advocates for the RGGI program itself. I want to take them in pieces, if you don't mind. We believe, and these are longstanding IPNI positions, that the NYSERDA model and a REC-only program works. That the problem with the program in getting things built maybe as quickly as a state would like is more of a budget issue, a timing issue. At times the money gets rated for other purposes and programs don't get completed the way they should. So we believe the REC-only model at this point is the way to go, and the transition into a longer-term market-based program, and I think this will initiate some debate, is to internalize the price of carbon into the energy price, to actually lower the cap, to raise the prices so that you can have a market signal sent to build the clean initiatives you want over the long term. I know that that could be controversial, but we believe, not all my members, but a lot of my members believe that we should internalize the RGGI price as a way to accomplish those goals. We think CFD just further promotes regulatory uncertainty, contract for differences based on the litigation that's pending in Maryland and New Jersey, and the governor's goals to get this program up and running, and it could be very risky from a procurement standpoint. So those are the issues that have been put on the table in the white paper on the options, and I thought it'd be very clear to lay those out. We are still going through our due diligence internally, since comments aren't due until March 14th, but I really think it's really important that the RGGI program be part of the consideration, and that the NYSERDA REC-only program really be on the table. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary, then Kevin.
I just wanted to make one comment about the REC-only contracting versus bundled contracting, or like a top-up. The one thing I'd say...
I can't even.
Oh, is it on? Just kiss it a little bit more. So I just wanted to make one comment about the REC-only contracting versus the bundled contracting or the top-up payment. One thing to note is that obviously the more certainty you have on the offtake price, the lower your cost of financing is, and the lower the cost of the renewables is overall. With regards to REC-only contracting, where you actually are exposed to the power prices, if in New York State you're talking about adding a lot of wind and solar in a short amount of time, just remember that wind and solar, because they have no marginal cost of generation, will, as we've seen in California and Germany, force down the prices, the wholesale power prices, which means that there's a lot of risk to that long-term power price that you get as a wind and solar operator. And in California and Germany, what we've seen essentially is when you build a ton of wind and solar, when the wind generates or when the solar generates, we've seen this in West Texas too, the power prices come down, and the new developers don't want to take the risk on those power prices. So it's actually much cheaper overall to bundle or have a fixed price for your contract than it is to just contract the RECs and have the exposure to the market price.
So just a few brief thoughts to start. First off, I mean, the city and the state have very comparable policies, and the CES, in our view, makes a whole lot of sense. We even think that the ZEC portion of it also makes a lot of sense if we're trying to reduce carbon. Keeping the nukes there on an economic basis makes sense, and we think that's a very good idea. So we certainly support the effort that the Commission is making. There's been a few people commenting on the timing. I guess I would agree with Seth and disagree with Pete in terms of when we should be moving forward. We believe we should be moving forward now. At the same time, we need to be cognizant, and it was something I think it was Mike Judge said this morning, you can't set standards that are unachievable, because all you're going to do is drive up costs and not achieve the desired results. So as we look at what the targets are over time, they have to match as we're building the supply to be able to cost effectively meet those targets. In terms of long-term contracts, I would agree. I think there's a common sentiment here that probably makes the most sense in order to get where we need to go. But in terms of lessons learned, Scott, one of the issues that you raised in the initial question, we need to remain cognizant of our experience with long-term contracts in New York, particularly in the 80s and 90s, where customers were exposed to billions of dollars of costs. And I think it was Pete that said it this afternoon, and a few people said it this morning. The costs of these technologies are dropping. They're dropping constantly. And I don't know what the right answer is, but we have to be careful that we're not locking in prices now that in perhaps a few short years become very, very high above market prices. So we need to structure these things to provide the certainty needed to developers so that they build the projects, but we need to do it in a way that is also protective of customers and protective of costs in New York. And then the last thing, and I know Gavin is certainly going to disagree with me on this, but we should stay open to who's actually doing these projects. If the market isn't responding, or if the market is much more expensive than a utility option, from the city's perspective, what's important is that we move forward with this and we get the renewables in place and providing the benefits to the city, the state, to everybody. And if a utility option is cheaper than a third-party option, that's something that shouldn't just be automatically foreclosed. To us, it's about the least cost to achieve the goals, and we need to create a balance between those goals and those costs. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Obviously, we take these goals very seriously, and from an environmental point of view, the faster we can move towards them, the better. And the question is, how to do that. One of the changes in the staff white paper that came out recently compared to the NYSERDA report is an estimate of the amount of new incremental renewables capacity that we need. It's a much larger figure. When I was in the technical workshop panel last July, I thought the number in the NYSERDA report was unrealistically low. I just didn't see how you were going to get to the renewables, goal. So we have a more realistic number, and I suspect, I don't know, I haven't seen anywhere a number how much we can get out of hydro, how much incremental we can get. I'd be interested in seeing that, but I think a whole lot of that is going to have to come from wind and solar. So we have these ideas for different approaches, and I guess my thought that I'd like to, explore, sort of building a little bit on what Kevin said, given the fact that the amount that the state is going to need is so much larger than envisioned last July, why do we have to use just one approach? I mean, why would we go just with NYSERDA? Why would we just go with utility, long-term contract bundled PPAs? Why would we go just with utility-owned generation? So I'd be interested in some exploration as to, let me add, the technical analysis I've seen so far does not tell me that one approach, under all reasonable assumptions, has a material advantage over others. So I'd be interested in some exploration as how one would structure long-term procurement using at least two of those three approaches, maybe all three. Now, they all play by somewhat different rules, and certainly the utilities play by different rules in terms of financing and their legal responsibilities from the independent power producers. So, at least in my view, I don't know how to structure a system where they would fairly directly compete against each other.
So I just wanted to interrupt you for a second, Jim, because I do want to return to the question that you raised, so I want to invite everybody to be thinking about it when you're not listening to your colleagues, and that is, does a portfolio approach to procurement make sense? If there are inherent strengths or weaknesses, and if it does make sense, what criteria might be applied, or how we go about setting the levels? And that's something I'd like to devote a little time to shortly.
Well,
everybody's putting their cards up.
I mean, just part of the idea for using these different approaches is, and to start off big enough so that we can really see what happens, and then we have some real-world experience to see how they compare in terms of timing and cost, and that would be invaluable. And the allocations can change over time.
I think that's a useful question. So as we go there, I think, and we should go around the table because this is one of the issues that the Commission's been grappling with for the last couple years. Can we also, I think in the conversation, probably get some better definition when we talk about utility ownership, because I think even that issue has been somewhat obscured as to, are we really talking about utilities running power plants, or are we talking about regulated investment in developed and owned resources, which may have different reactions from different people. And is it then the question is, in terms of that, is some of the things that we were talking about, is it individual investments in individual assets, or is it shared investment in assets? So, you know, so there's probably a multitude of sort of, we can go to the Baskin Robbin flavor of procurement, but how many different ways. But if we could maybe, it'd be good to hear from the panelists. I think we heard this morning a lot of nodding heads. You know, we should always be looking for the lowest cost method. Of course, we don't want the lowest cost method to be one that just sort of puts us on a path where that's the only method. So we have to think about the portfolio. So I think it's a very good question, and one I would love to hear everybody's thoughts about.
Tariq?
Oh, sorry. Thanks. So, Tanuj Dior with the Solar Electric Power Association. And I should mention, we've got membership that spans across utility ownership and independent power producers. So I'm probably surely going to offend parts of all my membership with any comments that I make here. So I'll try to be somewhat conceptual, actually. I want to build on to Amy's point, though, about the value of bundled RECs and energy. And that is, there is a value that we haven't talked a lot about here. It may have been mentioned briefly, but I do want to emphasize it, which is consumers do benefit from price stability. And so if we're not going to, if we want to give them that benefit, at least for part of the portfolio, you'll want to make sure that the benefit that solar and wind and other renewable technologies can provide in terms of price stability does flow down to the end consumers. But to build upon that and answer the question, Scott, that you put out there, there are a number of conflicts that I think different stakeholders are valuing differently, which I think the Commission needs to consider. And some of these include the stability versus the liquidity. If you want to make sure you have sufficient supply at the least cost, you're going to want to think about both of those things. And some of these solutions favor stability, some favor liquidity. There is uncertainty even with these stable renewable resources in terms of how much they produce every year. There's going to be uncertainty on what's in the interconnection queue actually becoming a project. There's actually also uncertainty in terms of the preferred method of preferred market structure that the independent power producers have. When I first started in as an independent power producer, as a project developer, there was a bias in my organization to go only to the spot markets and to take market risk. And then after some things changed in the industry, that went to the PPA model. So, right, exactly. So I went from being, it turns out, circumstantially unpopular with the originators to very popular with the originators. So I think just having that flexibility is pretty important, and it suggests also the portfolio approach of having multiple different options on the table at each check-in point. So every 3 years or every time you run a procurement, having multiple options. Also thinking very in a sophisticated way how much you want to get developed in the spot market, and understanding there may be some costs associated with that. And being willing to bear that cost because it provides you flexibility and liquidity is pretty important.
Thank you. Julian.
Can you guys hear me? All right, cool. So a number of different points, actually. I'll try to get to a few of them. I think the fundamental point that I keep coming back to is it's a risk spectrum, right? And I think the point that I'd make more than anything is you can clearly do renewable procurement if you do a 20-year bundled project, right? You see it everywhere. It works. But that's not necessarily the low-cost solution, right? You can go to a very easy solution, or you can go somewhere in the middle that balances that risk-reward in probably a more effective manner, right? And especially in a state that is already restructured, that has market mechanisms in place, it's really key. The fact that there is a energy market that can be hedged, I think, is really important when you think about the ability to do something that's 10 or 7 years. So perhaps I want to introduce that notion of a spectrum first off, right? Because there's no clear answer. The question is, what is the lowest cost solution, right? You can do it in a number of different ways. But to take that a step further, right, the question is going to be, or maybe an example would be, New England, right? 7-year capacity lock-in. You don't have a lot of liquidity elsewhere to be able to lock in deals. But in conventional gas-fired power plants, you can get 7-year deal. You get a capacity contract for 7 years, and people are able to finance off that. And again, you're dealing with renewables here which have a higher initial cost, There's some different it's a little bit apples and oranges, but you want to think about that. The reality is you offer someone a 7-year deal in New England, and they've been able to make that work as something they can hedge off, right? So I think that's an important data point to show you that it doesn't need to be 20 years. All right, so that's probably the second point. The third point on this is really liquidity in markets, right? Think about the backdrop that we're dealing with here, right? You've got an energy market here. That's a good thing. The bad part is that it's actually becoming less liquid, right? Markets overall, given capital implications on banks, given implications on trading houses, they just can't deal with as many hedges, right? There's just that many projects out there already under development that limit the ability for them to be a counterparty, right? So that's sort of the issue du jour. The point I'd make in terms of the liquidity here is there is a big risk premium that's going to be applied, right, for a counterparty to take this risk. If you have a merchant-only market, the developer can't develop on a merchant-only basis. They're going to have to go out to that market to hedge this risk. And it's going to be RECs, and it's going to be energy. In energy, you're just going to end up paying a big premium. In the REC market, that's a different story. In fact, maybe we talk about long-term procurement of a bundle, but let's break them up. The REC situation is actually a much trickier situation. You have a context here where, for instance, I don't want to name solar companies, but you have solar companies out there which literally exclude from their forecasts any SREC revenues. Because why would we do that? It is so volatile that you're not going to give us any credit as public equity investors. You have private equity firms that just simply don't want to look at deals that involve too much SREC or REC risk, right? I think that speaks to the inability to hedge, right? And when you look at the forward markets there, you're talking about 3 or 5 years. You're talking about big numbers relative to energy prices in certain markets, right? Energy prices could be $30, but RECs could be, name your favorite price, $50, right? There's a big value component there that's unhedged. So that's the liquidity consideration you want to think about. And then last, two further points. Competitive procurement, right? Going back to the point just raised. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to bring everyone to the table in the conversation, right? Why close yourself out of the gates? The question that you want to, or a few statements or observations rather. I think when it comes to utility participation, you want to recognize that specifically in the state, you've got limitations for them about their capital structure. They're a utility first and foremost, and a competitive developer or renewable developer secondarily, right? And so the balance sheet implications are very important. They're also important in the context of signing up PPAs, but that's sort of secondary. And then the other consideration in renewable procurement is that given that we're dealing with tax credits, that's a separate, different market. And so for utilities, they can't absorb tax credits quite in the same manner if it's done through a rate-based construct. So in many instances, we see competitive markets where utilities and third-party developers can compete, but you keep the utilities out structurally because of the way the ITC flows through rate base, right? And again, it depends exactly how you want to treat it, and are you going to let the utility do a third-party development? But I think that's important to recognize. Even if you open up the gates, it's not obvious that they can compete. And then maybe the last point, and I'll go back to what Amy was saying a second ago. I cannot reiterate enough, right? The fact that these products tend to be deflationary, or at least the energy market outlook is certainly deflationary, and environmental markets tend to be deflationary too. Either because regulatory risk enters in and these RECs become worthless for whatever reason that there's regulatory intervention, or the program is successful. There is a massive deflationary trend in renewables itself. The RECs become deflationary simply because it is so effective in what it's trying to do. So given that risk profile of the RECs, given what you know is a deflationary environment in that product, given the deflationary environment in energy, you want to think about that holistically as well. The risk of the premiums you're going to pay for a strictly merchant model is real. But I'm not saying you want to go to the 20-year product either, right? So I'll leave it there. It probably opens up enough fodder for the conversation.
No, I think I need a minute just to digest.
Yeah, I tried to go through and address each one, everyone's point, right, categorically.
Pretty damn comprehensive. Ethical, oddly enough, is somewhat like NRG in that we're a retailer, smaller, and we're also getting into community solar, much smaller than NRG. But we play in sort of two areas here. And we have a couple of thoughts. I'm going to try to stay away from most of Julian's points because I still have to figure them out. But a couple of points. One is we would like, in the structure, I sort of agree with Pete on some of his points. We believe a bundled PPA seems to make sense for us. Certainty as well. I think one of the sort of the key things to think about is who are long buyers in this market, right? Who are natural long buyers? The utilities can certainly be a long buyer. That does make sense in a lot of ways. The state, clearly a long buyer. In a variety of ways, the state can participate in this. The other long buyer is the consumers, who are the people who are going to be buying electricity from the utility for 50 or 60 years. So how do you create a product for them so that they can participate in this market as well? And as you're thinking about, this is where we sort of tie it in a little bit to community solar, because that's a product where consumers can make a commitment and get solar and other distributed renewable resources funded by committing to companies like us or other companies or developers to basically have offtake of that. And there's a lot of work to be done on sort of building this out, I know, and that's ongoing in the state. But I think that's an important thing to think about as well. We, generally speaking, support having a variety of people engaged in the procurement of renewables. So I agree again with Pete on this, that there are, or I guess Jim, there are a variety of people who could be involved and probably should be. I do think we think a lot about liquidity as well, and we think about we're a 100% renewable retailer, one of the few, and so we think a lot about the availability of RECs in a voluntary market as well, and people who want to buy RECs above and beyond this, and how do you provide them with options to get there? And I think that's something that we've thought about, is how do you create liquidity so that customers or companies or anyone else can go into the market and have, that all of the RECs aren't just compliance, although that's great. If you get to 50% by 2030, I applaud that. But there needs to be some other way for people to have access to renewable generation and renewable resources. And so we would just say, think about that. And then lastly, I think what's really important, and one of the things that we have struggled with in our business, in particular in New York, to be honest, has been some transparency and not being able to see what's going on all the time with RECs in wholesale markets, and being able to see sort of pricing. I think so. We applaud the development of NIGATs. I think that's going to solve some of that problem. But transparency in pricing, transparency in contracting, and then I would just sort of close by saying, to Pete's point as well, I think there needs to be a variety of sellers and buyers in this market, and I think we need to figure out, to me, that's one of the things to solve, is how do you create liquidity so that people have choices and so that people can't control the market. And one of the fears we have is that we could be beholden to someone who is able to set a price because of location issues or whatever, and that could be problematic for a small retailer like us who's trying to sell renewable energy to end-use customers.
Thank you. Alan, then Bob.
Well, I want to start out by
Yeah.
looking for a microphone.
We have a million initiatives.
That's right.
Trying to be efficient.
We appreciate that. But want to start out by saying thank you for allowing us to participate. And going back to the time of Frank Murray, we also participated in the original RPS. And as part of that discussion, what we were looking to develop was a project that took various waste streams, sorting out the biomass, the non-hazardous biomass. And as part of the proceeding said, well, you have to route it through a gasification system. We agreed to that. So we had sorting, separating, we had gasification. And then there also had to be regulation of the fuel, which made sense. So there had to be standards set for that. And then you had to have a DEC monitor. Certainly that made sense to monitor the operation. And then you also needed a beneficial use determination by the DEC. That made sense. And then at the end, and the proceeding, going back to some of the discussion on timing, the proceeding came to an end, and the last question was, where do we certify this type of a system using mixed biomass versus untainted, unadulterated biomass? And what came out of the proceeding was the project had to be up, developed, generating, interconnected into the New York ISO, and then you did comparative emissions testing where you used unadulterated biomass and tested it against adulterated biomass to verify that your emissions from the adulterated biomass were less than or equal to those from unadulterated biomass. Now, taking this project to the investment community, they went bananas with this.
Loved it, right?
They loved it. You've got it. Now, so what we did is we went around that, and we answered an RFP. We got a long-term PPA, and going back to the question at hand, long-term PPAs of at least 20 years with energy capacity, all ancillary services, and RECs, I think are critical. I mean, to separate them out and to try to mix and match, that's why we're all here today. So we did wind up with a contract, but we keep bumping up against the standard that the Commission has set in the Biomass Power Guide that says comparative emissions testing is required, up to and including we went to the Green Bank looking for some securitization of some of the debt that we had in the project. And they said, well, you're not authorized because you're not eligible. We actually had to go to the Commission, we had to go through attorneys to get to a point where it was noted that it was eligible, but still the Green Bank comes back and says, you're eligible, but until you do the comparative emissions testing, we want all of these requirements prior to closing. So bottom line is we were very encouraged with the clean energy standard that was produced, the white paper that staff came out with. And we went through the entire document, and unfortunately, the one area that looks like it is going to continue, up to and including a reference to it in Appendix C, is there's no modification of the Biomass Power Guide. And in a competitive market, in a market that builds on certainty, we have to do something with that. I mean, set a standard, whatever it is. Either we meet it or we don't meet it. But after the project is up and cooking, to then go back and test to see if you can actually sell RECs just doesn't make any sense in the marketplace. So, but, you know, a couple of other items to pass along. You know, as far as utility participation is concerned, you know, I agree that investments, for example, that look to equity participation, and there's been a number of those types of investments. For example, there have been a number of historic power plants that have been built in the state where there were co-tenancy agreements. There were co-tenants that came together. They had one managing co-tenant, and then over a period of time, you bought out of those contracts. And so you could have utility participation, and over a period of time, you could phase out that equity participation in a project such as that. Another thing that utilities also bring to the table, besides an adequate balance sheet and some financing capability, keeping the price of debt down, is, boy, they have some tremendous understanding of the marketplace. And that's invaluable. It can take eons of time to go through some of these processes that take place in the New York ISO through regulation, et cetera, that are just costly. And if you had a partner such as a utility, you could short circuit a lot of that, essentially reducing costs.
Thank you. Bob?
Thank you. I have a little bit different perspective, a little bit on my background, which will perhaps help. I worked for Southern California Edison for 30 years, and I ran their procurement organization for about 5 years. And as a consultant, I've done a number of procurements in the Northeast and New York and so forth. I've also been president of a renewable energy company that developed new projects. So I feel I have a little bit different perspective perhaps than some of the other panel members. I would strongly encourage the Commission to allow bundled contracts. Every place we've looked in the country where RECs and energy have been separated, there's been real problems with going forward. I think you'll be much more successful if you have bundled contracts. Second point is, and I agree with a couple of the other panel members, that I don't know why you'd want to exclude any particular option, whether it be utility ownership, whether it would be minority participation in projects. There's no one perfect way of procuring this amount especially. This is a very extremely ambitious program. It's going to take everybody working cooperatively. It's going to take multiple approaches. And I also encourage the Commission to agree to several approaches at the front end of this when it's initiated. As you pointed out, the chair pointed out this morning, the amount of time it takes to go through the process, to have hearings like this, workshops, to get approvals on things. And so having clear multiple paths at the beginning, I think, is imperative. You can tweak it, as some said, as you go down the line, and I'm sure you will, because you can never get it right the first time, exactly right. And you want to do things to lower costs, but I strongly encourage you to go with several approaches. We've looked at like 9 different models, and a couple that haven't really been talked too much about in some of the white papers and so forth that the Commission may want to consider. One is a prepayment option on a PPA. We've done prepayments for some of the California public utilities, LADWP, for example. They've been able to save 15 to 20% with a prepayment as opposed to a strict PPA. So that's sure. The way a prepayment would work is, and there's different flavors, and this is becoming more and more popular. It started kind of in the gas area with prepayments, but now it's being done for renewable contracts. In simple terms, it involves the utility paying a discounted price for what was bid in a procurement at the front end. The utility obviously has to securitize that prepayment because it needs to be a second mortgage or something. But in order to, this takes advantage of the lower cost of capital of, say, the EDCs or public entities, and it gives the developer a bag of money, if you will, a lot of money at the front end, so it cuts down on his cost of financing. That's a very creative solution. It's worked for both a lot of public entities and some private entities, and be happy to share more information with you on that. We've negotiated several of those, and there's a couple law firms that specialize actually in putting these together in New York City, as a matter of fact. So that's just one creative option. Another one that's been talked about a little bit is, and the chair brought this up, as to what's the utility's role if it has ownership. What's the definition of utility ownership? And there could be different flavors of that. One flavor that seems to work pretty well is a build, own, transfer model, where the utility goes out and essentially selects the developer, or the NRDC could run the procurement. A developer is selected, it develops the project. In the contract, there's a strike price where the EDC can purchase the project at some point in time. And the point in time when the purchase can take place can be varied depending upon, giving the best deal for the ratepayer, if you will. So, for example, maybe you want to have the developer take all the bonus depreciation, and so you delay the buyout, not having it at day one on the COD of the project, but have it, into the term. That can vary pretty tremendously, and in that case, you take advantage of the developer being very experienced in developing projects, so you take advantage of its strongest capabilities. And where the developer tends to be weaker is it has a higher cost of capital. And so with the utility then buying it at some point in time, you can take advantage of the utility's cost of capital. So that's another creative approach that can, I think, really provide tremendous savings to the ratepayers. The predominant thing that obviously you want to be looking at here is how can you meet your 50 by 30 goal, which is imperative, and do that at the lowest possible cost. So having a number of options available, I think, is really the way to go.
Thank you. I want to recognize Mary, but before I do, I just want to drill in for a second to a point you made. I think we all have a tendency when we talk about bundled PPAs, at least I'll confess, that I used to immediately default in my mind to mandated bundled PPAs as the topic under consideration. And as we tried to point out in the white paper, there's a very strong staff preference for self-initiated bundled PPAs that would arise out of their own value. We also recognize that we may have to take actions to incent that. So we're very interested in exploring what the Commission could do, what other policies could help foster self-initiated PPAs, which, to be clear, I'm distinguishing from voluntary action in its term of art sense, which carries along all the concepts and important calculations of additionality. And while that's important, and it's an important part of the market that should be understood, in this context, we're asking the question, how can we, is there anything we can do to help promote self-initiated bundle PPAs? And with that, Mary, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for previewing some of the things that my organization's been thinking about. So first, maybe a quick preview. I'm here representing the World Resources Institute. We are an environmental think tank, but we work on climate and energy issues, and in particular, trying to leverage corporate action, so voluntary commitments that companies have made around climate and energy to help towards our larger goal of decarbonization. And on that effort, we've also been partnering with another NGO, World Wildlife Fund. So the work that I'll be talking about represents that joint effort. But what we've been seeing is that commercial and industrial customers, I think, are an important audience to consider as you're thinking about this portfolio approach to implementation options, and an audience that's increasingly having experience as corporate off-takers for PPA transactions. And this is not a sort of small-scale thing. I mean, companies, I think we saw 60% of Fortune 100 companies have made significant climate and energy goals. So goals that are very consistent with what New York has set out, deep reductions in GHG emissions, high renewable energy procurement goals. And as part of that, as you pointed out, the voluntary market traditionally, has allowed customers to look at procuring renewable energy and RECs pretty broadly across the U.S. So companies in early phases sort of went to where they could get the most affordable RECs to meet those energy targets. But the work that we've been doing is, I think, convening companies to articulate what are the additional benefits and values that they want from renewable energy transactions. And when it comes to that, they're increasingly looking at having local projects to meet local load, collaborating with their utility, having access to long-term contracts, being able to purchase renewable energy from new projects, so wanting to be part of that process to build additional renewable energy. In this context, it can create some challenges when you've already set a very ambitious regulatory target to then understand that a lot of the customers are also seeking renewable energy that's above and beyond that target. But we think there are some ways that, by deliberately including this audience in the implementation process, you might be able to benefit from some economies of scale, for instance. So prioritizing projects where a customer might be able to be the off-taker for some portion of the project to meet their goals. other portion of the project and its compliance recs could go towards meeting the state's goals. So there may be ways that you can get those efficiencies, and customers, increasingly have a lot of expertise around what kind of customer cost structures would work well to trying to incentivize those new arrangements. So we would encourage you to include some of those major commercial and industrial customers as you're thinking about ways to support that renewable energy. Yes, we can share more ideas on that later, but those are our primary thoughts.
Mary, hi, welcome. Say, on the PPAs, what's the typical, is there a typical tenor? Or are they all over?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, 10 to 20 year seems to be what a lot of companies are entering into. But something that companies have articulated is the flexibility and choice around that. So for instance, Excel in Minnesota just recently offered a green tariff to customers that had different options. So you could enter in as a month-to-month, 5-year, 10-year, or longer. And there are trade-offs and risks, associated with those different arrangements. But we've been hearing from companies that they are willing to take on the risk in a lot of these PPA transactions in return for that price certainty and for the ability to credibly claim that renewable energy.
Thank you. I want to try and recognize some people that haven't spoken yet, so I'll start with Ted. And then Barry.
Thank you, Scott. Is this on? Thank you. Got to just talk real close. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be actually following Mary and her emphasis on C&I customers and connection to renewable resources, because that's something that our company, Gravity, is really very interested in and very excited about serving. Just a word about us and the work that we're doing in the state. We're focused on acquiring and rehabilitating and operating existing small hydro assets, as well as developing new resources on existing dams in state. And I think that, so we were very excited when we saw the white paper to see acknowledgement of existing small hydro resources as part of the mix of the state. We believe it's an important piece, and frankly, in some respects, it feels heretofore been taken for granted. So we were excited to see some recognition of it in the white paper. I would say one piece on that, which I think was spoken to this morning, is that we probably would, the only issue that we would take in the white paper would be to sort of divide between competitive and non-competitive. We think moving forward, it's going to be fairly obvious that a clean energy resource is going to be a clean energy resource. And I think that also actions by other states are demonstrating that sooner or later, all of these resources are going to be valued. And the question is really, for us, is whether New York and its resources are going to be lost to neighboring states and or to actual disuse. So, and just one moment about that, which is that, we also, another point made this morning about existing resources, of how important it is to really know what you have. We believe that there's about 800 megawatts of capacity of under 20 megawatt projects in this state, around 200 projects above 500 kW. So, that's a meaningful chunk of assets. And it's and most of those, by and large, are not able to benefit from any state incentives. And really, sort of speaking of the deflationary effects of clean energy, as well as kind of the spot power markets, they're straight ahead in the headwind. And so, one of the projects that's probably being counted on by the state is a 600 kW project in Hoosick Falls. But that project normally generates 3 gigawatt hours, but it's been offline since Hurricane Sandy, and really there hasn't been the market signal to bring it back on. So I think that that's kind of, we see a lot of opportunity to be rehabilitating these assets. We think that they carry benefits, obviously, that other clean energy assets don't. They're generally right downtown. They're part of existing infrastructure in a way that really few clean energy assets are. And they often are part of the history of this state. And frankly, no state has an inheritance of this kind of asset like New York. And so it's especially appropriate to be, I think, considered as this process moves forward. And, I would just say that as we look forward and we're looking for market mechanisms, we're definitely looking for transparency and certainty. Two things that I think that has been echoed before. I think that we're very much in favor of competitive solicitations where we can understand what's actually happening. And I think that that would sort of serve this portion of the market very well as Mary said, an opportunity for consumers, for New York consumers to directly benefit, as Chris said too, to directly benefit from these projects. Our projects are these sizes that can actually are perfect for C&I customers, and really to be able to unleash their purchasing power that goes out decades to support projects that often last for 50, 60 years, I think is a real win for the state.
Thank you. Barry, then Toby, then Gavin.
Yes, I'm Barry Scheingold, New Energy Opportunity. So I'm a practitioner, consultant who... There you go. Oh, it's not on. Okay, thank you. Anyways, I'm a consultant that advises on the design and implementation of competitive procurements, particularly for renewable energy in Massachusetts, New York, also acting as an independent evaluator in California, Nevada, a number of other states. I've agreed with many of the things people have said. Long-term contracts, work, that are 20 years, bundled energy and RECs have been very successful in driving renewable energy penetration at increasingly lower costs. What I'd like to do is to address one point that hasn't been addressed by anybody that I think has been critically important, and that is what some states have done very well and some states have not done well, but I think New York could learn from. And that is when one is designing the level of procurement relative to the RPS goals, it is important to build in the fact that some of the projects are going to get delayed and some of them will never come online. California, I think, has done an excellent job in doing that. The utilities, after some failures, have recognized that. They've also taken some other steps to design their procurement programs to increase the likelihood that projects will come online by looking at the viability of those projects. In Massachusetts, where the goals for procurement were set by statute, and I don't think that they were set at a level that took into account that there would be delays and failures of some projects. And that helps to explain why the procurement process has been quite successful in that a number of the projects who have won have come online, but not all of them have. And the market is still very tight. If those levels were set at a level that considered the potential for delays or failures, I don't think that would have happened. So I think when New York sets its procurement targets, I think that's important to take into consideration.
Thank you. Toby.
Hi, Toby Shea with Moody's. Just want to make a couple of points. What we see generally with financing renewable projects over long term, the most important thing we look for is price certainty, as everybody has been talking about. But to us, no moving parts. Nice 20-year flat price, something like that is extremely important. And the second thing is that paying attention to regulatory risk. Being a utility analyst, I look at regulators changing their mind all the time, and especially if there's pressure on cost. So anything that brings down the cost of the contract close to the market is a way to reduce the tension later on. And the third thing is that I think, once you start down the road of long-term contracts to renewables, you're really changing the entire market structure. I wasn't here this morning, so I don't know how much this was talked about, but you're looking at fundamentally changing the marketplace that you have right now. Right now, you have a functioning merchant market, and the way it sounds like if you do the long-term contracts, you're going to end up with the California's model, which is if you want to be a generator, existing or new, you're going to be under contract. Otherwise, the wholesale market is not going to support your operating cost. So that's my 2 cents.
As we go around, just another another question that occurs to me, and maybe folks who have experience outside of New York, you can also talk about how this is done. One of the things that we're seeing, in fact, the reason we have a Tier 2 that we're thinking about is the fact that even after paying RECs, a lot of these resources stay alive longer than the REC payments. And so the question is the residual value. And so what are other states grappling with this, to your knowledge? Because it's troublesome to me as a regulator to thought that that ratepayers could be paying for RECs for 20 years, and then the end of the REC period, suddenly they have to pay again, otherwise the energy gets exported. And are you seeing either in the California model that or even in some of these structured deals that at the end of the period, the asset then stays with the ratepayer, if you will, whether through the utility or not, through some sort of sale or transfer? Because that is something that when we talk about a little bit in a large-scale renewable ratepayer, there's residual value, but it is troublesome to me that we haven't grappled with that issue yet. In doing that, is there an opportunity cost that needs to get priced in that we have to think about?
Well, what I wanted to do, and certainly that's an issue, Audrey, and I appreciate you raising it, but let me just back up a second. Let's talk about where we are today. This morning on the train down, I looked at gas prices at $1.71. Wholesale rates at $20 a megawatt hour. Huge obstacles that nobody in this room or around the world even predicted we'd be dealing with. So we have to deal with that, and we have to deal with the reality of the facts. And the facts are that in New York State today, we've had a bunch of private investment, certainly not all on a merchant basis. Some plants were built with contracts. I readily accept that. But what happened in the last year or so, we had a lower Hudson Valley zone put into place, and we had a pure market signal that brought in 3 power plants that were not around. And now today, according to the ISO, not me, have saved over $400 million in ratepayer money. So my message is, let's get it right. Let's not just say, let's do this, let's do that. Let's look at what's happened, and there are some discernible facts that those are private generators that have invested because we had the right signal. So, and NRG happens to be one of them. The white paper was right. I think the staff's white paper on private ownership and limiting it to certain exceptional cases where the market doesn't respond. I think the language could be clearer. I think it's a little uncertain in certain places, but I think the staff's recommendation in the white paper was correct. I don't agree with Kevin and the market not responding. When utilities built these projects, we had the Con Ed steam power plant. Was supposed to come in at $400 million, came in at $700 million, and you had ratepayers pay for that. RG&Es had the same case. I could go on and some utility-owned projects, and to get it at Bob's point, and not to be, and a little bit to Alan's point, not to be confrontational, but the reason the utilities have a little advantage here is because the PSC approves your rates. So when you talk about capital financing, yeah, okay, if I knew I was going to get a guaranteed rate as a merchant generator, it'd be a lot easier for me to build a project. But because if you make a mistake and it's prudently incurred, the PSC will cover that. So that when you know, Audrey and I, we've had that discussion too. So when folks say that they have the capital expertise and the financing expertise, it's a really nice advantage that the utility has when they have guaranteed rates. Merchant generators do not have that. And as a result, we've gotten lower rates for consumers, a better environment as a result of consumers. So I don't want to be confrontational, but I think it's important to get those facts out. And the next thing I would like to say, if the market doesn't respond, because one of the things you said in the white paper, or the staff said, was that we'd have to look at how the market doesn't respond. If the utilities feel at that point they have to get in, I think there needs to be a true independent analysis as to why the market failed. Not just, oh, the market failed because we have unreasonable targets or somebody couldn't get through their interconnection process. I mean, at this point, utilities really hold the purse strings, because if we don't get through their interconnection process, we don't get Article 10, we don't get financing, we don't get to build a project, So then the utility could turn around and say, see, there's a market failure, let us build. And then the ratepayer is holding the bag. So those are things that I think are important to get on the table. And
Yeah, and
I don't know if I get a chance again, so
No, 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 no.
I just, I knew I got
I-
3 minutes of fame, and
Yeah,
I'm going to
no.
go for it, all right?
I just want to be clear, though, because there's two different viewpoints, and I think that's, at least that I understand it. Ann this morning said that, from the perspective of her constituency, they would like PPAs from third-party owners backed by utilities and third parties. You're saying, on behalf of IPNY, a REC-only market, or, a RGGI price, but then, of course, we would have to negotiate with the rest of the RGGI states. But you're looking at, you're not looking for PPAs, you're simply saying, we would do REC-only.
In
and
the
merchant.
LSR case, we have a long history on what it's a REC-only market,
Right.
because everybody around this table knows how that works, and we feel like you need to start slow, have something that's knowledgeable.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's just that your position is different than Ann's position on this.
Exactly, but my position is different than Pete Fuller's too, and he's vice chairman of my association. I mean,
No, I know.
So, I mean,
But you're gonna
but I'm
keep your
just,
job
but I'm
too,
just,
'cause
but
we're
I'm not
inoculating
trying to be
everybody. Yeah.
flip it. I'm just saying we have a big organization and there are different views.
No, I understand. I just wanted to differentiate so people didn't get confused that you were saying PPAs. You're simply saying REC only.
Rec only,
and merchant.
and in the longer term move to a market-based program, RGGI I think is a great program. We would love, as IPNY, we're looking for a national program, but you just said it yourself. You had New Jersey in the room today, Connecticut, Massachusetts. While New Jersey's not in the RGGI program, New Jersey sat here and said they had $300 rec prices. That's a problem. But two, since we have such a great working relationship with Connecticut and Massachusetts, maybe we could work on a RGGI price and lowering the cap so that we send a market signal to get these investments. So that's, I took that away just by sitting in here this morning.
Thanks. I just had a couple comments. One was on the 7-year hedge comment. That may work, well, while we still have the tax credits, that may work for solar, but on wind, when you have the production tax credit and a need for a tax equity investor who's in there for 10 or more years, the 7-year hedge doesn't work.
Just an example.
Yeah. Second comment was on the corporate PPAs. It's actually been a record year last year for corporate PPAs. There was over 3 gigawatts, including my own company who signed one with the Arkwright Wind Project in New York. Most of those PPAs are actually really financial hedges where the company is essentially setting a fixed price. They're using that, yes, for sustainability reasons and sustainability goals. Usually it comes from the sustainability department. But then it actually is an economic decision on part of the company. And what they're using those PPAs is to offset their retail rates. And what I worry about in the long-term market for these corporate PPAs is that when you have a flat-ish retail rate, and then you're exposed, like Bloomberg is, in a particular zone in New York, and you have a lot more wind build, those power prices are going to decline. And even though they've set, say, this is not what Bloomberg has said, I'm just clarifying that, say like a $50 per megawatt hour hedge, and then your pricing is consistently below that, that company is going to be losing money on that hedge over the long term, and that will probably disincentivize other corporations from taking that type of risk. And I think that's a real concern in the market right now. And the third point was on second point on corporate PPAs. I think in general, the big buyers of corporate PPAs right now, Google's, Microsoft's, when you go down the list, there's actually not that many who are going to buy that much power for these data centers. In general, companies prefer shorter contracts, but for example, if they have to, if they're trying to get additionality, so that in order to contract that wind farm, they need to sign the 20 years. But believe me, I think Bloomberg would not have preferred a 20-year contract if they could have gotten a 10-year contract. And then also partial contracts is really important to them because signing 100 megawatts is really big for a corporation. And then the third point was on New York failure rates. That's a big issue, particularly in New York and New England, where it's really difficult to site wind projects. Solar, not so much, but for siting wind projects, it's really difficult. And I think there's 1.7 gigawatts of wind in New York and about 1.6 gigawatts of wind projects that have been abandoned or stopped construction.
Just wanted to follow-up question for Bob particularly and others too. Did I hear you right that you're supportive of bundled PPAs, speaking on behalf of the utilities, and that the utilities are ready to sign bundled PPAs, A? And B, if that's the case, and assuming that NYSERDA cannot sign bundled PPAs, they can only do RECs, they can't buy energy, and if the utilities buy these bundled PPAs, based on your experience in other states, any comments on how FERC would react to these mandatory bundled PPAs and introduction of new resources into the market with subsidies?
First off, even though Con Ed and National Grid are clients of ours, I'm not speaking for them on a policy matter, so I can't answer your question. I'm sorry. My view was that bundled PPAs are really needed in order to meet the goals of this program. With PPAs, you're going to need a bundled PPA. And you've experienced some of the problems with having REC-only PPAs. And frankly, other states that have gone down that path have had similar results. So that was the crux of my comment. You're not speaking for the utilities? I'm not speaking for the utilities, no.
And just... and just to add, Massachusetts started out with REC-only contracts, and it ended up by a government agency similar to NYSERDA. It ended up, when that really wasn't that successful, going to the EDCs procuring bundled contracts, and that's been much more successful. I want to address the Chair's question about residual value. And this has come up, in my experience, where you have competitive procurements where utilities are considered projects where they would end up buying by build, own, transfer, some other mechanisms, along with PPAs. And from an evaluation standpoint, there's a question, how can a PPA, what does that do in the evaluation if you have a utility project that may have longer term and with a residual value, whether it's positive or negative, going to ratepayers, but where the developers are not offering that. So the way that it's been addressed is structuring the RFP to allow bidders to offer options beyond the 20-year contract term to extend the contract at fixed prices. And that's been somewhat successful. In fact, the Oregon Commission, who saw that this was an issue, particularly in doing a comparative evaluation, basically instructed the utilities that when they do those kinds of procurements, to either allow or mandate for PPAs that options to extend at fixed prices be offered. And I've seen that in the procurement that I've done. There were a number of developments where it was allowed but not required. Saw offers that were somewhat attractive in offering extensions beyond 20 years, and recognizing it's with the utility ownership, there are pluses and minuses. They have the decommissioning costs. It's not unlike some, for wind in particular, in most cases, the developers don't own the land, they lease it. And so, from my standpoint, I'm looking at trying to value what is the value beyond the normal contract term, where you have leased property, which it's not sure in some cases whether the lease will be extended. It's just a more complicated issue. But I think, in a nutshell, I think structuring the procurements where developers under PPAs would be either allowed or required to offer options to extend is a way to address the residual value problem.
Yeah, thank you. Kevin, then Pete and Seth will come back over to this corner.
So I don't want to turn this into a debate between loads and generators, but I am constrained to respond to something that Gavin was talking about. Yes, it's true. We had a lower Hudson Valley capacity zone, and 3 plants came back. One is a 50-year-old coal plant, well converted to gas, is a very high heat rate. The other is a 1970s vintage gas plant that no one would build today. The concern that we have is we should be looking to the future, not the past, and bringing back 50-year-old plants to us is not the answer, particularly as we're combating climate change and trying to reduce carbon emissions. We should be looking at putting in new efficient plants. And the instance that we have in a mitigated zone of trying to do that on a merchant basis is the Bayonne Energy Center, and the existing generators fought tooth and nail to keep that out of the marketplace. So what that says, and Toby had mentioned earlier that what we're talking about potentially changes the markets fundamentally. From our perspective, there are significant flaws with the markets and the market rules as they exist. Right now at the NYSO, we're trying to get a renewables exemption through, and the generators are again fighting tooth and nail to oppose that. We're not seeing generators who are renewable having the same opportunities in the marketplace with the market signals. Our pricing is based on the cost of a gas plant. At this point in time, renewables are more expensive than gas. And so the likelihood is, particularly in New York City and in other mitigated zones, they're not going to be able to compete, and they're likely to be mitigated. That in and of itself is a disincentive that we need to overcome. So I just wanted to mention that. Two other very quick points. Going back, Chair, to your original question on utility ownership, from our view, the key, and I've heard one or two people say it, is flexibility. We shouldn't be creating any kind of, per se, mandates for each kind of category. We should put out, and someone said, and I forget who it was, put everything out there to see what works. And we agree with that. The goal is to achieve the goals at the lowest cost. And right now, today, we all have ideas of what we think might work, might not work, but we don't know for sure. And rather than providing specific amounts for each type of resource or each approach, we should let them really compete against there. The city certainly supports competition. We support market responses. But at the same time, we need to kind of monitor that. And if the market itself isn't responding through these various approaches, then perhaps there's a time for the regulator to step in, which is really your function. And I'll just conclude with, and I think it was Scott, you had asked the question of mandates versus incentives for utilities.
Or incentives for anyone.
Or anyone. From our perspective, it's about achieving the goals at the lowest cost. And if we have to pay more to, particularly with the utilities, to incentivize them to do something that the Commission could direct them to do as they have in the past, in our way of thinking, that's an unnecessary incentive. At the same time, you have to look at the overall price. And if there's a way to do an incentive that is still maintaining a reasonable price, there's certainly something to be explored there.
In fact, just that's a fair point. And to clarify my point on incentives, it wasn't only, we tend to connect incentives and utilities these days. There's also the incentive of what brings the other market participants, whether they be large users, whether they be the LSEs, to think about creative collaborations in the marketplace that can bring that about. So I take your point, but I was trying to get something.
Yeah, and I would say on the broader basis, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, if you look, we're right here in New York City. Starting a number of years ago, people started advertising green buildings, that we use gray water, we're very efficient, and they started charging a premium for that, and people were willing to pay it. I think as we look at the renewables issue generally, you're starting to see a natural shift. I do agree that I don't think you're going to see a lot of consumers buying these very large blocks of long-term PPAs, but there's definitely a consumer interest, large and small, to be more cognizant of where their power is coming from. It's why folks like Ethical exist and are growing today. So it's a matter of how you build those incentives, again, into I don't know if it's completely a market signal, but it's some kind of a pricing mechanism, I'll put it that way, that brings in the resources that we want to be brought in.
So, I mean, as you know, one of the things that we're doing in the state is the self-direct programs, which in my mind is another form of incentive where we're relieving customers of their obligation on the system benefit charges if they acquire more than they would have otherwise. So it's there's lots of different ways that we can reward entities for going beyond really what the mandate is.
And it just goes back to flexibility and creativity. I think there's lots of ideas out there, and it's just a matter of keeping an open mind and exploring all of them.
As we're going around, I don't want to stop the conversation. The other piece that I'd love comments on is, because we've gotten some concerns, and Gavin made me think about it, outside of New York, I know in the Midwest this has become a big issue where you have negative LMPs, and people have PPA, so you have, basically, you're backing off units at night even, and so are you starting to see contract structures where effectively you don't have wind and solar backing off resources when there's negative LMPs and further collapsing the market? I mean, even though we're trying to get away, we don't want to get into CFDs, it's a practicality, I think, that we're running into, at least in some markets.
One second. I just want to do a process point, but I want to start with an apology. And my apology is going to be to Bob. I didn't mean to put you in a position where you seem to be positioned to have to speak policy on behalf of the utilities. But in fact, it was at least my understanding that that was going to be your role. We had invited utilities to participate, and some of them said, we nominate Bob, which is why we had that. And I'll express my personal view that I'm sorry there isn't a utility voice at the table. I think it's critically important. And without wanting to put pressure on anybody, I think there are a few utility representatives in the audience. So I'm going to make the note that in about 10 minutes, after Barry speaks and Pete speaks and one or two others, we're going to take a quick break, and maybe somebody would like to join us at the table. Barry.
I lost it all. Oh yeah, okay. Right. Negative pricing. So what's happened I apologize. In some markets, the contracts have adjusted to the fact that there's negative pricing to essentially, to some extent, it disincents developers from going into areas that are particularly susceptible to having negative prices, but it essentially puts the risk more on the developers if there are negative pricing. And the flip side of that is that raises concerns on the developer side in terms of financing, because that puts their revenues more at risk. Different utilities and commissions have come up with different positions on that. But in New England, the contracts that we've had for the last couple of procurement processes have essentially had more of the risk being put on the developers.
Thank you. So let's do Pete, Seth, and then we'll take a quick 5-minute break.
Thank you. So an awful lot of waiting here, but now that we're getting back through the batting order, I find that every comment somehow ties back to something that's been said, so I'll probably be pointing around the table. First of all, to pick up on Chris's point earlier, appreciate his sense of the similarities, and likewise, we at NRG think we have a lot in common with a company called Ethical Electric. And to the point that some of the discussions that have been going on, I don't think this is necessarily the forum to talk about the NYSO wholesale markets, and yet there's a whole realm of issues there because while we strongly support contracts for renewables, we also strongly support measures to make sure that those don't improperly distort entry signals or exit signals, for that matter, in the wholesale markets, be they the energy prices that you referred to or in the capacity market. So there's a whole set of issues and challenges there that also needs to be dealt with. I think several parties have mentioned the idea of, open up the field, invite all comers, which I take to mean, utility ownership as well as third parties and developers. And I think we see a lot of problems with that. I think, first of all, we challenge the apparent conventional wisdom that utilities can necessarily have lower cost of capital. And we absolutely believe that with a competitive process and the expertise in risk management that the development companies bring to the table and operating in O&M, performance risk, and so forth, that is really the way to produce the lowest cost projects that are going to meet the goals down the road. I think
You'll
that's
get a
I think
chance
that's
again.
it at the moment, Scott.
Okay.
So I appreciate the opportunity.
I see Seth turn down his placard. Is that because you knew you were going to be called, or
I
you're
was,
yielding
I
your
was
time?
expecting, it's the dangerous position being the last person before the break here. But I really want to focus on some of the questions that the chair and has raised, and building a little bit off of some of the things that Pete just mentioned and some others have mentioned. Utility, what is into utility investment versus utility ownership? What is the role of the utility? I mean, one reality is it's a very complicated world with companies that have many different identities. My company in North America is a merchant wind development company. Our financial foundation rests on the fact that our ultimate ownership through various layers is the national utility of Portugal, which is also a utility in Brazil. And many of our peers in the development space function as pure merchant or pure developers, not non-utility developers, but they have access to a utility balance sheet. So it's really fairly fictional to say that the utility has a credit quality due to it being a regulated utility that allows it to build cheaper because of this hybrid nature of so many companies today, that many companies that are non-utility have access to utility quality credit because of that reality. I think that's something that's very important to focus on. If the utility, and we have one prominent example in this state, if a company that owns a utility and has access to utility quality credit chooses to have an unregulated affiliate that functions totally separately as a non-utility developer and owner, they can do that. That's the ultimate form of utility investment, right? That's one of them. If a now my company relies on an asset rotation model where we build a bunch of projects, package them together, sell off a 49% interest in that package. If a utility chooses to invest in such a package from us or from another company, they are free to do so on the same terms as anyone else. That is another way in which a utility can invest in projects. What gets a little arcane is where the utility and we get this in other parts of the country, it's like, well, if you want to build in our service territory, you should let us invest in your projects. It's like, well, you are allowed to invest in our projects. They say, well, we want to invest at different terms and conditions and returns than your other investors. Wink, wink. Yeah, that would never happen. No, I got to tell you, in other states it happens. But so I think that's a reality, that the utility has many opportunities to invest. Yeah.
Just to, and I know we want to get on the break, but so I think there's a question is not whether the corporate owner who happens to also own a utility. I think the specific question is, for me, if you're going to have a utility sign a long-term PPA, and that the costs of that PPA are going to be borne by regulated customers, other people would say a non-bypassable mandate, wouldn't then the question be, well, what's the lowest cost of achieving that mandate? And if the utility has an authorized return in New York of 9%, but if they were to do it through their non-regulated affiliate, would be looking at 15%, wouldn't I, as the regulators asking customers to pay those charges, say, well, why would I ask my customers to pay a premium if the utility's willing to put their balance sheet at work, and it's going to be working anyway because it's going to be passing through those costs? That and I know there are reasons not to do that, so I don't want to suggest that's again where we are. I just think we need to be really clear. Nobody's suggesting around this table, I don't believe, that Iberdrola or Con Ed Solutions couldn't participate in the market. I think the question is it above the line or below the line? And does that make a difference in terms of the price that ultimately gets passed on to consumers? That's what I think is what we have to figure out.
The answer has to come from, I think, the power of competition. And it's also the same answer in terms of this question of residual value. I think all of these inferences that there is residual value in the projects that is somehow not captured in the price paid for the project, and that the sneaky developer has, at the tail end of the contract, it's like, we got away with something. We have this project worth all of this, and they didn't, pay. That underestimates greatly how savage the competition can be in these competitive procurements. The relentless pressure of not knowing what your competitors are bidding forces a developer like us to include in our price a pass-through of the production tax credit, a pass-through of, if we're getting it, the investment tax credit, a pass-through of any calculated residual value, a pass-through of, anything else that we can think of that can justify a reasonable reduction in price. That, so it's baked in so many of these values that people think, oh, well, what is it? That the power of competition forces the baking into the price of so many of these variables. And the last thing and this is, I just have to respond to one other thing that's been said here. And another question you asked about what can the state do to spur private investment is related. And, and we are the developers of the Arkwright project. And that actually is an example, and it's a small example, with all due respect to the wonderful contract that Bloomberg, signed. It's small by the standard of like the much larger deal we did with Amazon in Ohio. That is a small example of how the action of a state can precipitate private transaction. When a state has a consistent policy of spurring development, that mobilizes capital. I mean, we've discussed this before, but I think it's really important to think, one of the things I've learned since I came in from the nonprofit world into working for a private developer is to understand that generally, and I'm overgeneralizing, of course, that there are sort of two money moments. And that could be for a company like ours of going to the a board, or it could be for another developer going to a bank. One is to get the capital to do the development of the pipeline of projects, and then the other is to get the money to actually build it. If there is a consistent program, a market, a real market or program, whatever the hell you want to call it, that there are going to be projects built, then you can convince the folks who hold the purse strings to allow you to spend money to prospect, to sign up land, to make projects, early development projects real. And then you've got inventory. And once you have that inventory, you can then sell it either through that program or to, in the case of an expansion of an existing wind farm in Ohio, and that's an example, that's another way the state can spur investment, is that if the state program gets a project built, it's much easier to convince a commercial off-taker to do a contract that will allow you to build the expansion of the existing one than to do the first one. There's a reality. So I think there are overt signals that a state can send to spur private development, and the most important one is to create a regular process that gets projects built, gets money flowing into the development process, and that creates an inventory that can then be sold. And I think you have to have a certain amount of faith in all the wonderful folks out in the brokerage and aggregator community who are talking to the Starbuckses and the community of buyers and are doing their damnedest to create that private incentive market.
Thank you. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene on this clock at 25:02. I have the names of people whose cards are up, so we'll pick up from this point. Thank you. I'm still going to try and keep to the schedule that we end approximately 4:30, which I think we should be able to do. I note that during the break, we had a request for somebody to join us at the table. So, since Chris, why don't you introduce yourself and take a moment to respond to the past hour and a half?
Thanks. Thanks. I've been sitting in the audience watching all of you guys struggle with the microphone, so I think I know how these work. How am I doing in the back? Yeah, there you go. So it really does make a difference. So Christopher Raup, Con Edison. And first I wanted to say that I think there was a little confusion about exactly what was going to get discussed at the roundtable, and Bob and Andrew and the Navigant team have been helping us with doing research on large-scale renewables and helping us get smarter about these many complicated issues. I don't think we kind of thought about the possibility that Bob would get asked a direct kind of policy question like that. And so apologies for the confusion there. And also I'll say that we did volunteer to be on this panel originally, and I think the idea was, no, we only want kind of one person speaking for Con Edison, and we said, well, we'd like to have Bob there because he has this great national perspective that we don't have, and that would add more to the conversation. So then let me respond to Raj's question specifically about bundled PPAs. And so no, Con Edison does not support the utility. I think that was your question, is will the utility sign long-term bundled PPAs? We don't think that that's a good idea for customers. We don't plan to willingly sign such PPAs. I think you've heard a lot about our negative experiences in the past as a result of some of the contracts we signed during the 6-cent law, $4 billion in above-market energy costs. Our friends from Niagara Mohawk had, I think, even more horrendous experiences with the 6-cent law, ending up with their company's credit rating being trashed, and effectively they needed to be purchased by a stronger utility as a result of long-term bundled PPAs, although in that case there was no REC to be bundled with it, but in any case they were buying all the output from a facility. And then let me clarify, I think for I don't want to put words in Bob's mouth, but I'll say maybe what we would think about that question about bundling. And so I think the NYSERDA along the LSR options paper talked about how, if you take the energy price risk off of the developers, you can reduce costs, right? And one way to do that is a long-term bundled PPA. But at the end, the most important thing is kind of like, you have a bundled product, and another way to bundle that product, for example, is utility-owned generation, right? That bundles the energy in the REC. We're effectively buying it by owning the resource, and there are many other ways to bundle that product together. We think that the least attractive and the worst one for our customers is the 20-year long-term bundled PPA. So is that clear for everybody? So, okay. Thank you. Sorry for any confusion.
Thank you. That was clear. But let me just follow up with a different question, not just for you, for anybody. So in the last 15 years, since the restructuring of markets, we have, as Gavin pointed out correctly, over 10,000 megawatts of new resources came in. Some of it, most of it merchant perhaps. And so looking forward, there in the ISO market, we have a resource requirement obligation on the LSCs to have so much capacity. In our market is more short term, but other markets it's longer term. If we have a comparable goal here in the CES of the need for LSCs to procure so much going forward, unlike the past where it was maybe some perceived as ad hoc procurements, but going forward it's an obligation, it's a mandate, quantities known. Are we going to reach a stage, are we going to, and if so when, where the investors do not require 20-year bundled PPAs?
Anyone?
I hope the question was clear, but okay.
Well, maybe as people think about it, we'll get some responses as time goes on. I'm going to go back to the sequence that I had of the 10 cards. Chris.
Great, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate you picking me ahead of Julian this time. Oh, he's not even here. Even better. A few points to make that have come up, and I just wanted to.
Could you move
talk.
closer to the mic?
Sure. A few points to make that have come up here that I think are important for us, and I think important for development generally. And I'm speaking about ethical in the community solar space, which, as I said at the start of my comments, there are three long buyers as we see them: the utilities signing the PPA, even though they have said they don't want to do that, but also the state, and then the customers. And the way to, from a residential customer standpoint, it's hard to figure out a way. I think it's great when C&I customers are signing those agreements to get additional renewables built. I think community solar is a way to get residential customers to voluntarily make commitments long-term to get additional renewables, distributed renewable resources built. And I know the state is working on that, and I would just say we strongly support that. And then one thing I would say is that I think what's important, whether you're building large-scale or small-scale renewables, is consistency in the rules. And I know there was a lot of discussion this morning about consistency in the rules and having predictability, and I just want to echo that. I don't think we can say that enough, that having some predictability of funding streams is important. And I think to the extent that changes get made going forward, that they are prospective and not retrospective. So when people sign agreements and have an expectation of returns, that they are allowed to continue to receive the expected returns. I think that's sort of important, that you not sort of upset that apple cart. And I think that's an issue, for example, in community solar, where currently it's net metering is sort of proposed for customers to get net metering out of community solar, or community distributed generation is a better way to put it. And that, if a customer signs up with that expectation, that is what is delivered to them. And then if changes need to be made and are made going forward, then because economics or other things would warrant it, that they are prospective. So I would just sort of put that out there. But I do think community solar is a way, to the chair's question about how do you get people to self-involve in this market, that is one way from a residential standpoint, which is also good for, I would just point out, for LMI, low and moderate income customers as well, a way for them to get involved. And I would say that the state has a number of tools at their disposal to use to make LMI customers very attractive to community solar, including support from Green Bank or other entities who would provide credit support on that arena. I would also say that I support comments of Pete and Gavin when it comes to utilities not owning generation in this space. I think that's important. Of course, we're also a competitive retailer, so we believe in competitive markets. And I would just think about ratepayer risk versus shareholder risk. And I think that's an important distinction. I think other people made the point, utilities, when they own when power plants in the past were sold to IPPs and others, you saw performance improvements, you saw cost reductions. So I won't get into that. That's not really my area, but I would just say that we You did great.
You got a friend.
You did great. Yeah, you did great.
I got one friend.
Yeah. On that issue.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You've mentioned, as the chair to Community DG as a possible vehicle. Have you thought at all about the community aggregation program, community choice aggregation, as another vehicle?
Yes. I guess it depends on the construct, and I think one of the things as a retailer, who sells only renewable energy, we sort of recognize that perhaps not everyone's going to want our product. And we don't say that we're going to be cost competitive. We're not competing with the utility. We sort of say that. So that is, I think, ultimately very interesting to us at some point down the road. I think right now the construct of those markets would.
And I just want to see, I just want to explore a couple areas. And as the chair said, nobody should read into anything that any of us say here. But if there was a community that was interested in a renewable commodity,
sure,
it would seem that might begin to lay the foundation for the kind of collaboration we're looking for.
Absolutely, yeah, no.
And there may be a couple of those around.
Right. No, I mean that would be very interesting to us. Although, I mean we are not decidedly not developers per se.
Right.
But what we do think we bring to the table is marketing knowledge and getting finding people and providing them reason to buy our products, showing them the value of what we do. And so I think we look to partner with developers and folks who do financing on the community solar side, and we'd absolutely, I mean, yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you. John.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. So I am going to revisit Raj's question because I'll tell you the truth. I think it's actually fundamental to the decision making that the Commission is going to be making right now. And I think we all have to be aware of that, right? So, within a very short period of time, we're asking for a fundamental shift in what our energy markets are going to look like and how they'll function. So I think we all have to acknowledge that at some point in time within the next 15 years, assuming we stay on the track that we're on, we're going to need to see changes in wholesale energy market structures, procedures, however we want to call it, that are going to have to accommodate these new types of resources and their characteristics and how they function in the energy system. So the reason why I sort of put that context in it is because the decision making that the Commission's going to be making now is really somewhat time limited. So what is it that we need to be taking account of in this relatively near-term time period to really start to trigger and initiate some of the acceleration of the introduction of these technologies into the system in ways that are cost effective, but that in ways are also going to be sort of self-sustaining. I hate using that term, but excuse me for doing it. But it's going to be self-sustaining over some very near-term time period. So, I think we can talk about, I got to confess, the 20-year PPA is the only way we're going to see the resources come in. I got to tell you, that doesn't always, just get received very nicely. So I want to try to just get a better understanding of if we're really thinking about this in the near term, we're really thinking about it of a way that it's a progress towards a different type of wholesale market. Really, what are the steps we really should be contemplating, taking, so we keep good track going so that when we're ready to start thinking and making those changes in the markets, that we're in a good place to be able to do that. And we haven't kind of burdened, and as Chris just said, we haven't overly shifted or taken so much risk away from having the market take on these new structures, saddled ratepayers with costs that will ultimately then prevent the ability of these energy market changes to take place.
Thank you. Gavin.
We've talked an awful lot today about... Could you use the microphone? Oh, I'm sorry. About renewable investments, keeping existing resources and getting new sources brought online to meet this mandate. And we've talked about CO2 reduction, and the state has a lot to be proud of in that area. And it's not just the generators. There's a lot of reasons.
But you see, we're better than California.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was waiting to get that my next talking point, all right? So, but one of the things that's troubled me about this conversation, and everybody's well-intended, is, at the end of the day, it's reliability. And nobody around here has mentioned reliability. And we talked about negative energy prices. I mean, that is a scary thought, that we're sitting here having a conversation about this and that we, as a whole, could come up with policies that cause such a negative impact in our energy markets that I think many of us around this table are pretty proud of. So I think to answer John's question in one way is we need to really think about having a discussion about reliability and keeping the lights on. It's not just about, hey, how do we do a bundled PPA versus a REC only? I mean, I think we're getting lost in the weeds. So I wanted to put that on the table about support for this, because I think that that's really important, and I think it's been really missing from the conversation this morning and this afternoon.
Ted.
I'm sorry.
Well, actually, I'm happy to build on Gavin's point and also go back to the chair's question about residual value in these tier 2 resources. As an operator and owner of these small hydro sites, we'd suggest that the economic residual value is negative and the public benefits are positive, and that's kind of the issue. So when we get to the contracting, at least for our little corner of the world, we say it might be quite appropriate for the state to be offering 20-year PPAs beyond beyond new. And here's the reason. Again, this is my little corner of New York's energy world, but I think it's an important one, which is we're serving functions beyond just delivering energy, which, as Gavin points out, touches on reliability. We're also custodian of dams. So we're doing work that the DEC is not doing, doesn't have to do, that the state does not have to fund because we're investing in those dams. We're providing recreational opportunities that others don't have to take care of. And so we are literally, we're also, as the USGS pulls out water gauges, we're also performing functions of maintaining data that has been kept for decades. So for this corner of private generators, we're performing these functions that don't show up, that are valuable, and really, you know, if a generator, if a solar field is not developed, it's a beautiful field. If a hydro plant falls into disrepair, it's the state's environmental liability. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, really quickly, I wanted to answer Roger's question. He asked one earlier. Didn't get addressed. Oh. Yeah, so thanks. So I've got a few things to share really quickly. Roger, you'd asked a question about FERC's reaction to bundled PPAs and energy, and a lot of states have been doing that for many years. Colorado for 10 years, California, a lot of folks.
Yeah, can I just, on these
Sure.
things, though, there's a difference, though, between a restructured state and a unrestructured state that we have to consider, right?
Yeah, fair enough. So in California, they've been doing them, right?
Not restructured.
On the
There's
wholesale.
no retail
Okay.
competition
Yeah,
and
retail competition.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So I can't address that one, that particular element. So there's an issue with simplicity. It's actually going to touch on a lot of examples that have been talked about here. You mentioned negative LMP. We heard about community solar. One of the things that's really struck me about this, and this goes to this morning's conversation as well, is that there's a lot of design complexity in the rules. And a lot of what we've been hearing here are different opinions about the execution of those, and goes back to my earlier point about look towards more simplicity in the rules and more sophistication in the execution and more flexibility in execution. And I want to give an example from something that recently happened in Colorado, which has a very aggressive and a very successful renewable energy program in a non-restructured setting. But they have a number of different rules, a number of different policy goals and rules that have intersected, just like we're talking about here. The wholesale markets, whether we have capacity markets and reliability, how this is going to fit in. We haven't talked clean power plan explicitly in this conversation yet. There's lots of different dynamics. And in Colorado, some of these dynamics came together in a very odd way. We have a community solar program in Colorado, and the cost of solar has declined very greatly. In fact, solar is becoming increasingly cost-effective resource there in a way that the rest of the country aspires to. And the community solar programs statutorily get net energy metering. But it turns out that is not necessary for those programs to be in the money. And because community solar programs get RECs, and because they also get net energy metering, the utility realized that there's an opportunity to do what's in the interest of ratepayers, and they put out a solicitation for community solar programs where they asked for the REC portion to be bid in negative dollars. So they're actually suggesting that developers develop community solar projects and propose that they pay the utility to take the RECs off their hands. Now, of course, that causes all sorts of challenges in terms of what does that mean for liquidity in a REC market, what are the implications for Clean Power Plan compliance, because one would not think of a REC having a negative value, just like folks tend not to think about energy as having a negative value necessarily, which, by the way, could also be seen as an opportunity for transmission and storage development as opposed to a real problem. So I think this goes back to a lot of the conversations about trying to dictate whether or not it's going to be long-term bundle contracts or it's going to be different tiers for new resources versus existing resources are going to create added complexities and are going to create these unintended consequences you should be really careful about. When we think about different tiers for new and existing, I'm not sure that you want to get away from the concept of reduce, reuse, recycle when it comes to power generation either. If it actually meets all the characteristics of what you're looking for in terms of energy, I'm not sure why you'd bias against an old plant versus a new plant, especially if that might provide some additional liquidity and some more flexibility in the market. And then one last point on utility ownership. I know Seth's position pretty well. I've worked at that same role for the same company. Absolutely true that the developers bid in with some residual value expectation and continue to go forward. But there is some uncertainty there. It is a forecast out for 10 or 15 or 20, most likely 20, 25 years. And in the case of utility ownership, one of the benefits is the fact that after it's fully depreciated, the ratepayers actually own, the customers actually own the asset. So there is some additional benefit. But again, it goes to the reason we should have diversity in the solutions that are put forward.
Just as a matter of curiosity, I would expect for most of these contracts, the debt is worked out within the first 10 or 20-year period, and after that, that's gone. So, the sort of debt got paid, equity's probably paid back, and then right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little more
At least
complexity,
when I was on
and
that
so
side
yeah.
of the world, that's that came out first.
I'll defer that to someone with a little more expertise in that particular area.
And then we'll hear again from Con Ed.
So thanks. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to piggyback off a lot of what Chris, Gavin, and Pete said. So, we at Direct, we feel very strongly about the competitive markets, obviously. We're a big retail player, residential, small business, and C&I in a number of different ISOs. So we fully support the competitive market and the non-utility ownership, as we kind of were alluding to a little bit earlier. Regarding the CCAs, the community choice, just want to touch on that. We do think that's a good way to kind of meet this goal. We bring a certain expertise, companies like us and Ethical and NRG, where we're able to kind of market to them and supply what exactly that community is looking for. And really, the most important thing at the end of the day that we're always first and foremost is what's most important for the customer, and how does this impact the customer, not just our customer, but every ratepayer, whoever it goes through. So the least cost option, no surprise to anybody here, is what we're in most favor of. So just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you. Chris?
So first, I wanted to say thank you for the remarks on residual value, which is a case that Con Edison and the other utilities have been making for quite some time. That's one of the key reasons we think that utility ownership has some real benefits compared to other procurement methods. But I wanted to go back to John's question. Maybe how's a way that we can move forward that ultimately ends in a place where we're no longer continuing to subsidize renewables ad infinitum. And I think Stephanie Brand this morning made some very good points about it. Once you're addicted to the drug, it's very hard to wean yourself off of the subsidies. And I think they've felt that pretty keenly in New Jersey. So one thing that I wanted to suggest, and I think other people have been making similar types of suggestions, is that we don't put all our eggs in a single basket of of long-term bundled PPAs. In fact, I think we'd prefer that no eggs be put in that particular basket. But maybe, we come up with a few different baskets. Maybe NYSERDA continues with its REC-only solicitations for a portion of the market. Maybe another portion of the market does long-term procurement through something that's less bad for customers and utilities than long-term bundled PPAs. And we've talked about some of those already. I think the prepayment method that Bob Kendall talked about is an interesting one. We've also been thinking at Con Edison about maybe joint ventures with renewable companies would be helpful, and so that could be kind of a second tranche, and then the third tranche, which hopefully would grow over time, would be the voluntary market. And our hope in the long term is that that voluntary market would pay for all of the renewables. But I think if we start in a place where everything is long-term 20-year bundled PPAs, we may never get to that voluntary market because you're kind of depriving all the oxygen from that market by making those long-term PPAs available.
Thank you. I want to go to the other far corner now and ask Amy, followed by Kevin.
I was just going to have one comment on the when will the financing community accept something less than a 20-year PPA? I think the question is actually, when will they not charge a premium for anything less than a 20-year PPA? And probably the answer to that is never. And of course, that ratchets up as you move from a 20-year PPA to a 15-year PPA to a 5-year PPA to 0. So it's not so much that they're not going to accept it, it's what are they going to charge for it.
Raj, Kevin,
I was just getting back to Gavin's point from before. Thanks for reminding everyone about reliability. Clearly, that's on the top of our mind at least. Reliability is job number one. For the benefit of those who are not familiar, in the context of this, we are doing a resource plan study, detailed modeling for 2030. What would the system look like with the amount of energy efficiency that's contemplated behind the CES and the renewables that are contemplated in accomplishing this 50 by 30. So that's a very systematic, thorough study being done with the help of all the utilities plus the ISO with the input from all the stakeholders at the ISO. So we are very much cognizant of the need to maintain a reliable system and to do what is needed to address any issues. So for the benefit of the audience who are listening, I wanted to make sure they know that that work is underway.
And there certainly are some things that Kevin and I do agree upon, and reliability is absolutely one of them. And as Raj said, I mean, to us, maintaining a highly reliable system is of paramount importance, and we believe you can do that and incorporate renewables. Two quick things. Chris had brought up the concept of low and moderate income customers, which is a point that we wanted to raise, and it ties in to the issue of community choice aggregation. There needs to be opportunities for everybody to benefit from this, and the city has a concern that there's the potential for some segments of the population to be left behind. We actually see community choice aggregation as a very intriguing opportunity to spread costs over a large group, thereby reducing costs in giving all communities, low and moderate income plus other types of communities, the opportunity to enjoy the benefits. So that's something that we've been active in the Commission CCA proceedings. We think that there's a lot of potential value there that is, and as we look at, particularly at CES and at renewables, there's a clear linkage in our mind, and it's something that should be explored. And I just wanted to briefly respond to John's question about the steps to incorporate all of this. As someone that regularly participates in the NYSO process, there's only so far that we're going to be able to go under the current market structure. It's very much geared to economics, and right now there's an economic mismatch. To a greater extent, to incorporate renewables to a greater extent will certainly require, in our view, some fundamental changes to the marketplace. I don't think that's something that can occur just through working it out in NYSO committees. It's also not something that's unique to New York. It may ultimately require some type of legislative action by, again, not at the state level, but at the federal level, to look at different ways of how we do pricing. I won't profess to have the answers. It's something that we've certainly been looking at for a long time. You also need to have a cooperative Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and as many folks around this table know, there's certainly been a lot of hesitancy on FERC's part to advance what are not just city and state policies, but they're also federal policies. And it's something we've worked closely with the PSC and with a number of folks around this table to try to address what we consider to be market deficiencies at this point. We haven't had a whole lot of success doing it organically, and so we have to look at other types of approaches to attempt to do that. I'm not saying, just to be clear, that we should be undoing the markets. We certainly still support the markets, but it has to be a market that recognizes value of different kinds of resources, and there's different ways to recognize value. There are societal values of renewables that simply are not being captured right now, and those need to be captured.
Thank you. Julian, then Jim, then Barry.
All right. Actually, we'll go here. All right. So I'm trying to keep tabs on all the questions, and I'm going to come back to them. So got a list of 3 here. I'll try to keep it short.
It's actually nice to see you answer questions rather than...
I know, right? Everyone can relate to that probably around this table practically. So on the point of the terminal value, right? So you're going back, all right. So we tend to, and I'd say in the financial community, we tend to use an assumption of 25 to 30 years in wind, call it 35, 30 years in solar, right? So you've got a 20-year PPA, you've got 5, 10, 15 years of, call it merchant value. I think the running assumption, particularly in a high-risk environment, right, like right now, folks are basically saying there's no value. And we're going to do this strictly on the value of the contracted period, be it 15, 20, or 25 years. In other markets, right, again, if you're looking under that narrow context. So I think the discount rate applied to those long-dated periods is quite high. And I say that in the context of both the energy piece and especially, again, go back to that REC piece. That's where I'm coming back to it, is what is the value of that REC piece? Well, I mean, if you look at third-party markets in a lot of jurisdictions, I think Illinois is a great example, right? I mean, they practically give RECs away. Every community deal is 100% renewable, because why not if it's less than $1 a megawatt hour, right? I mean, realistically. But that sets the context, right? If you have that as an example out there, you want to be concerned as, well, what am I going to get paid out there in the year 20? I think the other example that you might want to use is in the context of like residential solar. No one wants to pay for value after 20 years, right? That conversation's almost closed. So that's hopefully addresses that first question. I think the other dynamic that we haven't really gotten at, and again, I think this gradient that we really start, or at least I started and Amy kind of brought the ball forward, I really got to emphasize the distress in the oil and gas, energy more broadly, plays out in the renewable space in the sense that, can you really get higher risk deals done in this environment? The answer is probably like no, right? You can't get high yield energy deals done for the most part. High yield energy deals don't have a lot of contracting support behind them. And so I think that's another consideration, right? That premium that you're going to have to pay to go truly merchant is higher. And again, as you think about the ways, as you weigh the merits, that's something else you want to pay attention to, at least right now within the capital market cycle, is that discount rate, the gradient is very high between, call it the classic renewable developer, the yieldco, the market, or the contracted examples versus your IPP community. Right now, the discount rates are pretty extreme. And I think part of that is due to this nexus of uncertainty of what happens out there in the capacity in the energy markets, and obviously the volatility that's driven by gas prices, et cetera. But let's come back to like the examples. There's so many examples of shorter tenor PPAs out there, right? I mean, Amy was just citing, I mean, half of the wind, I mean, well, I don't want to go that far, but she was saying 3 gigs, let's use her number, 3 gigs. She's probably the expert on this. 3 gigs with CNI, I think that speaks to another vibrant business model out there. There isn't entirely a 20-year contract. You want to pay attention to that.
Can I interrupt you for one second?
Yeah, please.
And Seth, this is something that I took from one of our prior conversations, that those energy transactions are sometimes preceded by REC-only transactions. Yes, no? I want to make sure I understand the piece parts that go into it.
Well, I mean, people put together what deals they need to. So I would actually say that rather unique transaction that our company did with Bloomberg was a manifestation of that, where there was a NYSERDA contract for the RECs. So therefore, we have the power, and we also have RECs from another New York wind farm that we can package together. You know, so I mean that was a matter of sort of the genius of the market and folks who are trying to harness, trying to live with circumstances. But I would be irresponsible if I didn't respond to that direct question by saying, as Amy said, it's finite. It's a very small, very finite, very niche kind of market and business that's not going to get you the kinds of quantities to meet the goals you have.
Well, yeah, I wanted to make that point, possibly for Tier 2, but also that using that example, a 7-year energy-only PPA is not going to necessarily drive the development of the resource that we need for the program. It could be a piece part of it. In terms of packaging a financing plan.
Right. Maybe my point, though, would be what makes Texas successful, right? I mean, Texas did 10-year deals, but I think realistically, when you look at it, it was a lot of the other, there's a lot of other key components around it.
But isn't it, I'm just interject, because we keep, the funny thing about renewables is they are place-based. And you can't compare Texas wind to New York wind. You can't compare Colorado solar to New York solar. You're talking about capacity factors that are totally different. So you know, when we talk about risk, I mean, for us to be realistic, we need to consider where we live, and we can't, you know, because sometimes people will say, oh, well, gosh, in Minnesota, it's 2-cent wind. Well, yes, but they buy it from Buffalo Ridge. Yeah, so let's move the Buffalo Ridge closer to New York. But that's not going to happen. So in thinking about this, I mean, we need to, I think, always be realistic about where, you know, that there's regulatory differences, there's geographic differences, and when it comes to renewables, that's meaningful, right?
Well, but to take that example, right, it's not just the capacity factor, it's the construct of the T&D charges and the generator interconnection is an incredibly important element of that, right? So when you think about the bigger picture of what drove their success, it wasn't just narrowly, right, again, it wasn't, it was the CREZ, right? It was the success of the CREZ, it was the thoughtfulness of developing a broader policy is perhaps, was the point I was going to bring up, right? The 10-year hedge is, you know, you don't want to be that narrow, more holistic. And then maybe the last point I'd make is in terms of just execution, you know, you look at the Northeast, right? So in theory, you have high SREC prices across the river in New Jersey. And is that necessarily driving an acceleration in deployment? And the problem is that you're not necessarily seeing that, right? So, you know, the converse example there is you've got high prices in SRECs and you're not seeing a real acceleration in that market. And you got to ask why, what's going on? And so I think, you know, for as much as I focus on the numbers and the discount rates, there's something else, there's an execution and permitting piece that you want to pay attention to. So the Texas example in contrast to New Jersey.
So to summarize your point, I mean, I think it's well taken. You know, one of the reasons we did the AC transmission was to recognize the need for interconnection, but that we shouldn't just be looking at the procurement model. We could look at the interconnection model, we could look at transmission, and probably a lot of different things that we could do as a state to help take risk out of the business.
Right. And the case study being what were the other pieces around that,
okay.
Right? Because it would not have happened had you not had those other pieces come together.
Right. That's a good point.
Thank you.
I agree with John. The state is talking about a very fundamental shift in the way power is generated. From an environmental point of view, achieving those goals is paramount and for the future of the Earth. So you talk about price, you talk about incentives. We need to think both about costs and incentives. And my answer to John Williams' statement is all hands on deck. The utilities need incentives, and the incentives they want have to do with ownership and rate basing and so on. But so let the utilities have a monopoly in developing all this renewable capacity is a terrible mistake. what kind of incentives do the other players, there are plenty of independent power producers, I think, that are willing to enter into partnerships with utilities. Merchant power companies, maybe not. But in all candor, I think we're going to need them all as players. So I think the challenge for the commission is how to, at least for the next few years, how do you design this early procurement process in a way that engages as many of these parties as possible to be as innovative as possible at the least cost, and then have a system for figuring out what is working best. I think that's a challenge, but I think that's what you have to do if we're going to get there.
Thank you. How do you integrate long-term contracting, competitive procurements with a retail competitive system? And different states have done that successfully, I believe, in different ways. Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Delaware, all in different ways. And I heard there was an earlier suggestion by National Grid in doing it yet in a different way. And I think sort of the essential question, it can be done successfully. There are different models to do it. What people have talked about 20-year contracts and whether that's essential. In most of the procurements I do, that you can go from 10 to 20-year contracts. I see a number of 15-year contracts with ones who are economically successful. So there are some developers who seem to have a preference for 15-year contracts. So I don't think 20-year contracts are inevitable or essential. I agree with Amy that it can be an economic issue because generally 20-year contracts tend to have lower prices. I think one other point and concern about long-term contracts, because it's basically a committed cost over a long period of time, and comparing it to utility generation. But given the regulatory structure where there's basically a right to recover prudently incurred costs, that those are basically costs that are going to be incurred anyway. So I don't see, at least on that point, that there's a big difference between a 20-year contract and utility-owned generation.
No, just follow up. I mean, it seems like a lot of the things that we've been talking about can be embraced in the solicitation, right? You can have bids for 10, you can have bids for 15, you can have bids for 20, you can bid with residual value, without residual value. You can say, would you be willing to take utility investment? Would you not want to take it? And then give it to the hands of the reviewer to say what looks like the best mix of projects. So one thing the commission could do is simply say, let's structure it so that we have the greatest variety of solutions coming in, and then make a decision based on not supposition, but actually what people have bid in.
Right, and there are some, the more variety you have in terms of
right, there's a limit on the scenarios.
The more difficult it is to evaluate. But I think the basic thing is there's an enormous amount of flexibility in how you design these procurements. And based on what your objectives are, I think you can design it to really get the results that you want.
Thank you. I'm so cognizant I remain cognizant of our schedule. So let me take Alan and Bob to my right, geographically. Seth and Pete to my left. If anybody else would like to make a comment before we close, please turn up your 10 card. I think this has been a great, robust discussion, by all means.
Continue all night.
That's right. And don't forget, there are comment periods. So we look forward to you. But now, Bob, Allen, and then we'll go around the table. Sure.
Thank you. First off, on your question about negative LNP, that is happening, starting to happen, especially now with a lot of hydro now in the Pacific Northwest. That hasn't been there for the last few years with all the wind and solar. And the way California's trying to deal with that is margin market, California ISO, probably aware of, and also, of course, energy storage. So this is going to be a bigger and bigger problem as states going forward. Well,
If I can interject, with the magic of email, our chief economist has sent me a prompt that pointed out that we had plenty of negative LMPs this year.
I guess the lights will be going off soon.
So it's something that we've experienced here, of course, too.
Secondly, I echo the comments that some have made about having a lot of flexibility. Again, with this large of a program, and really it's not that long of a program. When you look at 4 years to develop some of these projects and so forth, you need to start off with, I think, a lot of flexibility, allowing several different methods, and then learn by experience as you go forward and make the tweaks that are needed. Residual value, I think people talked about that. Our experience has been that if you want residual value in a PPA, you're going to pay more money for it because it does typically have some value. So you just have to realize that going in. And we haven't really talked too much about open source procurement versus other procurements. Even though I think having a lot of different options are very, very good, and I encourage you to do that, I'm not sure open source procurements are the way to best do that. There's a tremendous, I've had open source procurements. They're extremely complex to evaluate, and it's going to take a lot of work by the commission to, if they decide to go that way, to get the rules right. So starting out, I would encourage you not to use an open source procurement, but to do separate procurements for these various projects you want. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan.
In regard to John's comment of the changing in the marketplace, I mean, Stephanie this morning had a comment from New Jersey, and I think she termed it well when she described new administratively created markets. And I think that's what we're doing here, and it's going to be tucked into the New York ISO marketplace, which deals with the issue of reliability, which gets back to Gavin's issue. So I don't see reliability changing at all with what takes place in the discussions that are moving forward here. Going back to this morning again, we were talking about the capability of meeting some of these ambitious goals. And I think in order to meet some of those goals, you're really going to have to start including something more than solar and wind. And certainly biomass comes into play. And just looking at the plant that is designed and ready to take off by Taylor, that would reach to 10% of the 2017 goal in and of itself. So biomass, when you take into account something running 24/7, certainly can add to those goals. Lastly, in the white paper that was produced, there was some discussion on, discussed but discounted, about taking into account some of the other benefits that accrue from various types of renewables, such as the issue of reducing, reusing, and recycling materials that are being discarded. Some of the emission reductions that take place in the use of a fuel for generation, but not basing it on a high carbon content. And again, treating in the community some large and mounting waste issues.
Thank you. Let's do Pete, Seth, and then Mary and Gavin. It looks like you're going to get the next to last word, which is reserved for Audrey.
Thanks, Scott. To Raj's and John's question about where is this all going? One man's view. I think, again, to expand it to, and I think Alan brought this up and several others have, we got to think about this all in the context of the NISO wholesale markets. That's a fundamental backdrop to all of this. Whatever is done with these renewables needs to work in concert with that. And we have to think about retail choice because we have that. It's a great idea. It's a great policy. It produces loads of benefits. So from the NISO side, I step back in everything I do in that environment, and I start with the energy market. Is it working? Is it getting the right things? Is it producing the right prices, providing the right incentives? I think there's a real good question about the negative pricing there. Not making a judgment about whether that's right or wrong. It certainly has impacts. We need to look at that and whether that's doing the right thing. Have we got the energy markets right? You've got the ancillary services, complicated, small. Let's leave that for the moment. Then you go to the capacity market, which is intended to drive or really be the catalyst for investment in what we think of as conventional generation. I'm not sure it's well structured for that today. I think we're entering a new investment cycle, and that probably needs a pretty good overhaul. That's an important step to be going on in parallel with this, and I don't think it takes the full effect of the renewables goals, but it may have some positive effect in helping to set the stage for investment. So then you come back to the clean energy standard, and I like to try and think about it in terms of a no regrets or limited regrets approach. And I think what we've been hearing from many people today is that long-term bundled PPAs work. We know they work. They will drive investment. They will get you the megawatts and gigawatt hours that you're looking for. So if we start with that and work on how that integrates and bring the NISO wholesale markets forward in time, then I don't know if this will happen. Nobody knows what the future is. If I knew what 2030 looked like, I would be doing something totally different and would have had my money all tucked away there. But you go to what Tanuj was talking about in the experience in Colorado, where all of a sudden the economics have shifted, and those long-term PPAs, they're asking for negative prices. I don't know if that happens. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. But if you start with what we know works today with these long-term contracts, and the economics will advance, the renewables will get less expensive, the wholesale markets may become more remunerative and give better support for renewables and other generation, and you may find, I can't guarantee it, but you may find that you transition to a world where the contracts become less important. But if you don't start there, I think you don't start the development pipeline, you don't bring the intention of the money, the inventory that Seth talked about, you don't begin the process. So I think that's the sort of no regrets starting point, and work on the wholesale markets and see if we can get the world to look better in the future.
So if I could rephrase just so what I heard you say is that there needs to be enough action that the Commission obligates up front to get the market going. And one thing that we haven't talked about was since we're not buying everything we're going to need for 2030 and 2018, there's certainly a natural progression that we're not actually putting everybody at risk and saying we're buying it all in year one. We're going to be buying it over the next 15 years. So your recommendation is, if the Commission's going to be heavy-handed in terms of the way procurement will happen, having it done in the beginning years could be a facilitator of the market, an accelerant of a market, rather than an impediment. I heard Gavin say it may be an impediment because it may never get us to the true merchant, but there's two ways to look at it.
I think, if I heard you right, I want to correct a little bit. I think doing some procurements early is important.
Right.
I don't think front-loading is necessarily
No,
the
when
way
I'm
to
saying
go.
doing some requiring procurements in the early days may be more important to get the market going.
To prime the pump, get the investment flowing, get the development happening, get the pipeline geared up, get the inventory there, yes.
Yeah, and very much to build on what P was just saying and actually directly respond to John's comments and question. I mean, I think it is really important to focus that we are talking about now. We're talking about this moment. And, among other things, I mean, the history, it's always important to talk about history. I was a history major. But the 6 cent law experience, I mean, that was a very different time. We are at a moment of historically low energy prices, at this moment. We are looking at a transition away from fossil fuels. It's a pretty, when prices are at a historically low, point on the spot market, it might be a pretty good time to start hedging, because when it's really close, when the prices have gotten very closer to zero than they have before, the higher likelihood is they're going to go up. And so it might be a good time to hedge. And, but it's all about sort of risk management, right? And this might be a very good time to think in terms of that risk management. I just want to end here with just two last points in response to things that have been said. The question was raised about one of the many. The point was made by the chair about one of the many options that could go into a procurement is an opportunity. Is there an opportunity for utility investment? Participation, equity in participation, some kind of financial participation in a project. I just want to go back to the point that I made before the break. They have that opportunity in our structure and in many other structures. And if somebody shows up with the money on equal terms to other investors, they will be given equal opportunity. I don't know of any entity that's going to shun them because they're a utility. It's the question of a hometown discount, or what are the terms of the utility participation would be the issue. I mean, I think the answer to are you open to utility investment in your project? I think it'd be a rare company that would end up saying no. Under no circumstances will we not allow them to invest in a project. And then to bring it all back around again, and this is this notion of cutting off the oxygen for the market by PPAs is directly contradicted by the entire history of renewable energy development. And what I was discussing, the practical business of companies making capital expenditures to send people out onto the land and sign up leases and create a development pipeline, which is then the inventory, which can then respond to multiple markets. New York has a backlog of potential wind projects because the NYSERDA program, while it has gotten a bunch of stuff built, underachieved against the original goal. So folks went out and identified more projects that have been built. And that backlog allows us to respond to opportunities. And if you send the signal, if you create a predictable market, a predictable program, then projects will be defined, put through early stage development, and will be available to multiple markets.
Yeah. So I think the way Seth characterized utility involvement in projects the way you just did may be confusing to some people, because I think what he was referring to is some of the utilities in New York State have competitive development arms, Con Ed Solutions, Con Edison Energy. And and they are very active in this market in other states. But when they participate, they are not bringing the attributes of the utility to the project that we think helps make the case for true utility ownership. So, for example, when they participate, we're not expecting utility level returns on equity 9%, for example. We're looking for substantially more than 9% return on equity when our affiliates do that. And I think, I won't put anybody else on the spot, but I think all the other competitive development companies would say, 9%, we're not rolling out of bed for 9%. And then the second point about the utility investment there, I think what you lose there is this aspect of the residual value. When Con Edison Energy purchases a project, and sometimes they purchase projects with 20-year PPAs, that residual value that they keep goes to Con Edison shareholders. It doesn't go to the local utility customers who are funding that project. So I just wanted to clarify that those are very different animals with different kind of equity profiles.
I mean, I think it's just don't get it back and forth. But what I was talking about was in any IPP putting in a response, the question might be, are you open to utility as utility involvement, financial involvement? It is true that in other parts of the country there are utilities that do make minority investments in projects as the utility, and that is something that could be done, but not but just as a passive investor. And as the chair pointed out earlier, there are pricing mechanisms that through a straight procurement under a contract could recapture the residual value. But
Great. Well, I just wanted to close by saying thank you for putting together this very comprehensive note and the conversation today. It's very encouraging as an environmental NGO to see this type of ambition around climate and around renewable energy. Largely why we have been working with voluntary corporate customers is because there's been an absence of policy in a lot of places, and so that voluntary demand has been the force that can actually help sort of drive a lot of these markets. And so we're now in a position that the that the compliance obligation is actually going to be a much stronger force in driving that market. But I was encouraged to hear that you're very open to collaborative solutions to both help the voluntary market and to think about partnering with a variety of consumers to find these solutions. I know they were referenced at various points in this conversation as maybe a niche sort of solution, but we would say we would encourage you not to underestimate the commercial industrial customers in thinking through these transactions. I mean, one of the things we've been doing over the last several years is bringing them together to articulate what do they find to be the barriers for renewable energy. And from that process, we now have 51 companies who have signed a list of what we call the buyer's principles, where they articulate what they need out of renewable energy deals and procurement moving forward. So we would encourage, those kinds of consumer priorities to be factored into the solutions that you're thinking about. I also have copies of those buyer's principles if you would like to read through them. But that group of 51 companies also represents 42 million megawatt hours of new renewable energy demand by 2020. So it's not an insignificant portion of the kinds of growth rates that you're thinking about. But as we would also encourage, as you're thinking about this, I think you had called it creative collaborations with consumers, that one of the challenging points in the past has been anytime you get into REC transactions, the claims that a consumer can make change. So for instance, if you were to explore a community solar program like we were talking about before, and the customers sell the RECs to the LSEs to meet their compliance obligations, that does change what those consumers can say about their energy purchasing. So they may not be able to say that they're directly consuming renewables, but there may be a variety of other claims and language, especially that we in the NGO community can help clarify, so that we send the right signal to be supporting policy while also being clear of, what consumers are getting in return. But we also are encouraged to see that there's, such an opportunity to evolve the voluntary market to, in the face of these kind of compliance changes. Certainly when we're looking at states like New York, or even sort of at the extreme when we look at a place like Hawaii that has a 100% goal, then this additionality question of, what consumers are aiming after, it changes because, every megawatt hour will be going towards compliance, and there's not much space to go beyond that. So we're very excited to see that evolution and encouraged to see that represented in this paper.
Mary, could you send them all over to New York? That's how much we need in incremental megawatt hours for the next 15 years.
Well, and it's yes, exactly, and yeah. So many companies have told us that when they are thinking about siting new, companies that have mobile operations, right, where they're thinking of siting a new data center or some new operation, in addition to evaluating electricity prices, regulatory regime, tax issues, all sorts of other factors, they are increasingly looking at which states will give me access to renewable energy that's cost effective. because they're under pressure from their investors to have a low carbon profile. They have these aggressive goals that have now been embraced by their CEOs. So it's, I mean, they're motivated, and they have shown us, charts where they've actually evaluated which states in the U.S. have good renewable energy policies for consumers, and those that don't are off the list. So I think there'd be plenty of customers who'd be wanting to talk to you about that.
Very quickly, we didn't have the lightning round, so I have my couple of things I wanted to get out. The procurement piece was well discussed, but targets, I think that's really important. I heard a lot about that this morning. We got to get it right. I agree with being flexible and keeping it simple. I think I've encouraged the commission not to make it a mixed message where you have utilities doing something developers can do and vice versa, and then you get no investment because people aren't sure what it means, because then all of a sudden the New York Power Authority could jump in if that's not met. So be consistent on your message. And the last thing is I think in the meantime, while you're doing your resource planning, make sure it really is closely aligned with what the commission is supposed to do in June, because that's in August, as I understand. So the timing of the resource planning issue. And while you figure this out, Article 10 is a big issue. Raj, you and I lived it for years about getting Article 10 in place. It took us 8 years to get it in place. We're at 25 megawatts. If we're really going to build large-scale renewables, that has to be factored into all the targets. And I'd encourage the PSC and the ISO to work on a longer-term market, because I think things like a 325 megawatt gap solution maybe could be avoided if we had some of these other market signals in place, that it took a longer view of it. So I have more, but I gotta get to the train. So.
So first of all, thank you all for attending, both folks at the table and folks in the audience. I think it's been a tremendous day. And on behalf of the Commission and the Department of Public Service, we really do appreciate the time and attention. Gavin's actually summarized a lot of what I was going to say, but let me just go very quickly as to what I heard as kind of key takeaways for today. First is, I of course agree with John Williams. I think everything that the state is doing around REV, which is certainly about creating sustainable, self-sustaining markets around renewables and distributed resources, still remains in play. And we continue to be very optimistic that there have to be multiple tools. The Clean Energy Standard and the mandate really is, if you think about it, it sets a clear target for the state and went from a goal to a target, which is what the governor wanted. And I think it makes us all very excited, because now we have something to shoot for. But we still can very much believe that we can get there through a lot of voluntary means. So as you could see, that was built into the Clean Energy Fund, certainly around community aggregation, community solar, what we're trying to do about better, accurate pricing. All of these, I believe, will become tools to continue to allow us to develop the markets on their own, while as the regulator, we continue to guide it through the Clean Energy Standard to make sure that we get there. The other thing that my key takeaways, and I thought it was very useful to remind us, certainty and confidence go hand in hand. And so we need to have a great deal of clarity of where our goals are. They need to be somewhat unwavering, and to build it out in a long enough tenor so people know what to invest in and what they should look at. The other thing I heard was, which I think was very clear, is pay attention to the consumers. Something we think about all the time, because ultimately it's other people's money we're always talking about, and we need to make sure that we're doing the best possible way for that, including protecting low income, which you'll see as a constant theme for us. Flexibility, I thought, was interesting, the idea of how to do that. And included in that, I think, is the recognition that we can look at different options, and we should think about how we should set a trajectory to enable a market and provide some flexibility, which I think lies, in the fact that because the governor is such an ambitious goal for us, and it is, and it is awesome in what it can produce, is that we have an opportunity to be flexible, because, as I think a lot of people have said, this is a pretty big pie. And so one is we need to make sure we're all pulling in the same direction. But the other is that we have an opportunity without, I think, having a lot of confusion, looking at multiple things happening simultaneously, as long as we're very clear that we see these as multiple arrows in our quiver to get things done. And I would say that I'm really glad Con Ed joined us, because you have the best metaphors throughout the conversation. It was wonderful. So the last thing I think that we didn't talk about today, but we're going to have more sessions about, is the role of storage. And, as one of the things that I think is going to be very important for the state as we think about these significant levels of renewables, storage isn't currently in our definition of renewables, but I think that we have to think about the role that storage is going to be playing and where that fits into the mix. So I look forward to continuing conversation. Again, thank you. Thank you to this group, and it'll be a fun ride. So thank you.